SEN Test Cricket, Pakistan versus Australia.
It's the Titan! Bowling to Smith.
That is for confidence in .com.au and Tyre Power. Store-wide sale now on. San Kumo, live from Lahore, Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to Gaddafi Stadium on SEN Test Cricket at Henley Homes and Tyre Power. Different morning this is compared to 24 hours ago when this series looked to be drifting towards a 0-0 draw. Indeed, that remained the case deep into the third day as Pakistan's top order once again went to work. Enter Mitchell Starc and Patrick Cummins. Inspired initially by a brilliant caught and bowled, the skipper then pulled the right rein at the perfect time with his left-arm slinger after tea. A little over an hour later, Pakistan had lost 7 for 20 in the most dramatic of collapses. Having bossed the Australian attack earlier in the day, one after another, they succumbed to the reverse swinging ball. When the job was complete, the hosts were dismissed for 268, with Cummins holding the ball aloft for a 5-wicket bag and Starc by his side having snared a masterful 4 for 33. A 123-run lead was extended to 134 in the few overs before the close. David Warner and Usman Khawaja ready to build on that this morning in what shapes up as a fascinating day. If they can get this right, laying a foundation before going at a decent enough clip through the middle of the day, Australia should be in a position to declare by around tea. From there, they'll be 10 wickets away across 4 sessions from something very special, a series win in Pakistan. I'm Adam Collins, and to begin our Day 4 coverage is Bharat Sundaresan, Australian correspondent for Crick Buzz. Baz, good morning to you. In terms of conceiving of this first session today, there's a lot of ways of thinking about how Australia might go about it, but surely it'll be laying a foundation, then putting the foot down and thinking about the run rate and about that precious declaration.
Yeah, good morning, Adam. Absolutely. Moving day has come and gone. Australia have moved this game on. They've really brought a dead match alive. Cummins and Starc in particular. And like I said, now it's up to Warner and Usman Khawaja to maybe just bat through the first 15-20 minutes, get a gauge of this pitch, and then at least start thinking about the run rate, maybe go at 3-0 for the first 1.5 hours, and then power on. And this is the day. I mean, this decides the series. If this goes the way Australia wanted to go, this is all theirs.
They had a precious opportunity last week at Karachi. They had 172 overs to get the job done there, and they didn't take it. They're getting a second chance today because of that extraordinary spell of bowling yesterday between Cummins and Starc. They'll be mindful that there won't be a third.
Nah, there won't be a third. And look, they would have learned a lot about how they went about that performance for 5.5 sessions where they couldn't bowl out Pakistan. This is a different pitch. Usman Khawaja said it on day one. It's the most difficult to bat on, relatively speaking, compared to the other two. So they'll know that you can take 10 wickets. You don't need 5.5 sessions, really. So if they can bat deep into today, maybe give Pakistan an hour to bat late in the day, it can still be done. But I believe, Adam, and I know we were having this argument at breakfast, that for me, Australia's best chance is to get bowled out, maybe, get to 290 or 300 runs ahead, because I think that'll give them an opportunity to, maybe give Pakistan an option to go for that total and thereby get them playing a few more shots and get some more wickets compared to what happened last week.
Dangle the carrot, says Bharat Sundaresan. We'll let you go. Thank you for that cameo with Simon Kadich making his way into the commentary box from his TV commitments down on the ground before play here on Day 4. Our coverage is for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Pakistan bowled 3 overs last night. Australia made it to none for 11. With Khawaja there on 7 and Warner on 4. He hit 1 boundary just before the close of play. All of those runs came from the bowling of Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Naseem Shah started down the other end. But it looks like this morning, Simon, the first over is going to go to Hassan Ali. Good morning.
Good morning, Colo, and good morning to all our listeners. Yeah, it's an interesting decision, this, because Hassan Ali's probably been the third-ranked Pakistan quick in this game, really. I think Naseem Shah is easily number 1 in that first dig, and Shaheen Shah Afridi, we know that he struck twice with that new ball on day 1. So obviously going to their experienced campaigner here.
So plays called by umpire Raza. Hassan Ali to start the 4th day on the way to Khawaja. 2 slips in the gully. Khawaja well in behind it, coming forward, pushing to cover, no run. Before you came into the box side, we were saying that we were debating, more to the point, how you might frame up a day like this. And when you woke up this morning, what were you thinking in terms of how Australia might not only go about this, but a target they might set themselves, not only for runs, but how many overs they might want to bowl this evening? Yeah,
I think a lot of it has improved because of the fact that Australia lead by 134 now. That last session yesterday has really set this test match in motion, and I can see Australia trying to have at least 20 overs tonight.
Hassan Ali bowls here to Khawaja, clipping through the onside. First run of the day out to one of the two men in the deep backward square. Khawaja 8 Australia, none for 12. The lead up to 135.
And the reason I say that is because I think by having 110 overs, it gives them the chance to have the second new ball tomorrow on day 5, but also the fact that they'd come back tomorrow fresh with two bites of the cherry. They have the new ball tonight. They come back tomorrow with a 20-odd over old ball that potentially might reverse swing pretty early on day 5. And I think then with the second new ball, there's 30 overs left in the game where that second new ball might start to reverse as well. So I think 110 overs, they should have enough runs to be able to defend that. But I also think the amount of runs that are set, and I agree with what Bharat said before, that if it is around that 300 mark, Pakistan might think they've got enough time to get the runs.
Hassan Ali will go around the wicket to David Warner, the start. He chops down hard, nearly back on his off stump. He had to use the bat a second time there to knock it away. Warner smiling back down the pitch. Well, that was close to him being gone first ball. Just hit the inside portion of his bat and ballooned up in the air and looked like it was training back towards the off stump, but knocked it out the way.
Yeah, that's such an instinctive shot for David Warner. As soon as he sees any sort of width, he wants to throw the hands at that width and hit it, carve it behind point. But on this sort of wicket where there's not a lot of bounce and carry, it's a high-risk shot. If it comes back off the seam or back into him, he's definitely going to get cramped and potentially chop it back on.
Hassan Ali to the crease here, bowls to Warner, who leaves alone outside the off stump. I saw Warner taking guard there, the old Shivnarine Chandapur way, knocking the bail into the turf. I don't know how he's getting the bail into the turf, how hard it is. You were out there looking at the pitch this morning, pretty hard still?
Yeah, it is, and it still looks pretty good, to be honest, to bat on. I think, and I mentioned this on the T pitch report on day 2, that to me it was less about the wicket and more about what happened through the air. And I think that's what happened yesterday, particularly late. Once that ball started to reverse, it's a different ball game, particularly for the new batsmen and the lower order. It's a tough thing to face.
Hassan Ali to the crease here, bowls to Warner, short down the leg side. He gets out the way of it. So I did some maths this morning. If they went at 3.85 runs and over, that's just the marker it came out at, for 2 sessions, assuming that Pakistan bowl about 28 overs per session, so 56 overs at 3.85, gets them to 350 as a lead and offers them 4 sessions to bowl. That might be ambitious, but they have already got a lead of 134. They can play relatively boldly with that in mind, and as you say, the conditions aren't too bad. I'm not saying it'll be easy to score it near enough to 4 and over, but that's not outlandish either.
No, it's not. I think particularly if they keep attacking the Pakistan spinners, which they have all series.
Hassan Ali doesn't bowl here, runs through the crease, he'll go again.
I think that's their option, that they can tick things over, because I think Babar Azam will spread the field for the spinners, have guys around the bat, but then he'll have sweepers, and that's the chance for the Australian batsmen to potentially, rotate, strike, hit the odd boundary. The hard part might be is if it reverses again, then Naseem Shah and Shaheen Afridi and even Hassan Ali with lower bounce, if they bowl like they did in that first innings, particularly Naseem, then scoring at that rate could be difficult.
Last ball of Hassan Ali's over to Warner. Back of a length. Warner tries to ride it down with a cut shot, but miscues out to cover. So 1 run from the first over of the day. That's to Khawaja. He's 8, Warner's 4, none for 12. The lead 135 on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Adam Collins and Simon Kadich beginning our broadcast at Gaddafi Stadium on the 4th morning. So I like 350 because that is still a little bit of a carrot. If we saw the way they batted, brilliantly at Karachi across 2 days, they never really entirely gave up the chase. If a player like Abdullah Shafiq gets going, or Azhar Ali for that matter, they might go to bed, none or 1 down and think, gee, it's game on tomorrow, which actually helps Australia. You want Pakistan thinking they might win it. That's their best chance of victory themselves.
Correct, and I think that's where it isn't that easy a decision for Pat Cummins and the Australian hierarchy, because what happened in Karachi will be in the back of their mind. The fact that, they know they need overs to bowl Pakistan out, but they also need Pakistan to feel like they're a chance to win the test and go for the runs, because as we saw in Karachi, if they shut up shop, 171 overs wasn't enough. So you can still survive on this wicket if you're not looking to score. But if you're looking to score and the ball reverses, then the bowlers are in the game.
So it's going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi to begin, running towards us from the pavilion end. In here to Khawaja on 8. A couple of gullies. He clips through the onside out the deep backward square. Sajid Khan, one of two men positioned back on the leg side rope. He's 9, none for 13 the score.
Because we only have to look at yesterday. At one stage there, Pakistan, when Shafiq and Azhar Ali were going, they 1 for 210 or something like that?
Yeah, I think the second wicket fell at 170.
170,
but nonetheless, they put on 150 and looked like they were going to bat all day.
And that's the thing, it took an amazing catch from Pat Cummins to get rid of Azhar Ali, but then obviously getting Shafiq out was a big win with Nathan Lyon nicking him off. So, if one of those two had hung in there with Babar Azam, who was batting beautifully, that whole innings could have been completely different. So it's still a very good wicket to bat on. There's no doubt about that. It's just what happens with the ball through the air reversing.
So we're only in the 5th over. That won't be a factor as yet. Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's got 2 slips in the gully. His up-sparring partner, David Warner, bowls here. By Rizwan, who collects it moving to his right, but no appeal. Must have been pad. So the run rate's already at 5. So we have seen Australia willing to consistently attack the new ball through the series, Simon. Yeah,
I think David Warner will play that role naturally. He loves this scenario. He's very good at it in the second innings of a test match. And obviously this is the third innings, but the second Australian innings, in terms of setting up a target for the opposition on the final sort of day and a bit. And in this situation here, he knows that's only going to get harder once the ball starts to reverse later. So he's going to attack this new ball.
Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja on leg stump, clipping out towards deep backward square, gets a single, none for 26. Khawaja up to 10, joining Warner in double figures. The lead, 149. And also just scoreboard pressure on Pakistan, I suppose. I mean, they were out there for, 5 sessions in the field to start the test match. They had a lot of miles in the legs.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that South African result was that how can you compare the two attacks, this Australian attack versus the South African attack at that stage? That'd be the one question you'd have there. And obviously the Pakistan batting lineup with guys like Younis Khan and whoever else was in that test match, how that compares to this current team.
Yeah, big Younis Khan, 4th innings ton in that test match. Long time ago now. Hassan Ali bowls to Warner, beats him outside the line of the off stump. Just played inside the line of it. Nice movement back towards the left-hander, hitting the seam.
Yeah, that was nicely bowled by Hassan Ali. Just hitting a good length. We've seen David Warner this morning. He's sweating on the short ball. I don't think Hassan Ali will be looking to probably bowl as short to him as Shaheen Shah Afridi has, but I think he's going to try and work him over on and around that off stump with the angle coming back in and see if he can bring the stumps into play, much like Fahim Ashraf did in that first innings at Karachi.
Hassan to the crease, bowls to Warner on leg stump. There'll be more runs here out towards fine leg. Gets 1. Warner wants 2. Khawaja says no. Warner 17 from 17 balls. None for 27 now the score. The lead 150, an even 150. Some generous applause from the handful of Australian fans who are in the crowd. There aren't many Pakistanis here compared to yesterday when it was so loud with the vuvuzelas we had to retreat indoors. We've stayed indoors today, but only a small smattering of home fans here. And most of the Australians out there in the Fazal Mahmood enclosure, the opposite corner of the ground to us, waving the flag crew with Luke Sparrow and co. Slip in a gully, Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who's forward, defending, out towards mid-on, no single.
Well, we would have no problem sitting outside today, Colo. It's very, very silent. I think Australia broke Pakistan hearts yesterday afternoon. They were well and truly in this test match, and they still are, but they weren't expecting to lose as many as they did to the reverse swinging ball late yesterday. And it was a wonderful crowd. The atmosphere yesterday was just, it's been magnificent all series, but it was on Pakistan Day even more special yesterday.
Last ball of Hassan's over to Khawaja here on leg stump again. More runs, this time to the square of the two men in the deep. Khawaja retains the strike. He's 11. Australia none for 28 with the lead up to 151. SEN Test Cricket For Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Afridi gets his first opportunity of the morning at Khawaja. He'll stick with two men out on the leg side, a slip and a gully to catching men behind the wicket. A deep backward point as well. Away from the pavilion, bowls to Khawaja over the wicket. From the crease, out through point, easy single there. Khawaja to 12, none for 29 the score. Bharat kindly brought up that scorecard from 2007 where Pakistan batted for 107 overs to save the test match, making 4 for 316. Younis Khan 130, Mohammed Yusuf 63 not out. A couple of useful players there. The bowling attack wasn't bad either though. Stain, Ntini, Callis, then Andre Nellis the third seamer, and Paul Harris the spinner. They kept Dale Stain at bay for 15 of those overs, done for 56. Just when he was on the cusp of becoming the best bowler in the world.
Yeah, that's a very good attack.
Amazing to think that was the last completed test match at this venue. Great to be back. Shaheen to the crease, bowls to Warner. On the front foot, knows the call. Shaheen collects it in his follow-through. The highest fourth innings chase for Pakistan, for what little it's worth. I don't quite like that stat usually, but may as well roll it out here, considering we're speculating about these matters. 178 is the most they've chased at this ground. So some historical markers around what might inform Pat Cummins' thinking today on a pitch that still looks good. They'll need plenty of time. And the point you made before as well, it's not so much about the second new ball, it's about when the second new ball might reverse. Shaheen bowls here, moves it back towards Warner on the front foot, no run after defending to cover. So it's no point, often you see a team declare late on the fourth day thinking, well, we'll get a blast of 10 or 15 with the second new ball to finish the test match if required. Here it's like, well, we probably need 30 or 40 to make the most of the reverse swing, which is far more a factor than the swing up front with the new ball.
Ooh, there's a replay on that little nick earlier that suggests that David Warner feathered one through to Mohammad Rizwan.
Yes, that was from the bowling of Hassan Ali to start the previous over. That would have been out. No appeal either. Shaheen bowls to Warner, no run, punching from the crease. Again, the big quick collecting in his follow-through, but Hassan Ali is pointing up at the screen. He's seen it. Oh, no. Should be in the book. Still smiling, though.
Can't have heard anything.
Well, there was
the silencer on the edge.
I mean, here's the thing. It's basically quiet here. Compared to yesterday when it was deafening, which we were defeated by and came upstairs. After giving it our best shot for 13 days, we finally said enough's enough. Got to get out of the firing line. Shaheen bowls to Warner, well forward in defence here, pushing out to cover. There's barely a vuvuzela blowing at the moment. They should have heard that. Strange that Rizwan wouldn't have picked up on it either, the wicketkeeper. He's been good on that front through the series. He's the man that Babar Azam turns to when considering a review.
Well, it's important that the keeper has a say because he sees the line of the ball better than anyone else. Bowlers are always going to be a bit biased towards going upstairs when it's them involved.
Shaheen here, just one slip. Bowls to Warner, punching off the back foot out towards deep backward point. Good contact again. He's 18. Australia none for 30 to lead 153. That's the end of the seventh over as well. On SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. That's why they're experts in tyres. Tyrepower.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary as races happen and has fun. Yours here today.
Australia none for 30 as Hassan Ali prepares to start again. He's already found Warner's edge once, but didn't appeal. Thus not out. Bowls here. Warner well behind it, defending. This series has been played in great spirit. We mentioned the photo between Shaheen Freedy and David Warner last night, but we've always seen the players fraternising with each other, coming on and off the ground, and it feels as though they're two pretty likable teams, and that's extended to off the field as well, that leaving time. Hassan Ali, wide of the crease, bowls to Warner on the drive. Does he get it through cover? He does. Struck it really well. There's a sweeper there. Sajid Khan has to dive, just hauls it in. He's done a good job there. They get back for a third. Khawaja to the danger end, but they're through. Rizwan, a nifty piece of keeping to flick it onto the stumps, as you would have heard through the effects mic, but they're safely to none for 33. Warner up to 21.
And the other thing is the cricket has been great to watch. Yes, there's been times where it has been a war of attrition, but that last test match in Karachi was an absolute beauty.
Yep.
And this one could well turn out to be one as well, but I think the way that both teams have gone about it and the spirit with which they played these three test matches has been absolutely first class. So let's hope that this last 2 days here do the series justice, because it's been a long wait for Australia to play in Pakistan, 24 years.
Yeah, deserves a result here. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, edging through the cordon. That's 4. Played with soft hands between slip and gully. Khawaja moves to 16. The board's ticking over for Australia. None for 37. That lead up to 160.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja's played this shot as well as anyone in the series. It's obviously not ideal. He gets squared up and outside edge down to third man for 4, but it's because he's not really looking to play aggressively that it dies off the bat and races away down to third man through the slips for 4.
So 26 runs in 21 minutes so far this morning, including 5 boundaries. Couple for Khawaja. On strike here, driving. Out to Gully on the bounce. Nearly a crowd catch for forward alarm. Just hit the cue end of the bat and straight into the turf. It stays at none for 37. Yeah, that hospitality I mentioned extended to off-field as well. At breakfast this morning, we were presented by a member of the PCB social media team with a whole bunch of gifts. Just grateful that we've been part of her experience. Sudrish Khan, who's doing a great job on the Pakistan Twitter account, including a book that she gave me, Karachi Vice, Life and Death in the Congested City. Looking forward to getting into that after experiencing those Karachi roads last week. We'll never forget that. 2 balls left in the over. Now over the wicket. Change of angle. Hassan Ali to Khawaja. Clipping out to deep backward square or long leg. Gets a single. None for 38.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that stands out with everyone that we've spoken to or seen here in Pakistan, is that the locals have just been so appreciative of the fact that this Australian team's come to Pakistan after so long to play Test cricket. They've been starved of watching the Australians play, and I think they have a huge amount of respect for the Australian team and what they've done over the years. And I think as a former player, and obviously the current players have done a great job in being here and playing such good cricket.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more fans here the next time Australia visit, I'm sure. Hassan Ali to finish his over to David Warner around the wicket, pushed into the offside. 8 overs gone this morning, 27 runs already added. It's none for 38. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. After the break, Geoff Lemon replacing me.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the Round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features, including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record Round 2 edition, still only $5. Available game day, Coles Express, news agents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
SEN, Test match cricket. Let's try that again. None for 38 is the score. Shaheen Shah Afridi loping in, holding a left arm over to Usman Khawaja, who's trying to clip a run to the leg side, but can't get past short mid-wicket. So the effort to pile on runs is on. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. A very good morning to Simon Kadich.
Good morning, Jeff. It's been a brisk start by the Australians. Up to 161 in front now.
As you say, they had to get moving, particularly while the ball is new. It gets to about 20 overs old, and then it can start to reverse. And as it gets softer, the spinner's on, harder to score. Khawaja reaches outside off stump and steers a single out behind point, trots through. He moves on to 18. Australia none for 39.
Yeah, both these guys are looking very busy at the moment, particularly David Warner, looking to be aggressive, keep the game moving forward quickly so that Australia have the option of setting things up exactly how they'd like them, whether it's a certain amount of overs, whether it's a certain amount of runs or time. Only they'll know what they're planning, but to do that, they've got to get the job done first with the bat, and Khawaja's been in fantastic touch this series. I mean, he's a massive chance to be player of the series. Finishes with one good score here in the second innings. It'll be an amazing effort.
Absolutely, the way he's played. Shaheen bowls to Warner, who punches away off the back foot out to that point sweeper. Another single added, none for 40. Well, especially if they do get a result here. I mean, then Khawaja would be the most important player to them getting that result. He's the reason they had the strong position in Karachi and couldn't possibly lose that test match. He was important in Rawalpindi, and I think in retrospect, you know, we know how flat that pitch was, but Australia bowled for 2 days. There was still every chance they could have come out and lost wickets because they would have been a bit rattled, a bit tired, all of the rest of it. And the fact that they didn't was, a lot of that was down to the opener, making sure they batted long. Shaheen, halfway through his over, bowls to Khawaja, who's edging away for 4. He played a late cut at that one. Gets a top edge and it goes between the slip and the gully. Flat, catchable, but no one there to take it. None for 44.
Yeah, it was Khawaja there throwing the kitchen sink at that. It comes straight off the toe of the bat. And just wide of an outstretched Abdullah Shafiq, races away through that second slip region for 4. Safe, didn't carry to the slip cordon. But yeah, it's a remarkable story to think that it was only a couple of months ago that Usman Khawaja probably felt like his test career was over. Comes back in for the 4th test at the SCG, twin hundreds, comes to Pakistan, the country of his birth, and then potentially ends up man of the series.
Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who plays that same shot again, misses out this time. Can't get anything on it. That one maybe a little bit wider of the off stump even. And none for 44 remains the score. Yeah, you think that when he was in the squad for that Ashes series, the only possible opening was in the middle order, unless there was an injury. And he must have been thinking he was just getting a sort of pat on the back for effort. Oh, we'll put you in the squad to let you know that you're there and thereabouts. But the idea of him coming in at number 5 seemed pretty far-fetched. In he comes and makes twin hundreds. First time he'd batted there in his test career. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who defends to end the 9th over. Australia, none for 44.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all moments, expert commentary and the latest news happen in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane. Change in the bowling for Pakistan. We're going to get Sajid Khan, the off-spinner, who has done an absolute power of work through this series, bowled about 1 million overs. Somehow his arm is still attached and he's going to go again.
And just going back to that Khawaja conversation, he's done it in a fashion that has been very, very consistent and commanding, and it just goes to show, I mean, even in that Ashes, when he was in that squad, you know, it was a line ball decision potentially between picking him and Travis Head, because his form for Queensland leading into the Ashes was probably stronger than Travis Head's was for South Australia. But in the end, once Travis Head got that magnificent 150 at the Gabba, Khawaja's door was pretty much shut. But once he got back in, because Travis Head got COVID, that's the irony of it all.
Yeah.
He has not looked back.
Yeah, just the one match opportunity. Well, Travis Head was in isolation. Sajid starts a new over, bowls a Yorker first up. Unusual for the off spinner. Warner keeps it out. And Khawaja had that one shot, Eminem style. He knew he only had one test match, had to make it count, did. The next thing you know, he's got the opener's gig. Sajid bowls on the leg stump, turned away by David Warner. Out to deep backward square leg. Gets back for a second run. 24 for Warner, Australian under 46. So Marcus Harris would feel a bit unlucky. Played well at the MCG, was important there in Australia getting a win. They ended up missing out 2 tests later. But I think if you put them side by side and say who's the better cricketer, there's no question that Usman Khawaja's the better batsman.
Yeah, and I think that stood out in these last 5 tests that he's played.
Sajid bowls to Warner, who blocks.
And begs the question, you know, why he was probably a bit of a scapegoat after the 2019 Ashes.
Yeah, he got a little unlucky in that situation. Sajid spears another full ball in and Warner defends. I mean, that was purely just that they had to make a space in the team because Labuschagne had played so well, subbing in for Steve Smith, and Steve Smith was coming back. So they both had to stay. Labuschagne needed to bat 3. The only available spot for Khawaja would have been to open. Darted in at Warner, who defends. And because they just brought Harris into the team, they couldn't drop him after 1 test. So really, the Australian camp should have kept Cameron Bancroft for 1 more, given him a 3rd test match. Either he would have made runs and they would have kept him, or if he'd failed 3 times in a row, they might have brought Khawaja up to replace him as Warner comes forward to defend on the front foot. End of the 10th over. We'll come back to that in just a second. None for 46.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
None for 46. SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Geoff Lemon with you, and Bharat Sundaresan has jumped in beside me to replace Simon Kaddish. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeffrey.
On the day here.
It's quite warm out there.
Yeah. And so, sunny day in Lahore. The haze has eased off a little bit. The sun is shining through brightly in the late morning. It's 10:30 local time. And Naseem Shah is coming on to bowl in place of Shaheen Afridi. Setting his field up, just the 1 slip, plus a gully, and then a deep backward point. He's got a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and a long leg. 2 out for the hook. Naseem bowls back of a length outside off, and Khawaja's able to just steer it to the deep backward point, none for 47. So Pakistan, all through this test match, they've had 2 out for the hook with the quicks. Deep square leg, long leg. They've barely bowled a bounce. I can remember about 4 bounces from Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, it's almost felt like they've kept those men back for the half volley on the pads, which they've bowled plenty of.
Yep. Hassan Ali especially, as basically leg stump has been either leg stump or 6th stump and short. Yeah. That's been the Hassan Ali approach. Naseem around the wicket to Warner, who's very calmly and easily taking a run to that deep backward point. Just stays his ground, nudges the ball away in that Warner style.
Yeah. One of the best batters in the world when it comes to playing square of the wicket. Also, Jeffrey, today is the last chance during this series of us seeing one thing. A non-Pakistan-born batter scoring a century in this series.
That's true. That's true. We might also see a Pakistan-born batter scoring a century in this innings. Australia none for 48. Naseem bowls to Khawaja, who drives down to mid-on. Yeah, you're right. So the 1 century scored by Australia was Usman Khawaja in Karachi. So every 100 has had some Pakistan soil.
Absolutely.
Some Pakistan blood in the veins.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Shan Masood is born outside Pakistan, and he hasn't been playing for Pakistan in this series. He's been in the squad, so that would have been interesting if he'd got 100 as well. Yeah, 7 centuries so far. 5 Pakistani batters have got 100s, only 1 Aussie.
Naseem bowls to Khawaja in Dhaka that just misses the off stump. Oh, he was so close to being bowled. That beats the inside edge. Khawaja just has a smile and says, well, I got away with one there. Because that ball, it comes in sharply, beats the inside edge by a mile and almost takes out off stump.
We've seen so many balls, so many of these grubbers just go along the ground. I'm surprised we haven't seen a batter get out clean bowled.
Do you want to know something else that just popped up on the screen? Hassan Ali. We said he's bowled pretty poorly throughout this match. Naseem comes into bowl to Khawaja, who's flicking a run down to fine leg, none for 49. He's also bowled without luck, Hassan Ali. Had the one that hit the stumps that didn't knock the bail off. On the replay just now, he had David Warner nicking behind and they didn't...
Nobody appealed.
Nobody appealed, nobody reviewed. So DRS, or Ultra Edge, has just shown that there was a nick on that Warner push. And Hassan Ali saw it on the big screen and just rolled his eyes and tipped his head back.
Look, you need to appeal.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have. Just a tiniest of little nicks. So nobody heard it. If a ball is edged in the forest but no one's there to hear it, are you actually out?
Exactly.
Naseem bowls full to Warner, who falls across his front pad and keeps it out to mid-wicket. End of the 11th over, none for 49.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
11 overs gone, none for 49. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Another trusted expert has just settled into the seat beside me. Waqar Younis, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, listeners. What a start from the Australians. They came very positive and they're looking for runs, early runs.
Sajid Khan bowls to Khawaja, who defends back down the pitch.
And Pakistan just look a little flat-footed. I mean, there is no real venom in the fast bowling. Also, the previous over I thought Naseem looked good.
Sajid bowls full on the leg stump, whipped away by Khawaja through mid-wicket for a couple. Gets back for the second, none for 51.
And what I couldn't really understand, that he bowled one over yesterday and he bowled quite nicely. We all praised that over, and he was a maiden over, almost got a Khawaja's wicket to very close to that off stump. Even just now we saw that his deliveries are causing more problems than anyone else, and he was not given a new ball. I think they just thinking too deep in the game. They need wicket now.
Sajid bowls with some loop and Khawaja hits it to the same spot. Gets the first run, comes back for the second. Carbon copy to mid-wicket, none for 53.
It was a replay, wasn't it?
Absolutely, live action replay.
Yeah, so that's what I couldn't really understand. The tactics from captain or the management, whoever has decided that they're going to go with Hassan, because Hassan has bowled poorly. I mean, he hasn't really shown any, I understand that he got that nick and nobody appealed and all that sort of thing, but overall...
Sajid bowls outside the off stump, short, cut to backward point, no run.
But overall his bowling has been very low. I mean, he hasn't picked up any wicket. He's low at pace and the confidence is really low, and even today, apart from that little nick, he was spraying all over the place. He's just working or trying too hard to get a wicket.
Sajid, flight driven by Khawaja to long off for a single, none for 54.
So I feel that Pakistan missed the trick by not giving Naseem Shah a new ball, just thinking that, okay, we'll wait for the ball to get reverse, and maybe later on he'd be handy. But it's not about later on here. It's about now, how you put Australia under pressure, because maybe in about an hour's time, this game might be just over for Pakistan. Because if you look at the lead now, which is 177...
Sajid bowls and chopped away by Warner, straight to cover, no run. End of the 12th over, the score is none for 54.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner operator.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. It is the morning session of day 4 at Lahore. Geoff Lemon and Waqar Younis with you. And I think I agree with your point about the new ball. Even if they want Naseem Shah to reverse it up to 20, 25 overs, you could still give him 3 or 4 overs up top with the new ball and then bring him back a bit later on.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping that they will do. And that was probably the only hope, Pakistan, because even Shaheen looked a little off colour. He looked very tired. I mean, he's bowled a lot of overs. I mean, Naseem Shah also bowled a lot of overs, but he looks like the one who will pick up a wicket.
He's bowling now around the wicket to Khawaja, who's defending the ball down to mid-on. Naseem Shah at least had the second test off,
yeah,
whereas Shaheen's bowled all the way through.
Yeah, these are the small things which one have to think as a captain, as a bowling coach also, because once you sort of give your ideas or give your brain out there, you have to really see who's your best options and what are your best options. And I think they just going with Hassan Ali was a poor decision.
Naseem bowls to Khawaja, big inside edge, but he'll get runs for it out through mid-wicket as he plays a lot of drive at that one. He'll get back for a second run, none for 56.
Pakistan already looks like that they're just playing a waiting game now, that they have just given up kind of attitude. I'm seeing it out there. The only bowler who's running in hard is Naseem Shah. Maybe he can inspire. That's the only thing. They need some inspiration out there. They need someone to come and bowl a spell like Cummins, what he did yesterday, or Stark. Just get a couple of wickets, quick wickets, and then things can change.
Naseem to Khawaja. He's bowled him. He's gone right through Khawaja. The wicket that Waqar Younis has called for has been delivered. That's the power of the man in Pakistan. 1 for 56. Khawaja out for 31. And Naseem Shah, the teenager, leading from the front once again.
Oh no, it's a no ball. Oh my God.
They're calling him back. They're calling him back.
I know, that's the last thing you need. I mean, what a delivery. Not seen a delivery like this in this game so far. And what Naseem did, he just overstepped it.
Well,
no.
He's done this before. He's done this before against Australia.
Oh dear.
When he got David Warner out at the Gabba, it would have been his first test wicket. That was overruled. Warner made 100, and here he is over the front line, and he bowled an absolute snorter, kept low, came in off the seam, middle and off stump, but the front foot is a good few inches over the line, and he puts his head in his hands, Naseem Shah. Disconsolate. Australia get a reprieve. Khawaja will continue on 31. His charmed tour of Pakistan continues.
I believe that.
Naseem has to back it up and bowl again, and Khawaja's defending the mid-on.
Yeah, that was not wanted, basically. But yeah, I mean, Naseem Shah, the way he's bowling right now, he will give opportunity again, I have a feeling. It's just that overstepping is a crime in Test match cricket nowadays, because it's not in the control of the umpire in the middle. It's the one sitting upstairs, the fourth umpire. He looks at it, and if there is any doubt in overstepping, he'll just straight away call up.
Naseem Shah round the wicket, and Khawaja's defending solidly on this occasion. It's hard to believe when you see things like that happen.
And you can't get away with no balls nowadays. I mean, gone those days when, close to the line, the umpire might miss it. There's a pressure, and sometimes umpires don't look down. And I've seen it happen many a times. But now, I think it's a great law which is being brought in, that the fourth umpire keep an eye on the no ball or the lines.
Naseem bowls to Khawaja outside the off stump, defending into the covers.
And it's good that Babar Azam has brought his, especially the offside fielders, up in the circle, up close to the bat. The man who was on the point, back on the boundary, he has come, and suddenly in this last few deliveries, although they did not pick up a wicket, that feel has started coming that they can pick up few wickets here, and that is through Naseem Shah. We saw that in the first inning also. He was the man who provided breakthroughs, and he's doing it again.
He's bowling to Khawaja to finish off the over, who's defending solidly to cover into the 13th over. They're none for 57, but they will know at this point that at least Naseem Shah is in the game. I'm going to leave you with some thoughts from Waqar Younis, and then Adam Collins will be in to join him.
57 without loss. Australia started really behind, which Warner nicked a very, very faint edge, but modern days you have to really be alert and smart and be aware what's happening around. Pakistan was a little lazy, a little bit tired, I would say, this morning, and missed both those opportunities.
G'day, Waqar.
Good day.
Dear me. Naseem Shah, as Geoff points out, we've seen it with him before. Fine piece of bowling. But now Australia, having added 46 runs already this morning, lead by 180. Sajid starts a fresh over to David Warner on the front foot, pushing out to cover, no run.
Well, the message is very clear from the Australians to Pakistan. They're coming after you guys. That's what they're saying to Pakistan at the moment. That's the way they have scored this first 45 minutes, and going to lunch, if they're Pakistan don't pick up a wicket, they'll be sitting easily on 90 runs.
Sajid bowls here to Warner, going back and carving down hard on it. Can't beat backward point. Good piece of fielding by Shaheen Shah Afridi, appreciated by the Lahore crowd. You can see some pics of Naseem Shah walking down a fine leg at the end of the over with his head in his hands, had his green cap covering his eyes.
Well, that's his own fault.
Yeah, absolutely. Sajid delivers flatter to David Warner, who pushes back down the track. Of course,
that's one thing I always hated. I mean, as a bowler myself and as a coach also, when you bowl in the nets, when you're practicing and you bowl no balls there, you are bound to bowl no balls in the game.
Sajid bowls to Warner, well behind it, defending back down the pitch.
And sometimes these young fast bowlers, when they're bowling in the nets, they just don't care. They just sort of run in and bowl, and they think that they're bowling really nicely, but they're overstepping. And that habit, they take it in the middle, and that's what happens with Naseem.
Sajid bowls Warner, punches a ball down to mid-on, won't be a single there either.
So I was very strict on that, and that make sure that in the nets nobody bowls and no balls. So that's a habit you develop, and in my career I've hardly bowled no ball, and it is.
Sajid to finish, Warner forward. We'll pick up this conversation. That's a maiden over from Sajid to Warner. It stays at none for 57. The lead is 180. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day mate, got some tyres?" And they'll say, "100% we do." The store-wide super sale is now on. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Kumo tyres. And that's why they're experts in tyres. tyrepower.com.au.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Australia none for 57 in their second innings. Building nicely on this fourth morning at Gaddafi Stadium. Naseem Shah to Khawaja again on middle stump. Bit of movement, tucked around the corner, gets an easy single. He's 32, none for 58. Of course, he should have been bowled in the previous Naseem over, but he had overstepped as seen by the third umpire. Of course, the front line is now owned by the third umpire. That's been the case for a couple of years since the Test series in England between England and Pakistan behind closed doors. They're like, you know what, we've had enough of this. The technology has been embarrassing central umpires for long enough. And I feel sorry and a lot of sympathy for central umpires for that, owing to the way that they've been treated before. Naseem to the crease, bowling to Warner on 25. Yorker, dug out. Naseem slows it down in his follow-through, no run. Going all the way back to 2001, a Test match you were captaining, Waqar, against England, where Suck Lane went nuts on the final day, bowled out England, and poor old David Shepherd was officiating, and there was about 4 wickets off no balls. And what can you do? What could you do?
I mean, sometimes it can happen. You as an umpire, you don't know. Close game. It was a very close fought game, and things can happen. You're focusing too much at the front end, you forget what's happening down there.
Naseem to Warner, forward again in defence, out to cover, no single.
And that's what I believe, that this law is a good one, because you do need to keep an eye on things, that the bowlers that don't cross that line, they've got to be disciplined, and I like that law. Another law I always feel that just being seen lately, that the ball's hitting the stumps and the bails don't come off, and I think they need to really look into it, because pitches which are slow and flat is not easy. So if it's
back and keeps it off his middle stump, very good over there, pinning the Australians back. None for 62. The score, the lead 185. Khawaja 34, Warner 27. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane, rather. With Adam Collins and Waqar Younis. Continue, please.
Yeah, I mean, that's my feeling is because I've seen it in this last sort of 7-8 weeks where we had PSL here. There were a few times the ball really hit the stump hard, not just kissing. It was just literally, and the bail came off. The lights are lit up and was not given out. I mean, and the ball actually changed the direction also after hitting.
Well, remember the 2019 Men's World Cup in England? There were about, I think there were 5 of them by my count at the time.
Yeah.
And the reason they gave was the Zing bails are quite heavy, and Bharat, who's umpired games with Zing bails, reinforced that point that they are much heavier than the conventional wooden bails. Naseem, new over, bowls to Warner, defending back down the pitch. And I suppose the other point, we were here the day before the test match preparing the commentary position. They had to thump so hard to make the holes in this rock-hard pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, the stumps aren't going to deviate the way they would if they watered the stump holes, which would have been the etiquette back when you were playing in England as a younger man, where the ball hits the stump starts cartwheeling. You did that many times.
Go a long way,
yeah, now that wouldn't happen in Pakistan.
It doesn't normally happen. We saw it yesterday once with, I think, Hamid when he was bowling.
Naseem bowls, Warner, no run as he punches out to cover, off the front foot.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen anymore. I don't know why they don't put water in that, because that really helps the stump to stay a little loose. Maybe once when it's windy, they just make sure that they stays a little bit hard and the stump doesn't move with the wind and the bails don't come off. But I feel that, you know, those zinger bells, as you say, they're heavier, so you can leave a little bit of water in those holes where you put the stumps and allow the stumps to move a little bit.
Naseem, pavilion end, delivers here to David Warner, plays again from the crease. Not a lot of footwork there out to mid-wicket. Good spell this.
I heard these stumps are very expensive, so maybe that's could be another reason. You don't want them to be cartwheeling and there's go wires underneath.
When you go on an overseas tour, I mean, I'm sure it was the same when you were playing. You do like to souvenir things from time to time.
Yes, of course.
A colleague of mine downstairs from the newspaper, the Sydney Morning Herald, Tom Decent, we did walk past some stumps after the Rawalpindi Test, and no one had taken them. And it did cross our mind, this might be our moment to jag a stump. The seam bowls and Warner plays forward, gets runs through third man. Nice soft hands, wider forward alarm at gully. A couple there, they might turn for 3. No, happy with 2. Warner 29, none for 64. The lead 189. And we thought better of it. We're like, no, these stumps cost a lot of money. If we pilfer one and there's a camera in it, they'll be knocking at our hotel door. We'll get deported.
Not only the camera one, you can't even take any of them. I've seen people, guys taking it to their dressing room, and then the third umpire or the fourth umpire come running and they say, can we have their stump back? And it is embarrassing at times, but yeah, I mean, no more souvenirs. They'll probably give you another stump, but that's not the same.
That one. Yeah, that's right. So the lead 187. Australia ticking over very nicely today in terms of their run rate, going at better than 4 and over.
Yeah, I've got a few stumps at home from my time.
Well, what's the? Can you remember one souvenir you took and sprinted off the ground?
Oh, there are a few. I don't know. Cornhill.
Yes.
CDs in Australia, and there was a Benson Hedges series long time back in Australia.
Naseem to Warner, leg stump, might be a leg by. They'll get 1 to the tally, none for 65. Looking for the signal from Aleem Dar.
They've got another one which is Carlton's United.
Yes.
Yeah, that stump. So they used to put their monos on it, and you can keep it, and it looks nice in your living room also.
I was watching some YouTube clips of you last night. They popped up courtesy of Rob Belinda, and specifically, I'll show you off air, a catch by Asif Mustafa, from Andrew Jones at short leg from Your Bowling.
Very famous catch, yeah.
Perhaps I think it might be the best short leg catch I've ever seen.
It's not that particular catch, it's just the turnaround after that. I'll tell you a story.
Seemed to finish forward, Usman Khawaja down to mid-on. No run. End of the over. None for 65 the score. Khawaja 34. Warner 29. Our coverage for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Please continue.
That match at Wellington was a very tight match, very close match. We were just defending a very small total. And Andrew Jones, you know that at home, he was probably the best player they had at the time. And I bowled a long spell. I don't know exact what number I bowled. I bowled, I think, 8 overs or 9 overs. And I was really exhausted. And Javed Miandad came up to me and he says, he was the captain, then he says, can you bowl another one? And I said, no, I'm just done. I'm just really exhausted. I'm done. And he goes, can you just bowl one more over for me? Just one over for me. And I said, okay, I'll do that. And the very first delivery,
Sajid to Warner, defending.
And he had this man, Asim Mustafa, at square leg, a short. It wasn't really at a silly point, but it was like maybe 7-8 yards back. And he played a full-blooded on drive, and he just went straight into his bucket.
Sajid to Warner, defending again.
And that was it. That was a turnaround. And I bowled from 8 overs to 14 over spell after that. And I picked up, I think, 5 wickets, and Wasim picked up 5 wickets, and we rolled them over after that. But, you know, sometimes...
Sajid to Warner, dancing before defending. Gets one, though, because mid-on set back to Azhar Ali. Warner 30, none for 66 to lead 189.
So sometimes these sort of catches or these sort of moments really change the mode of the team, and also changes your thinking that you can win or you can lose. It's just a feeling you develop, and we saw it yesterday when Cummins took Azhar Ali's catch, and I think that was the turning point.
It sure was in that test match. I think New Zealand were only chasing about 180 in that stage.
Yeah, it wasn't too many. 160 odd, I think.
4 for 60. Khawaja here gets one to mid-on as well. I'm not sure why Azhar Ali set back there. You've got to be cutting off the one there. None for 67 now the score. So what's that catch was snaffled at short leg? It inspired you to bowl 6 more overs.
Javed Mirdad was, I think, he was at cover point or somewhere. He just came running and he just gave me a hug, and I guess he felt it that things can change now, because things were cruising quite nicely for New Zealand at the time.
Warner facing Sajid in defence.
And then after that, it just started, that spell, the famous spell, the seam bowled. He picked up 5 wicket. He bowled quickly, bowled with the wind, and he was just ripping through them. And then, I had the opportunity from the other end.
Last ball before drinks. Warner on the advance, driving out towards cover. No single in that direction. Ended the 18th over with drinks about to be brought onto the field. We'll say goodbye to Waqar. Younis, thank you for telling a few tales along the way there. Australia, none for 67. They started the day at none for 11 and have added 56 runs without losing a wicket. Warner has 30 and Usman Khawaja 35. After the break, it'll be Geoff Lemon and Peter Lalor taking up the commentary. Our broadcast for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Right of the crease to Warner, up is through cover, gets himself a boundary. Shaheen bowls to Warner, pulling this time, bisecting the 2 fielders out on the road. Beautiful shot, the crease here, over the wicket to Warner, pulling again, this time in front of square. 3 boundaries in the over. What a start from David Warner. Bang, bang, bang. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, edging through the cordon, that's 4.
Bowls to Khawaja, who's edging away for 4. Naseem to Khawaja, he's bowled him. He's gone right through Khawaja.
No, it's a no ball. Oh my God.
They're calling him back. None for 67 is the Australian score at Drinks. SEN Test Cricket. Geoff Lemon here. Peter Lalor with me. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeff. Gee, the Australians have started brightly there, haven't they?
You heard in that highlights, that was a ripper shot by Warner, that pull shot that dissected the field against Shaheen Shah Afridi, his frenemy. We saw that fantastic incident last night where Shaheen Shah Afridi stood over Warner and they were chest to chest, and you're thinking, oh my God, what's going on here? And then they sort of dissolved into giggles, and Warner's put out on his social media accounts later pictures of them hugging with the hearts around them.
With Shaheen with him in a headlock.
Oh yeah, there was that too.
To strangle him.
Yes, because Shaheen is twice the size of Warner.
Yes.
But they're not putting that on.
No.
There's a great feeling in this series, and there's a great feeling about the Australians this morning, the way they're playing, that push through cover that only went for 3, but it was a ripper. I mean, Usman Khawaja had a lucky break, but God's on his side there.
But they both had a lucky break. David Warner nicked one and didn't get no one appealed.
I had dinner last night with a couple of blokes. Now, this is third-hand information, but it's as good as you get from me. So this bloke said to me, they're cricket people. They said they were talking to Barry Richardson some years back and asked Barry, who's your favourite Australian cricketer at the moment? Who's the best batter out there? And now, apologies, Barry, if you didn't say this and you've been misquoted. He said David Warner.
Okay.
He said the way David Warner can steer the ball between fielders and manipulate the field at will is extraordinary. And we know David Warner in his pomp is that cricketer. Now, we haven't seen a lot of that of late, and David, probably hasn't had the tour he wanted, but he still hasn't done that badly. David Warner is one of the great openers in Test cricket, and the second best opener Australian cricketers ever had. David Warner, by numbers, is better than Mark Taylor, better than Gordon Greenwich, better than Slater. You name him. He is 8th on the all-time list at the moment. Sometimes we forget how good David Warner is.
In terms of runs or averages? Or
runs, okay, yeah, good point. Runs.
Yes.
Runs scored. So he scored 7,700 runs before this innings at 47. There are only 7 openers in the history of cricket who scored more runs, and he's done it at a hell of a pace too. All of the players above him, bar Boycott, played more than 200 tests. He's played 172. Innings, yes.
Only one guy with 200 tests. Starting a new over, it's Hassan Ali bowling down the leg side. Surprise, surprise. That's been his modus operandi for the entire Test match.
Yeah, that'll keep run rate down. Having said all that, he'll now get knocked over first delivery.
Of course.
But I want to put it on record there that sometimes we take David Warner a little bit for granted how good he is.
Yes.
And what a reformed character he is. He's really interesting attitude now, hasn't he?
He's had many phases, many stages. It's like when you look at rock strata and it can tell you different geological eras. There are the different eras of Warner. Hassan bowls down the leg side once again, scooting along the ground through to the wicket-keeper. Cannot get his line right to the left-handers.
Well, if we want to take it to geology, I reckon there's a moment where the comet hits the planet. And, did you read that sort of what I think is an apocryphal article? I think it was in the Atlantic. It's about an 8,000-word piece about this guy who's found this point where the dinosaurs are wiped out and all the... it's a bit sus. Okay. But nonetheless, in geological terms, you can see the point where the comet hit the Warner substrata, if you like. But the change in him is genuine. He's a happy man, happily married, 3 kids, happy with what he's achieved in cricket, and happy to do what the team wants of him. And he always has been that person.
Hassan Ali runs up to Khawaja and is driving into the covers, won't get a run. You're someone who's had a lot of conversations with David Warner over the years. What do you think? What do you think he's going to do? Because I remember, a few years ago he was sort of making noises about soon I'll have to give away at least a format or 2 for Australia, and that's it. Played still in a few years. Would that have given him a recharge? I think it might have. Yeah, it's a good point. I think it has extended his Test career in a way by denying those games, and those games he lost in that year's ban. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, defending, back to the bowler.
He contains multitudes, David Warner. Some of them are incredibly frustrating and perverse, bizarre.
Yes.
But he's fascinated with business. And putting money into start-up firms, investing in this and that. And he's got a really sharp mind. You can see it in the way he plays cricket. He's got one of the sharper cricket brains out there. He doesn't have a great education, never did a business degree, probably finished school, Matraville High or wherever he went, but got a very sharp mind.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, who's cutting off the back foot, won't get a run as he hits it straight to cover. Number 67 still.
So there you go.
Okay.
I've been blowing David Warner's trumpet for a while. Let's blow the team's trumpet. They have really got off to a great start here, haven't they?
And it is safest to do it while he's at the non-striker's end, because at least that's a solid choice.
Just to give away all the tricks, I had all that ready and I was keeping my fingers crossed he didn't get out before I got into the chair, because I would have had nothing. I've got nothing on Marnus Labuschagne.
No.
Don't even know him. I struggle to pronounce his name.
Well, there's a couple of variations. The South African and the Australian, as Khawaja comes forward outside the off stump, blocks the ball away into the covers. 19 overs gone. The score is none for 67.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
And they're up. It's none for 67. Here in Lahore, Warner and Khawaja doing the job, pushing Australia into a lead. It's up to 190 now. And they've still got 10 wickets in hand. A couple of days to play. Sajid Khan, the off-spin around the wicket to Warner, who's defending. One that straightens a little bit down the line of the stumps. No run.
So it's sort of like this post-COVID in the commentary box, isn't it? We've gone back to the office again, if anyone's wondering what happened to all the noise. We've been banished from our outdoor commentary position.
Well, we ran away from it in the end. Warner down the wicket, lofts it. Over wide, long on, and he'll pick up 4 runs. Bold sort of shot, used his feet, skips down, none for 71. Warner goes on to 34. You can still hear some of the trumpets and so on in the effects mic, but where we were outside, there were hundreds of them all around us, and in the end, nobody could actually hear the commentary. They could only hear the trumpets.
Geoff, when I get home to Marrickville and I'm lying in bed, for the next month I'll hear those bleeping trumpets, I swear. It'll be PTSD.
Developing a nervous tick. Sajid Khan bowls flat at a Warner this time. Drives it down to Azhar Ali at mid-on, no run.
I'm sure I will develop post-trumpet stress disorder.
It is something that stays with you after you leave this part of the world. Sajid Khan, the flat, and Warner's cutting. Not getting through the field. They've got cover set fairly well back.
I'll never be able to listen to my New Orleans records again.
Yeah. There is a real sort of improv jazz feel to it. Completely discordant, horrible to listen to. I'm sure someone would say there was music in it.
I'm a trad man.
Sajid Khan, flat, and Warner is cutting into the gap this time and trotting through for a single as he gets that just enough in front of square to make that fielder run around to the left. None for 72, the score.
Don't mind the Meters, though. Not a bad little band. They went on to become the Neville Brothers.
Okay.
Backed a woman called Betty Harris, one of the great singers of our time. The People's Aretha Franklin.
Sajid, flight to Khawaja, just comes forward on the front foot and defends into the covers. No run. The over comes to an end. 20 of them gone. It is none for 72.
Here comes the Kia Stonic SUV. Step up into the sportiest SUV on the block and see it all with an elevated ride height. Packed with a turbocharged punch, up-to-date smart tech, striking two-tone colour range. Hold up. And Australia's best 7-year warranty? The Kia Stonic SUV. You up?
Australia batting on. They're 195 in front. They're none for 72 in the second Australian innings, the third innings of the match. We're going to see some more fast bowling from Hassan Ali. Slip in place. He's bowling to Warner, who's coming forward onto the front foot, defending a full ball. Hassan trying to get his line. He's struggled. He did get the edge of Warner's bat earlier. A tiny nick, a faint nick, and it was so faint that nobody heard it. And they didn't appeal, which means sort of philosophically you can't be too upset that it wasn't out if nobody thought it was out.
It's a tree in the forest, mate.
It is.
Let's have a look at Warner's numbers after this delivery, his numbers for this series.
Hassan Ali to Warner, who's leaving watchfully outside the off stump.
So in the first test at Rawalpindi, or Royal Pindi, as some of our colleagues like to call it, he scored 68. Good start, left 100 out there, quite disappointed. Didn't go as well in Karachi, 36 and a 7. Sajid Khan got him when he exposed his stumps, didn't he, from memory?
That's right, backed away to cut and then broke out.
So, not quite the tour he's wanted to have. 43, 100, you know, he's only going at a mid-30s average, something like that. He'd like to fill his boots here.
Hassan to Warner, who's driving straight to cover. Sharp work in the field. There'll be no run. Babar Azam doing the work out there.
But David, as I said, he's playing for the team. He can't sort of settle in and play for his average. Australia need to move at a reasonable clip here, because if they get bogged down, they'll eliminate any chance of winning this game.
Well, an average doesn't really mean anything, especially in a three-test series. What means something is what kind of innings you play and what's required of you. Hassan Ali round the wicket to Warner, who plays it to the leg side this time and can't beat mid-wicket.
Well, Geoff, I reckon there are some cricketers who played for averages in their life. There have been some who are selfish players, and there are others. There's not a lot of them. I think they are the exceptions. But you need to get out here and bat for the team. There are times when you see captains, you know, just out of their mind with frustration on the balcony. What are you doing? Soaking up deliveries, looking up, trying to get a not out in the book.
I think an average, say, over a career can tell you a story. Hassan Ali bowling to Warner, full and turned to mid-wicket again, no run. But I think an average over something like a three-test series, where you might have 5 innings in the series, it's too small a sample size to actually mean anything. You have to look at the innings individually. What were they? What was required? The first innings at Rawalpindi, that was important because Australia had been in the field for 2 days. They really needed their openers to come out and put a big partnership together, and they did.
Something's going on here, Geoff. Hang on.
What is happening? The umpires are coming over to have a chat to Usman Khawaja. Well, he's having a chat
they're
to
coming up to the other end. But now they're coming up to talk to Warner.
Okay.
Something about running on the wickets, I think.
So Aleem Dar is looking at the pitch a few metres in front of the popping crease.
He's telling Usman Khawaja to just keep his peace. Now, David's saying...
We'll hear them in the stump line.
That is the why we protecting the area. You showing in the rule book, that's what I have to do. That is the rule. Yes, after that. After saying we lost the wicket. Yes, you have to get it.
You show me in the rule book where it says what I have to do, says David Warner.
Yeah, well, Warner's pointing out that if he doesn't... Like, the umpires are saying that where he runs off, on the leg side to complete a single, he's damaging the pitch, but he's getting off the pitch quickly, and he's saying, what, you want me to run off onto the other side? Is that what he's saying? And which is ridiculous. I think he has every reason to argue his case here, and they're still going. Sorry.
Well, we can't pick up anything more from the stump mics there. They've just moved away from the microphones, but they're still having a conversation about this. This is going on for a long period of time. Ahsan Raza was saying this is why we have to protect the area. And David Warner is saying, well, you show me where it says that that's what I have to do.
And Usman Khawaja is defending his teammate with some, you know...
He's doing some shadow batting and saying that if you get onto the front foot, you naturally go off the pitch to the leg side, not to the off side.
Yeah, and the Pakistan team's around, and David's showing them what's happening. Baba's talking to now. I mean, it's...
This is peculiar. You see...
Hang on, listen now.
After the ball release करें, फिर आपको step allowed है. Khawaja, I know you can do that. Please do it.
Now Mohammed Rizwan's in there being the comic relief as usual.
I know you can't do that and running around in circles around the stumps.
Doing some Fred Astaire work around the stumps down there.
Dear.
So Warner's finally back, scratches his guard, wanders off towards square leg. Now, I don't know what was agreed there, what the consensus position was, but Babar Azam was in there pointing at parts of the pitch, basically saying, we don't want you scuffing these up so that Australia can bowl there later in the day.
Well, it wasn't conducted in a heated manner, but it was in a vigorously defended.
Here's a delivery, left alone outside the off stump. Actual cricket, who would have thought it? The last ball of the 21st over, which belatedly comes to an end. It is none for 72.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test Cricket. The score is none for 72. Usman Khawaja, David Warner, 35 each, and Khawaja's defending a ball from Sajid Khan. The Australians none for 72. It's the third innings. That means their lead is 195. All right, we're finally getting some replays of Warner on the protected area, which is him taking one step forward after he plays the ball, which I think you're allowed to do.
Well, you're going with the momentum of the shot, aren't you?
Sajid bowls to Khawaja, who cuts late, languidly. Lovely shot, slowing up just inside the rope. Won't entirely get four because Shaheen Shah Afridi does some acrobatic work, dives over the top of the ball, taps it back, shows off for the crowd. He's not always the best in the field, and he's hurt his back a bit with that landing, but he has saved a run for what it's worth. None for 75. Khawaja 38.
That was lovely. Did a roll, a tumble over the ropes, got to his feet, bounced off the fence as if it was the ropes in a wrestling ring, but they don't quite have the same give, unfortunately. Good bit of fielding. Get the ball in.
Shah off the top rope, that would be something to see. Sajid Khan bowls to Warner, who defends into the onside.
Now, it's difficult for the batsman here, because if that's in your head, well, where am I going to put my feet? What am I going to do? It's going to trip you up, isn't it?
Well, you're trying to get onto the front foot in order to play the ball, and then you have to take another step forward with that momentum.
You would have thought so. You're not here.
Sajid to Warner, who advances and defends, and he's saying, well, I'm allowed to come out of my crease and walk on the pitch if I'm advancing to the ball. You can't tell me off for that. And umpire Hassan Raza is making a couple of signals. I don't know what they expect David Warner to do.
Well, and it didn't look like it was the Pakistan team complaining.
Sajid bowls to Warner, who digs out a full ball back to the bowler. I don't know if you noticed, but after he came down the pitch, he gave a very pointed look to umpire Raza after he advanced to that last ball, as if to say, did you see that? Is that okay? Well, it is. You have to be able to come out to meet the ball. It's in the laws, and Warner backs away and punches a run into the covers. He'll keep the strike for the next over. The score is none for 76. After the break, it'll be Adam Collins.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson, covering everything from Formula One to V8 supercars.
TCR Championship leader and host of the Parked Up podcast, Tony D'Alberto, joined us to wrap up the round at Phillip Island.
Stevie J. Did you want me to ask the next question?
Well, we had the same problem on our podcast as well. Grant will look at me and I'll look at him, and then, someone's going to ask a question.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
The lead's up to 199. It started at 134 today. Australia making their way to none for 76. Adam Collins joining Pete Lawler. And Hassan Ali having another crack from the pavilion end. Yes, I was up on the roof of the ground watching David Warner gesticulating down at the pitch a couple of overs ago. Hassan bowls. Warner goes back, pushing out towards point, no run. It didn't look like he was bluing with the Pakistani fielders or the umpires. He was just making his point to them that I am going to occupy this area, and you can kind of work it out yourselves.
Well, he defended himself firmly, but not with aggression. He wasn't out of line. And got to say, seems to have a very valid point. It is the umpires who bring this up. It's not the Pakistan fielders. Sure. And it is the umpires. Bharat tells me, because Bharat's our umpiring expert, that that's the umpire's duty to look after the pitch. But normally you'd have the opposition coming in and saying, he's running on the pitch.
Hassan Ali in his sixth over, bowls to Warner here, steering away off the front foot, just in front of point, gets a single. He's 37, none for 77 the score. The lead an even 200. So they clear another little threshold along the way. A long way from being in a position to pull the pin, but because of the foundation they've laid, they should be in a few hours from now or thereabouts.
And it's an interesting thing for the inexperienced umpire to bring up. Hassan Raza has only in the recent years been appointed to the elite umpires panel. The senior umpire out there is Alim Dar.
Hassan Ali around the wicket to Khawaja, hits him on the pad. Shout for league before. He was walking down the pitch when contact was made. Hard to give that out. Aleem Dar having turned it down. Consultation between Hassan Ali and his captain, Babar Azam. He brings Rizwan in as well. And he will go upstairs. With 3 reviews remaining, it's probably one of those that's worth a little dart in the circumstances that they found themselves in now, Pakistan.
Well, he was a hell of a long way forward, and we're behind the delivery here, but it seemed to hit him pretty high, so it's ambitious unless they think the ball was dying and skidding through. We'll wait and see. But we saw some hysterical reviews by the Australians yesterday early in the game. Oh.
I'll tell you what.
Actually, I'm wrong. He hit him on the back pad.
Well, he did shimmy a long way down the track. So that will be where the element of doubt is for the umpire, Aleem Dar. But watching the technology, it looks like the bottom of the bat, the Q end of the bat has been kissed on the way through to the pad. So maybe the very bottom of the outside edge. In any case, he'll be staying put. Khawaja will not be removed leg before wicket, and Pakistan will lose their review. So they've got 2 left, and Australia have got all 3. The score remains none for 77. I can see why they went upstairs, though. That would have been a very difficult edge to detect, and Khawaja was hit on the back pad in front of middle stump.
Yes, for my own peace of mind, I'd like to see where that delivery ended up, but it's closer than I thought. As I say, we are behind the batsman here.
So Khawaja 38, Warner 37, that lead 200, the most important number on the scoreboard here. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja in the block hole, pushed out towards backward point, no single this time.
Peace of Mind, beautiful song by Neil Young and Nicolette Larson. Comes a time, 1972, dearly departed Nicolette Larson. I think she played the flute. She went on to cover a single off that album.
I'm going to have to take your word on all of that. That's fine.
It's one of Neil's great country and western records. It's a really nice record.
Hassan Ali at the pavilion end, running away from that phalanx of floodlights. Up to the crease now. Bowls, wide of it. Striking Khawaja on the pad again, but this time clearly drifting down the leg side. He didn't make contact. Ball spills into the onside, no single, no leg by.
Awful return to mid-off. It's gone over his head and all the way down to the boundary, but it won't be overthrows because it was a dead ball.
Ball was dead. Mentioned I went up on the roof before.
What were you doing up there, Adam?
Just taking photos, chatting to the guys with the drone, which is part of the TV coverage, chatting to a few of the security, military men who are there with their guns pointed the other way, looking towards the rooftops outside the ground, as we saw at Rawalpindi a few weeks ago.
They're pretty good with their guns here. I mean, there are a hell of a lot of guns. There are guns everywhere, but most of them point down, I'm pleased to say.
That is true. Hassan Ali bowls and Khawaja defends out towards mid-wicket. It is a strange experience, though. We'll come back to it at the end of the over. We are here. The lead is 200, none for 77. Khawaja 38, Warner 37. Our coverage for Henley Homes, built with confidence, henley.com.au.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Adam Collins and Pete Lawler with you on the call here at Gaddafi Stadium. Sajid Khan starting a fresh over away from us. He's bowled well this morning, delivering here to Warner. 2 catching men round the wicket. Reverse sweep, shout for leg before. Warner missed it. Umpire Raza shakes his head. They burnt a review in the previous over. I can see why he was interested. That went on with the arm. Would have hit him, I suppose, outside the off stump, but whenever you miss a reverse sweep to an off spinner around the wicket as a left-hander, there's going to be an appeal. Babar Azam not interested in the review. Watching the replay back here, Pete Lawler. It definitely pitched outside the off stump. Went not quite straight on. Hit Warner probably on the glove as well rather than the thigh pad. Sajid goes again. Warner finds the gap at cover. Classy shot. Gets himself a boundary and moves into the 40s. Went deep in the crease. Wasn't that short. Beautifully played. Australia's 9th boundary. They're none for 81. That lead up to 204.
It's looking very good for Australia this morning session. It's gone just how they would have dreamt about it last night. You do see a lot of guns. You kind of get used to it after a while. At first, it's a bit alarming as an Australian to see machine guns everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Driving back from dinner the other night, there was an interesting scene.
Sajid delivers and Warner comes forward to defend.
In that old part of town, in that old bazaar, there was a little cricket bat shop about as wide as Matthew Hayden's shoulders, and the next door down was a gun shop, which was equally as small. It took me back to that town up in Pashtunkar.
Pick your weapon. Sajid bowls and forward comes Warner. There's a single to cover, so he's played it through there earlier in the over and dropped it at his feet this time. Good batting. None for 82 Australia. Warner is 42, the lead 205.
Time to make a cup of tea if you don't want to hear one of my boring stories from the past. Dara Adamkar is a town up in the northwest frontier province. It is the wild, wild, wild west. Never seen anything like it.
To Khawaja bowls here. Khawaja dances before flicking. There's one wide of mid-on. Azhar Ali does the fielding. Khawaja 39, none for 83. The
hair, all that stuff. Got a police permit. Jumped on a bus by myself and went to this place, and it looked like the film, you know, like a western village from the Wild West. It had it's a row of shops, shanty shops along a dirt road in a valley. Those shops are the most incredible shops I have ever seen in my life. I'll tell you about them soon.
We'll push on through after the end of the over here. Last ball from Sajid. Slip in a short leg. Warner dances before defending. Out towards mid-wicket. 24 overs gone. 72 runs in the session. Australia at none for 83. Warner 42. Khawaja 39. Please continue, Pete Lawler.
Memory's deceptive. But I reckon, look, if there was 48 little shanty shops on that main street, 24 of them sold one thing, 20 of them sold another, and 4 sold Coca-Cola and chocolates. 20 of them had these strange little squares in the window, A4 sheets, brown sheets. What the hell's that? And they had these, like, spice shop. They had these piles of spices. And the guys kept saying, come in, come in, come in. I said, oh, what are you selling? I went in. The A4 sheets were hashish. The piles of spice were heroin. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. I'm getting out of here right quick. But the other 24 shops, and this is the most interesting thing, coming back to the guns, in my opinion.
Hassan Ali, new over to Khawaja on 39. Wide of the crease, inside edge, spills out just onto the track. No concerns in the end, but in no control of the shot.
Now, clearly my memory exaggerates this, but if you Google it, it is true. Are these little open shots with a very primitive lathe where they are making every gun known to man. I'm talking AK-47s, pistols, pen pistols. I'm not a gun person, but they were just guns everywhere. And it's just these guys in showa kamisas with a little lathe working on metal pipes, assembling these basically counterfeit machine guns, counterfeit pistols, counterfeit what you want.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, driving, can't beat cover.
And the thing is, if they see a tourist there, which I was one, they want you to come into the shop because part of the way they generate income is trying to sell you a pen pistol that you will smuggle back and get arrested for, but also by taking you out to shoot the guns. Somehow I got picked up by the police and being somewhat anxious about the entire situation, taken down a back lane, thought I was going to be arrested. I was taken to their brother's gun shop and told I had to go out back and shoot a machine gun, an AK-47. I'm a pacifist, Adam.
When in Rome. Hassan to Khawaja, deep in the crease, knows the call after placing it to backward point.
I projected my metrosexual credentials and insisted that I only go out and shoot a pistol because I really didn't want to shoot a machine gun. I later learnt that the real trick there was to get the rocket launcher and a goat.
I hope this doesn't go where I think it's going to go.
Apparently it does.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Anyway, sometimes I think I've dreamt those things. Anyway, back to the cricket.
Hassan Ali around the wicket. Bowling to Khawaja, who defends out towards mid-off. Didn't think we'd be talking about rocket launchers and goats.
No, let's move on. I actually regret bringing that up. And get this, I was a hardcore vegetarian at the time. I hadn't eaten meat for 10 years. You know, the last thing I was going to do was, you know. Well, let's talk about the goats like Nathan Lyon and the cricket. I feel I've gone too far. I'm embarrassed. I'm folding up my book. I'm getting off the coverage.
We're in the third innings of a test match where they're racking up declaration runs. If you can ever drift, now's the time. Hassan Ali, 2 balls left in the 25th over. Bowls to Khawaja, out of the block hole. down towards mid-on, no single. So the lead is at 206. It's been pegged back a gear or so, Australia. They were rattling along earlier today, half a dozen boundaries in the first 20 minutes, but they've been pegged back as the ball's got a fraction older, as has been the pattern throughout the series, but this is when it should start reversing as well. Won't be long before we see Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah back into the attack.
The shot of David Warner's shoes there. Now, from memory last night when I was rushing around, I saw on his social media account that he has the names of his wife and children written on those shoes. I wonder if we can get another shot.
Hassan, last ball of his over to Khawaja, defends down to mid-on. Pete, you can take a look as you are leaving us in the summariser position with Bharat Sundaresan joining you. The score is none for 83. The lead 206 with Warner 42. Khawaja 39. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you now on the call. Bharat, welcome to the commentary for the first time today. I doubt you're going to continue the conversation around weapons that Pete drove us down there. All I did was say I was up on the roof and saw some members of the military. It's like, I'm going to latch onto that, and here we go. But it's always worth buying the ticket to the Pete Lawler train.
Well, my hippie stories have more to do with the Caribbean and Africa. We might come to it sometime tomorrow if Australia aren't taking wickets. They do not involve guns. I'm all about peace.
I'd imagine that's the case for Noman Ali as well. Looks like the kind of guy who you'd like to have over for dinner. He's going to bowl his first over of the innings. Away from us at the Waqar Younis end. Australia at none for 83. Pakistan need a breakthrough here. They need to give themselves an opportunity to dictate terms when the ball starts reversing, because these two men are set. Warner on 42 on strike. Two catching men close to the bat. Warner dances down the track before defending. Now, umpire Raza has immediately pointed down to Warner. I'm not sure if this is the continuation of their discussion around the protected area. There's an extra helmet being brought out as well for the wicketkeeper Rizwan, who was keeping in the cap. You very rarely see that in modern cricket.
Yeah.
But he's got the lid on now. As Pete and Geoff were discussing before, you're our resident badged umpire. Interested for your interpretation of the stoush between Raza and Warner. Noman Ali over the wicket, short leg and a slip, delivering to Warner, who sweeps hard through the onside over mid-wicket, gets plenty of it. Has it gone all the way for 6? It has. Great contact. Warner to 48. Australia none for 89. That lead up to 212. And, well, if they were looking to hit quick runs early in the day to put pressure onto Pakistan, they've done precisely that.
Yeah, David Warner's not staying back for the white ball leg of this tour. He's showing off what he can do.
I'll tell you what, that's nearly cleared the barbed wire fence that separates the crowd from the grass. That's about 20 metres over the rope. A huge playing surface here at Gaddafi Stadium. I lost that through our double glazed window here, but 6 of the best for Warner. 2 away from a half century. Facing up against Noman Ali. Dancing again through the offside. Will he beat mid off? He will not. Naseem Shah does the fielding. Warner 49, Australia none for 90 to lead 213.
Yeah, he has so many fans now in Pakistan and he would want to entertain them. It's a perfect day to do that, not just to set up a declaration for Australia, to give them what they'll be missing out on because he'll be leaving in a couple of days' time. Yeah, he's shown.
Leave them wanting more, says Warner. And this will have meant a bit to him today. I mean, he's got a great record when building declaration runs. They needed Warner to come out and play this kind of hand. Khawaja, his turn on 39. Looks to sweep, thinks better of it, pushing out towards cover. Just to pick up the protected area conversation, your impression of that before?
Now, I will come to the protected area conversation, Adam, but I don't want our listeners to think I'm some boring sook who just talks about cricket. I do have a tour story as well, which I won't get into. It did involve some violence.
Okay, well, we've got time for that as well. Time for everything here in SEN Test cricket. Noman bowls reverse sweep Khawaja. Out towards deep third, plays it well, gets it fine, gets a couple. Well run. Khawaja into the 40s with Warner. None for 92 the score, the lead up to 215.
I'm not going into the details, but it involved a twerk bar in the middle of nowhere in Zimbabwe.
Okay.
The rest of it, yeah, I mean, that's what you do when you're in the middle of nowhere in Zimbabwe if you need a drink.
Did you say a Turkish bar?
A twerk bar.
A twerk bar. Okay. I'll take your word for it. You're leaving the listeners wanting more now. End of the 26th over. Noman Ali bowls here. Khawaja back in the crease, defending out into the onside. Another productive over for the visitors. They're in the lead by 215 runs with Khawaja 41, Warner 49. Our coverage for Henley Holmes delivering affordability.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
About 20 minutes until lunch on the fourth morning. One that's been productive for Australia, adding 81 runs. The lead up to 215. And we were storyboarding what a declaration might look like when we began our coverage today. But, well, it's moved on a bit, hasn't it, with Australia not losing a wicket so far in the session. Shaheen Shah Afridi is back, though, for the 27th over. This was exactly the moment that Stark was brought back yesterday when the ball was 26 overs old. So Babar Azam taking his cues from Pat Cummins then. If he can get it moving around a little bit, going the other way, then there might be a breakthrough in the offing. But these two have looked good. Shaheen's bowled 5 overs so far. He's been expensive. None for 32. Into his mate Warner. Over the wicket. Back of a length. Warner defends from the crease out to cover. Loud roar of no.
Was to finish on the twerk bar. I just wasn't involved in it, but I just got caught in the middle of a proper bar fight. And was there with a couple of local friends. Jump on top of them just to protect them from the bar fight. And I had a guy lying on my shoulder being punched repeatedly. I could feel every punch, even though they were thankfully not landing on my jaw.
Shaheen to the crease, bowls to Warner on 49. Gets himself a half century. No sent back by Khawaja. Down towards backward point. He wanted one. There wasn't one there. It stays at number 92.
But coming back to the stadium in Lahore and to the conversation that umpire Ehsan Raza was having with David Warner, it's Law 41, which talks about unfair play, and it's 14.1, the article in it. It speaks about batter damaging the pitch, and we'll come to it maybe after the ball.
Now you continue, Bharat. Shaheen to the crease. Warner still on 49, and he'll stay there. Tries to work it off the back foot through cover. Ends up at mid-off, no single.
So it's not so much a question of David Warner using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, which you're allowed to do, of course. But what the law says is it's unfair if the striker enters the protected area and doesn't move immediately thereafter. And that is what Ehsan Raza was pointing out to David Warner. That extra step that he was taking and not getting off the protected area.
So after he completed his dance, Freddie bowls to Warner. There's the single. There's his 50th.
Tommy, I'm heading back to yours now. You forgot your phones, Goose. Yeah. Hey. No, but I'm heading back to yours because one of your phones rang. You left them here. Is that what you're calling about? Alright, I think I know where to go. I'm like on the street, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, I was barely. There we go. Found your road. Alright, no worries.
delivery, and the front foot is fine this time, unless a late call comes down from the third umpire. This time, a wicket will fall. It was Khawaja who was reprieved, but Warner has to go for 51. Australia 1 for 96.
Oh, they might be friends of the field, and the first thing Shaheen Afridi has done is walk across to David Warner and shake his hand. This would be the last time they'll be coming across each other in this series. What a delivery. We thought Mitchell Starc had bowled the ball of the series.
That's just as good.
Absolutely. This angled in and then left David Warner at the last second.
That's the same delivery in mirror image.
Pretty much.
You've got, he's coming over the wicket, the left armour. He's bowling to a left-hander instead of a right-hander. But he's got the ball to shape in an inverse way to what Starc did yesterday, coming in, moving away, knocking off stump out of the ground. And I've never seen a player with a broad smile just after they've been dismissed. But David Warner gave a big beaming smile to Shaheen as if to say, well bowled, my friend, as they shook hands before he walked off. I've never seen a bowler shake the batsman's hand just after knocking him over, unless they're on 250 or something when they go off. So,
especially after the stump has been sent cartwheeling, which we rarely see happen these days. So Shaheen Shah Afridi enjoyed it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but David Warner being, I think, sort of enjoyed it as well, being clean bowled by his friend. Like you said, it was almost like he said, if it's you, it's fine.
If it's you, it's okay. If it's a delivery that good, it's okay. And it probably helps to have 51 next to your name when you go off.
Yeah, I guess the match situation also helps where Australia's so far ahead.
Yeah, I think if they were desperately clinging on to save the test match on the last day, he might not have been all smiles when he went off. But Australia are 219 ahead with 9 wickets in hand. So it would be pretty hard for them to stuff it up from here. Marnus Labuschagne, a.k.a. Marnus Labuschagne, as they're going with the proper Afrikaans pronunciation in Pakistan. While we're at it, Usman Khawaja, as they say in Australia, Usman Khawaja.
Usman Khawaja. Khawaja.
As they do in Pakistan. So that pair together in the middle. Labuschagne taking guard, working out what the field will be. Just the one slip, gully, backward point. Both a cover and a short cover, plus a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. So 6-3 field. Shaheen will come around the wicket, the left armour, so he'll have to avoid straying, and he does stray down the leg side. Marnus can't get a touch on it. Rizwan takes it tumbling across, but if Shaheen bowls there with 3 on the leg side, he'll be picked off for runs all day.
And Marnus wouldn't mind picking off a single at least. He's on a pair for the second time in this series. But just going back to that delivery from Shaheen Afridi also tells you this is the danger period for the batting team. Once you get into over number 26, 27, Adam mentioned it when Shaheen Afridi was brought back into the spell. This is where batting becomes difficult. Doesn't last for too long, but if you can survive the next 20 overs, you're good to go.
Shaheen to Labuschagne, who defends solidly on that occasion. Just saw the replay there that Shaheen also gave Warner a little pat on the cheek. Just a little, you know, like a naughty kid who just done something good and had to be praised for it.
Yeah. I mean, they created one meme yesterday. Okay. I'm sure there'll be plenty. They'll be doing the rounds around lunchtime today. I think some in the press box would be really, really excited by the memes going around.
I haven't spotted the meme material. Is it 1 frame or 2 frames?
Just the 1 frame from last night.
1 for 96. Shaheen to Labuschagne, who steps across and leaves. I would have thought the best thing to do would be have the 2 frames, the one where they look very stern and the one where they're laughing. You know, and then you could have me when I'm doing X and then me when I'm doing Y, that kind of thing.
I'm sure someone's got onto it for sure. People don't take too long to jump into their memes.
If someone can knock that together for me, that would be great.
Marnus Labuschagne's been part of one.
The no-run meme.
The no-run meme, his look has gone viral.
Yeah.
The look of despondency.
Yeah, it's up there with sad Liam Livingstone, isn't it? Sad Marnus Labuschagne. Shaheen, a long pause. Long legs as well. Runs into Labuschagne, who's opening the face and looking for that single behind point. The Fawad Alam goes tumbling across and saves. He's got to do something to earn his match fee. Hasn't done a lot in this series. Took a catch in Karachi. That's about it.
Yeah.
A handful of runs.
I compare his batting performances in this series to me being on a keto diet in Pakistan.
Not many options.
Yeah. Especially when there are like there's a feast laid out and everybody else is gorging on it.
19 runs, is it, in the series? Fawad Alam. Well, he'll have one more chance. He might have to bat to save the match. Shaheen to Labuschagne, who keeps out of Yorker. Plays it out to cover. No run from the last ball of the 29th over. Australia 1 for 96. They lead by 219.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Match Cricket, Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Australia right on top. Yesterday was Pakistan Day, but it ended up being Australia's day on the field. 7 for 20 they took at the back end of the Pakistan innings to set up this dominant position in the match. They couldn't convert a dominant position in Karachi. They'll have to see if they can do it here. Should be a little more assistance from this surface, but not a great deal. Still looks pretty decent to bat on, as long as you have some patience. Khawaja has that in spades, and he comes forward and defends the ball from Sajid Khan, the off-spinner, who's still going.
You'd expect the 80 overs to be played out in 3 phases. 80 overs with the ball. Easy to bat for the first 20-25 overs, and difficult for the next 25 overs.
Sajid flights it to Khawaja, who leaves.
And then maybe difficult to score for the next 30-odd overs, but not very difficult to survive, unless, of course, you have Patrick Cummins bowling.
Makes a difference. Sajid Khan bowls a little straighter. Khawaja defends, so not doing anything particularly aggressive against the spinner. Probably could be the last over before lunch. We might just sneak in one more. Lots of loop this time from Sajid, and Khawaja does get a run, drives it out to deep point for the single. He's got 44. Australia 1 for 97.
And that will also be something that Pat Cummins will take into consideration. You'd want to have 2 goes wherein he gets, of course, that period between overs number 20 and 45 with the first new ball, but also then, if possible, with the second new ball. How many overs are we talking there, Geoff? To declare around 100 and...
Need at least
120, 130, yeah. 130 overs, I would think.
Pakistan taking their sweet time to change the field, which means this probably will be the last over. They've stuffed this up, Pakistan. The 2 balls to bowl, left alone outside the off stump. Big shout from Sajid, who goes running away to cover and then puts his hands on his hips. Instead of doing that, my friend, bowl the last delivery and get another over in before lunch. With the ball doing a bit. Shaheen Afridi warmed up, ready to go. He's just taken a wicket. And this is incredibly poor from Pakistan, still taking his time. At last he'll bowl. The sweep shot from Manas. Runs away off the bottom edge to square leg. So it's 11:59. That's the over. And they will call lunch, even though the clock is not quite ticked up. So the umpire's clock perhaps has. Hassan Raza says that is the lunch break. The score is 1 for 97. Australia leading by 220 runs. If you haven't caught up with the match action so far, Australia won the toss and chose to bat. Made 391 in the first innings. Naseem Shah and Shaheen Afridi 4 wickets apiece. Khawaja top scored with 91. Pakistan made 268 all out, losing 7 for 20 at the back end. Abdullah Shafiq top scored with 81. Pat Cummins 5 for 56. Mitchell Starc 4 for 33. And that leaves Australia well on top. That big lead, 220 in front. They'll have another session or so to bat, and then they'll be thinking about when they might pop Pakistan in. We'll be back with you for the second session after the lunch break on SEN and Test Cricket.
On that basis, I either way, yeah, sort of being left out was not really ideal, and sort of was a bit of a tough time. But we all know within this squad that some tough decisions need to be made at different times when we've got such a strong squad over here.
Thank you.
Russ, do you want to jump in?
I will, thank you. Just wondering, obviously there was a big build-up to this tournament. You got through 6 games undefeated. We're closer to the pointy end now. Are you guys starting to feel that sense that sort of you're really at the business end of the tournament now? Yeah, we are. It's something that we've identified throughout the whole tournament so far, that we're building towards this, business end of the tournament, that we're still... I see Ash Gardner made comments the other day that we're looking for the perfect game, but ultimately we're just looking to improve each and every game in different areas, and we do have a bit to improve on still, particularly with the ball, I guess, that obviously against South Africa we weren't able to take wickets up front, but we were able to hold them, and sort of just needing to tighten up in a few areas, which I think is really exciting considering we've gone through undefeated whilst still identifying areas that we can improve on. And those 2 massive run chases against, obviously, your potential challenges for your final meet against India first and South Africa. I mean, what does that do for the confidence in the group? Because, you chase those down, you're probably going to confront those teams again. So what does that do? Yeah, it's huge, particularly for our batting group. We sort of know as a bowling group, sort of at the halfway mark, that we didn't really execute in some areas, but then also identifying how good of a batting wicket it was. And it was a really pleasing thing for our batting group to be able to go out and put a marker out there and I guess make a statement that obviously the Indian game got a bit closer than we would have liked. But then, the way that the likes of Meg Lanning went about the run chase, we know she's almost the queen of run chases. Her stats don't lie, and it was just incredible for her particularly, as well as all the other batters to be able to chip in and around her, particularly coming into obviously our last round game and then the finals. Hopefully that gives them even more confidence in higher pressure games. And just sort of non-World Cup question, did your eyes light up a little bit yesterday when you heard that your former Brisbane Heat teammate Ash Barty might be available to play cricket again, and what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I was pretty shocked and pretty sad to read the news. I thought it was a bit of a joke initially, but I think that was something that Ash was always good at, that she played to the beat of her own drum, and she was never out there for being in the spotlight or getting all the glory. She just set out and wanted to achieve certain goals, and feeling like she's done that she now has other goals, and obviously she's engaged now as well, and family's a really big thing for her, so wouldn't surprise me if that was the main driver, to be able to spend a lot more time with family. And I mean, there's going to be a number of different sporting codes in our era, I can guarantee that, but I think she deserves a well-earned break for the next little while. Do you think you might, a little bit down the track, send a cheeky message and just find out what she's thinking, or would you obviously welcome her back to the Heat if she put her hand up? Yeah, well, to be fair, we'll have her back in and around the Heat in any capacity, whether that's on the playing field or in a mentor type role. She's an incredible athlete, an incredible person, and she's somebody that any sporting team or any team in general will be very lucky to have her around in whatever capacity that may be. Good on you. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Ross. LJ.
Hey, Jess. Going back to the stuff about selection, Australia have made changes to the bowling attack every single game. How, as a group, do you guys, manage that, and how do you personally prepare yourself for whatever might happen? Because I know you've talked about finding it difficult being on the sidelines at past World Cups. Yeah, I think it's different for each person, but we've had sort of role clarity meetings at the start of this tournament, and I guess prior to this tournament at the Ashes as well, that players were really, I guess,
being able to given a clear direction as to what their role's going to be over this next period of time. And we know as a group and as a squad that it doesn't take a team to win a championship or a tournament. It takes the whole squad. And I think we've only had one player in Grace Harris not take the field just yet. It sort of bodes well for us as a whole group that we've been able to get each and every player some match time. And it is challenging as a player sometimes being left out, because everybody comes over here to play, everybody trains to play and be out on the field. But equally we have a greater understanding and a bigger picture sort of vision, and that's sort of what we do going forward and how we sort of approach it.
And just looking ahead to tomorrow, you've never played Bangladesh in an ODI, and I think you've only played one T20 against them. How do you go about preparing a player side who you also don't come up against in domestic leagues or anything?
Yeah, well, it's really exciting. It's exciting for them to be a part of their first 50 over World Cup. And I mean, for me personally, I'm a bit of a cricket snuff, so I've been watching almost every game of the World Cup, and I think I've taken a bit from that, and we have different sort of small group planning meetings based on our specialty within the squad, and sort of use that as some information gathering or information sharing as well. And I think 50 over cricket, it allows you to sort of adapt on the run a little bit as well. And it's sort of not like the T20 game where it's almost been and gone before you can blink. And it's going to be an exciting challenge and something that we're really looking forward to tomorrow.
Jess Jonathan there. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket. Back with more shortly.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carr Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
They've got one job to get this logo right, to reflect this incredibly important organisation. It's a horrendous logo. How's that gone down? You be the Prime Minister's office in the Cabinet, and I'll be the brand agency that's just walked in to present this image, right? Hey, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. It's not very often a job like this comes along. We've had 45 consultants. We've had 25 graphic designers. Well, you're going to love what we've come up with. 2 things. First of all, the 3rd instalment of the invoice for $200,000, because it's going to be paid quarterly, hasn't cleared yet. Could you just check with accounts payable?
We can't pay that money unless I see the logo.
Ta-da! The new symbol of the Women's Network in Australia, Mr. Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister. We hope you love it like we do. How do you feel?
That's it. This is serious, Mr. Pitcher.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brantz. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas.
Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
It's been a weekly keepsake with footy fans for over 100 years. The AFL record. Filling out the goals and points on the team lists is a family tradition for many. Now you can do it every week at home with an AFL Record subscription. You can purchase the AFL Record online via aflrecord.com.au and get each week's edition delivered to your door. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL Record. Subscribe today online, aflrecord.com.au.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Welcome back to the lunch break on day 4 of the third test, live from Lahore. After announcing her shock retirement from professional tennis yesterday, Ash Barty and her coach Craig Tyser spoke to the media today to reflect on her decision and her career. Here's Ash Barty and Craig Tyser.
I think a lot of different things have happened in my life and that have changed my perspective, and timing is everything. I'm a big believer in that, and I think after the Australian Open, I was really hoping that we'd get the opportunity to play a home Fed Cup tie, but that wasn't meant to be. That wasn't the case, and I just knew that for me the time was right. I'd given absolutely everything that I could to this sport, and I knew that it wouldn't be fair to my team and the people that have invested so much time and energy into my life to not be 100% committed to them. So it's been a hell of a journey. I wouldn't change a thing, and I certainly have no regrets. We'd been in discussions for a while. Like I said in the video that was released, post after Wimbledon, my perspective changed a lot, and there was this beautiful challenge of trying to play the Australian Open and trying to win an Australian Open, which was always another goal of mine, and to do that as a team and to do that with the people that meant so much to me was incredible. So it was just, there is no perfect way, there is no perfect timing, but this was our perfect way, and it was a great finish.
Actually, you mentioned there might have been some, you're going to reveal some news today.
What news is that?
Other news on what's behind the decision, is there nothing?
I've said exactly what I wanted to say. I'm an open book. I'm not hiding anything. I've got no secrets. I am just so proud of all of the work that I've done with my team. We've done this together right from the start, have enjoyed every single minute. And like I said, we have no regrets. We've achieved so much together, and it's been a lot of fun along the way.
Actually, did you
question over here, sorry.
Actually, with that winner, Australian Open, you're on the board. I know you're in the moment, but did it occur to you when you soaked that in that might have been the last game of competitive tennis? I mean, it sounds like you were well thinking about it at that point. Yeah,
yes and no. I think that moment I was fully engrossed. It was such an incredible moment to share with so many people in the crowd. That crowd, the final of the Australian Open was like nothing I've ever played in front of before, and it was so much fun to enjoy that with them as well as my team, but it was, a brilliant way to finish.
This is not a
just one over here, sorry.
Reaction to like 8 months
you go.
8 months on the road last year, and then the glare of the Australian Open. You say then, I don't know, you think that maybe there could be a further reasons.
How so? What do you mean?
Just the fact that you were making your team great. You came back and you had to win like during the Australian Open because of someone to care about. People that pushed me over the edge. Maybe away from the game for a year or so.
I've never been a prisoner. I have so much love and support, and I'm so lucky to get so much love and support here in Australia, and so many people have made my career so much more fun, and being able to share that with them and experience that with them made it all the better. And I think the Australian public allowed me to be myself. They allowed me to make mistakes. They allowed me to be imperfect, and it just made it so much more fun, and it really did make that Australian Open so much more enjoyable for all of us to be able to go, you know what, this is one last crack. Let's see what we can do. And it was really cool.
Question here, then one here. How are you feeling about the future? And secondly, when was the last time you actually picked up a tennis?
I'm excited. I'm excited for what's next, for my next chapter as Ash Barty the person and not the athlete. And I mean, I hit as recently as 10 days ago. So yeah, I mean, I'll forever be connected to tennis. I'll never stop loving the sport. I'll never stop hitting tennis balls. I just won't be doing it selfishly for me to try and, progress my career. It'll be for different reasons, and I can't wait to get out there with young girls and young boys and contribute in different ways. I'm really excited to have more time to do that, and I can't wait to get out on court and teach my nieces and nephews and hope that tennis brings them the same love that it brought me.
Ash, obviously tennis is like really scheduled in terms of travel, and being a proud Ipswich girl and Queensland girl, are you keen to get back home and spend some time there and maybe get a few rounds in a one-teamer?
I've never played a one-teamer, but no, look, I've always been a homebody. And this is where I recharge. This is always where I've got my energy from. But I'm really excited to reacquaint myself with my mum and dad and my sisters and my nieces and nephew and spend quality time with them as a person. And like I said, a new chapter for Gary and I. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
You've talked about your perspective changing after winning Wimbledon last year, but the whole world changed a bit in 2020 with COVID. You had that extended break at home. Did that give you a little taste of what things could maybe be like if you did this?
Maybe my taste was last time I retired. But no, look, I'm so excited for what's to come next. I'm so grateful for everything that tennis has given me. I've given everything to the sport, and it's given me so much more in return. And I'm so grateful to that. And now I have the opportunity of new challenges, which I'm really excited for.
Ash, from Benaud TV, do you see any parallels between yourself and Mark Miller, who both went 5 at retirement? And what makes you hope in terms of your process on people and providing leadership in a car for them?
It is impossible to compare people. It's impossible to compare careers. Everyone's been so unique in their journeys and everyone's had different challenges along the way. But I know that my contribution with the Aboriginal and Indigenous side of our sport will only grow. I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited to have the opportunity to give Indigenous youth and Aboriginal youth around our nation more opportunity to get into the sport. And that's something that we'll work on down the track. But I am excited to spend more time in that space.
Ash, can I ask you some of the challenges? Can you expand on that? What other challenges you're going to be here?
You have to wait and see. I'm not giving you everything right now. It's all right. You can be patient. Patience a virtue.
Can you be thinking sport or personal?
We'll see.
Have you ruled out another sport though, like cricket or AFL's been banned around? Like, or are you done as being an athlete?
I've seen some brilliant photoshops as a jockey, lawn bowls. I've seen a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I love sport. I'm a sport nut, like a lot of Australians are. I'll be glued to it. I've always been an athlete in a sense of trying different things, but we'll see how we go.
Ash, you talked about in your interview yesterday that, in the press release of 3 weeks ago, you said your body hadn't quite recovered the way you liked after Newcastle. In terms of physically, there's nothing in terms of that aspect that is holding you back from potentially playing more tennis that factor into this situation.
No, that was an old injury that we've repeatedly over my career had to manage, and that was the truth. After the Australian Open, it just didn't heal quite as well as I would have liked, and I didn't get to get back on court until a couple of weeks ago. So, that's what I mean. We're not hiding behind anything. The thing is, I have given everything that I can to this sport. I'm absolutely spent and just have nothing more to give. And I'm really excited now for what comes next and new challenges.
One question here and then in the red. Talk about some of the messages you've received from your contemporaries on the tour, what they've said to you, and whether there's been any indication whether you've picked up any vibe from your fellow contenders that this is a great way to go out and they'd like to perhaps do the same thing, something similar.
Everyone is unique. I've been so lucky to have so many messages of support from the people that I spent so much time with. We spent weeks and weeks and weeks together every year, competed against each other, tried to bring out the best in each other, and what really brought a smile to my face was the messages. Not often did they mention our matches or the times we spent on court together. It was more getting to know the athletes as people and building relationships with them as people. And some of my best mates I will miss, but I'm sure that our paths will cross once again, whether it's down under here or on their side of the world. So I think it's going to be exciting now for new opportunities and new challenges for all of us. But it was really nice to get so many incredible messages. I've been a very sport girl. Yeah, I mean, I have missed out on a few things, but I've been able to experience and had the opportunity to experience so much more. And now that's just a bit of a shift. I get to experience more time at home and spend more time at home with my family, which is exciting, and kind of put my energy into different contributions.
Anything specific that
you have to wait and see. Be patient. It's all right.
How did you go down with the news? Was that when you told them that you're going to be around a lot more?
Yeah, they were excited. I think that we've been having tennis lessons the last few weeks, so they've been excited about that. And Lucy, my eldest niece, had just said to me, she goes, "Oh, that's nice. It'll be nice to see someone else at number one. She already loves her tennis. She already loves her sport. Loves to share when it's on her terms. But no, look, I'm excited to be home with them, spend time with them as Auntie Ash. That's how they know me. That's how they love me, and I'm really excited for that.
Craig, world number one waiting.
No, look, nothing. Sorry. Look, nothing. I haven't thought past today, really. I'll have to sit back and take a look. But hopefully, what Ash has done has inspired the next person to come out and play. But I probably won't be involved in that. I sort of started, like she said, after Wimbledon. That was an obvious goal for us, and once she achieved it, it was, I think once we got to the Olympics, it sort of hit home for me that there wasn't much left in her. The motivation wasn't there, except when she played doubles with Storm and mixed with John Peers. Her singles really went by the wayside. She wasn't fast, so I sort of felt that she'd climbed where she needed to get to, and it was going to be a hard slog to keep her involved. And so I sort of felt it was coming, and we'd sort of discussed things. Ash probably still remembers, but even after her first Grand Slam French, I'd actually prepared this really when we went down on court together the first time I saw her, this speech about how profound this was going to be and what it meant to her. And the first thing she said to me was, "Can I retire now?" So I sort of went, "Oh, hang on, I'm not ready for that." It's not a shock for me. Like, Ash does her own thing, and when we started together, she wanted to do it the way she wanted to do it. And I think it's the right time. Like, I think she won the Aussie Open for everyone, not just for her. I think that was for everyone else, and I don't think there's anything left in the tank for her. I think Borg did something similar, but he probably did it for different reasons. He didn't want to play too much. So, it's happened before, but knowing Ash and Ash is a tennis player, but it's not who she is. So there's lots of other elements to her and to her life. So I just know that she's made the right decision for her, and that's probably the best thing she could have done.
Ash Barty and coach Craig Tyser there, reflecting on her career after she announced her retirement yesterday. This is SEN Test Cricket. We'll be back with the second session shortly, live from Lahore.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips and plenty of recommendations on what they're reading, watching and whipping up in the kitchen.
It's really sad that in week one you can't go to the MCG with your normal gang and sit with them in the place you normally want to sit with them.
Oh, my goodness, I've heard this a lot over the weekend.
I know there's a COVID square.
Oh, no, but also my family are all in a twist about how do you go to the Bomber game. Oh, Lordy.
Look, you know, getting to the MCG should not be that hard. There is plenty of room. The members isn't even completely sold out. There are these special designated ticket games. I know it's complicated. I know we're not going to always have to book tickets. It is really annoying to be told where you're going to sit.
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, most satisfied customers 11 years in a row. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year, the all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new petrol turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
We've got 5 minutes to go in the half. Jennings passes to Pearce. Len runs from dummy half and fires the ball at Sutton, who sends it down to the 22. Picked up by Johnson. Oh, huge hit from McQueen. Or is it Turner? Whoever it is offloads to some other guy in green. He's tackled by a big fella and some other really big fella. Someone passes it back and now it looks to me like everyone's cuddling.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carr Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy. For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo, live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. On SEN Test Cricket, Pakistan versus Australia.
It's the Titan! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up superbly. It's twin tons. What a joyous moment for Usman Khawaja.
That is Test Cricket at its finest. For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo, live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Right of the crease to Warner, up his through cover, gets himself a boundary. Shaheen bowls to Warner, pulling this time, bisecting the 2 fielders out on the rope. Beautiful shot, the crease here, over the wicket to Warner, pulling again, this time in front of square. 3 boundaries in the over. What a start from David Warner. Bang, bang, bang. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, edging through the cordon. That's 4.
Bowls to Khawaja, who's edging away for 4. Naseem to Khawaja. He's bowled him. He's gone right through Khawaja.
Oh, no, it's a no ball. Oh, my God.
Bowls to Khawaja, who cuts late, languidly. Lovely shot. Slowing up just inside the rope.
Sajid goes again. Warner finds the gap at cover. Classy shot. Gets himself a boundary and moves into the 40s. Went deep in the crease. Wasn't that short. Beautifully played. Australia's 9th boundary. Rahman Ali over the wicket. Short leg and a slip to Warner, who sweeps hard through the onside over mid-wicket. Gets plenty of it. Has it gone all the way for 6? It has. Great contact. Freddie bowls to Warner. There's the single. There's his 50th run out to cover. Well played, David Warner.
Shaheen Shah Freddie start a new over. Left arm, he's bowled him. Smacks over Warner's off stump with a ripper of a delivery, and the front foot is fine this time.
SEN Test Cricket, the Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts at lunch on day 4. Australia a 1 for 97 rather in their second innings, having faced 30 overs so far. That's a lead of 220, with Usman Khawaja still there on 44, with Marnus Labuschagne yet to score. The only wicket in the session, David Warner, bowled by Shaheen Shah Afridi for 51. At that stage, it was 1 for 96. They've added 1 run together, these pair of Queenslanders, before the lunch break. A session worth 86 runs, so they added their runs at about 3.2 and over. Adam Collins with you and Simon Kadich with me. In terms of setting up the day, when we came together to begin the morning session, we said if they go at about 4s across the first and second session, that'll give them the chance to declare on about 350 ahead. That's a little ways away as yet, but they've batted with all the intent you'd want to see.
They certainly did, particularly the 2 openers. David Warner played magnificently early. Both of them had a reprieve. Warner was nicking one off Hassan Ali early to Rizwan, and they didn't appeal for it, which was a strange result. They obviously didn't hear any nick. And then Khawaja got bowled off a no ball by Naseem Shah earlier as well. So both openers had a little bit of a chance, but now Khawaja gets the opportunity to start after the break. Australia 220 in front, and I think that, you know, scoring at 4 runs is over is probably going to be difficult in this session with the ball starting to reverse. Warner got an absolute peach from Shaheen Shah Afridi, so it'll be interesting to see how they go about this first hour, whether they set things up again and then attack in the second hour, or whether they feel like they need to probably go beyond 350 and really put it out of Pakistan's reach.
Yeah, there's such a diversity of opinion on this topic. I mean, if you just gauge it by social media, some people say, well, look, the sooner you pull the pin, the sooner you can get about the business of taking 10 wickets, and 220 ahead. Teams don't chase scores like this at Gaddafi Stadium, and therefore you can do so with a degree of confidence. On the other side of the ledger, this Pakistan team we saw last week at Karachi, the way they can bat in the 4th innings, the way that Babar Azam is playing, Abdullah Shafiq likewise, and there might be a degree of caution in setting it up. But if they don't set it up and they take the win away from Pakistan, it's going to be harder to get the wicket. So there is a balancing act here.
Very much so. This will be a very interesting decision for Pat Cummins. Probably the toughest of his short captaincy career so far, because what we saw in Karachi last week will be no doubt at the forefront of his and the team's mind, given that they were able to absorb 171 overs of pressure and hang on for a draw there when it seemed lost after being rolled for 148 in the first innings. Obviously, the conditions are slightly different. This Lahore wicket is lower, and it is showing signs of reverse swing again in this innings. So Australia would back themselves to get reverse swing in the final innings of this Test match. However, 220 on this wicket, I think is very gettable, and I think it would be a risk to be pulling out now and saying, we got 10 wickets, because Pakistan have only had to take 11 so far, and they potentially could end up winning the Test match comfortably.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the case for pulling out now isn't strong at all, and no one's really making that. It's more just kind of from an intellectual perspective, like, you know, it's going to be about time and taking wickets and patience in the same way that it has been throughout the series. So getting caught short on overs is going to be a big part of this for Pat Cummins. At least we expect it will be. And we did speak to him before the Test match around not this exact scenario, but the idea of needing to be bold enough to risk losing to win a series in Pakistan, and he hinted that he would be. I mean, the suggestion was that that's what might be required of him deeper in the Test match. So it'll be interesting to see whether it plays out that way maybe later in this session, or in more greater probability early in the next. Shaheen Sharafridi to start the middle stretch on day 4. Bowling hit at Khawaja. First ball pushed out behind point, no single. It stays at 1 for 91, so that lead is 220. Khawaja 44. Labuschagne yet to score.
Yeah, I think we'll obviously know more by the tea break, given that leading into tea, I think the way the Australians play and where the ball is at and where the score's at will indicate potentially where Australia are going to take this test match. I think he will be bowled, because I think the beauty of having a bowling captain is that he knows his performance can control this result. As we saw yesterday, when Australia needed him to step up with the ball, he did that and he got the job done.
Shaheen passes Aleem Dar, edging here Khawaja off the inside edge down towards fine leg. But again, that movement towards the left-hander that we saw just before lunch when he went through David Warner for 51. Khawaja now 45, Australia 1 for 98.
And the other factor is that he got great support from Mitchell Starc yesterday, and the ball reverses, we know that there's probably not too many better in the world than him. And he showed it yesterday afternoon, and particularly against the tail. Australia know that in the second innings, it's the same scenario. Get Pakistan 5 down, and they know they can go through the tail if the ball's reversing. Nathan Lyon did a role yesterday, and the spinners will have a role to play in terms of getting the ball scuffed up, but also potentially taking valuable wickets.
Labuschagne facing up on a pair, outside portion of the bat with soft hands out towards forward Alamat Gully, but well bowled Shaheen Sharafridi again, hands on his head. He knows that wasn't far away from straightening past the blade. Good cricket, good contest.
That was beautifully bowled from Shaheen Sharafridi. Marnus Labuschagne is on a dreaded pair, and he just wants to get that first run. You can sense he's trying to find that gap on the offside with that ball swinging away from him. But it's not going to be easy. They've got a very stacked offside field, 6 fielders there. He probably feels like he might be able to squirt one past Gully or backward point for one.
Yeah, that ball really hooped in before straightening, standing up off the seam. So he's got that Wasim Akram energy from around the wicket. Just holding Labuschagne here. 2 catches behind the wicket, a slip and a gully. Shaheen to the crease, bowls, and Labuschagne in behind it from the middle stump. Back down the pitch, collected by the man at mid-on. No single. So as you say, the idea of scoring it, the sort of clip they'd need to reach 350 by tea, it does seem a little bit unlikely unless they get on one or get creative with their batting order. If they lost a wicket and said to maybe Alex Carey, look, here's an opportunity, see whether you can batter the runner ball for an hour, that might change the decision-making process.
Well, it might even be Travis Head.
Travis Head,
he's the one that likes to get out there and get into it, and I think he could well be that player. Although he has found it very difficult in these conditions throughout the tour, both against pace and spin.
So a bit of cracking on the surface we can see on our monitor from the pitch report at lunch, although none of them really opening up as yet. Still pretty flat here at Lahore. Bowling around the wicket, catching cover. Now 2 slips. Shaheen to Labuschagne. Can he get off the mark with a dab behind point? He will not. Needs to get away here, Labuschagne. He's occupied the crease for 10 dot balls.
He's just got to be careful he doesn't force that shot too much against the line of the ball, because if he gets it wrong, he potentially could drag one back onto the stumps, or if one goes away, he could feather one through to Rizwan. Mind you, the lack of bounce probably more likely to be the former.
So Shafiq's up quite close at first slip. They've split the cordon again. Last ball, Shaheen past the edge. Shaheen's appealing. He's always appealing. Rizwan is as well. But the slips aren't interested. They go straight over to Babar Azam. They've got 2 reviews. I wouldn't be surprised if they look at this a second time. Babar doesn't seem that interested, though. It's more Shaheen trying to convince Rizwan to convince Babar. End of the over, they don't go upstairs. 31 gone, 1 for 98 the score. They've advanced their lead by 1 in that over after lunch. Up to 221. Khawaja 45. Labuschagne yet to score, but again, that last ball of the over, angling in, straightening, past the blade. Super stuff.
Yeah, Pakistan have got this ball in fantastic nick. I just saw a close-up of it in Babar Azam's hands, and one side looks worn nicely, and then the other side, they buffed up beautifully. So it's going at the moment. Australia will be enjoying seeing that as well. Australian quicks. So we see the replay there, and it's flat line on ultra edge. So good decision by the Pakistanis not to review it. I think the umpires have had a very good game.
Yeah.
There was one that was missed earlier, but it was just a little scratch from David Warner. Obviously, there was no noise.
And they've had a great series. Remembering these two umpires, Raza and Ali Dar, have stood in all 3 test matches. No real turnaround time. Full delivery from Sajid to start the session around the wicket to Khawaja. He turns it around to Fawad Alam at short fine leg. They get a single. Khawaja 46, 1 for 99.
Yeah, had a nice chat with them. I think it was on the morning of day 2 out there. They came over and had a chat. I know Aleem Dar from playing days, and umpire Raza I'd never met before, but he was keen to have a chat, and we got talking about what happened here in Lahore when he was shot, and he showed me the scars on his body. He had one in his calf, one in his stomach, which I think hit his liver, and then another one that was lodged in his lung. So an amazing story.
Sajid bowls to Labuschagne. Reverse sweep to get off the mark. Yes, it will be. Out of the blocks with a boundary, Labuschagne in front of the Imran Khan enclosure. The ball hits the rope now. Nicely played. Premeditation rather, but needs must. Australia go beyond 100. They're 1 for 103. Labuschagne 4 of them.
Well, that was a full toss from Sajid Khan, so Marnus Labuschagne could have hit that anywhere, but he chose the reverse sweep. He had the line working to his advantage, and he just helped it on its way behind point for 4. It was beautifully played, but poor start there from Sajid Khan. When you've got a guy on a pair, you don't need to be serving up full tosses.
Slipping a short leg, Labuschagne's forward in defence. So that third bullet you referred to then, so goes the story that his life was saved by having a set of the ICC playing conditions in his pocket, which helped somehow offset some of the blow. Well forward here, Labuschagne pushing out to cover, gets a single, 1 for 104. He's 5.
And he sounded, well, I have never met him before, but he was quite a jovial man, and I thought maybe that experience of that near-death experience where it was so horrific for all those involved, the players and obviously the umpires.
Sajid bowling to Khawaja on 46. He'll stay on 46. Looking to find one on the onside. There isn't one there.
I'm sure that experience has meant that he's lived life to the fullest ever since, given how close he was to death. And yeah, wonderful character. It was great to have a chat to him.
Sajid Khan to finish his first over after lunch to Khawaja. Goes back then forward to defend. End of the second over after lunch. The lead is 227 with Australia 1 for 104. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the Round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features, including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record Round 2 edition, still only $5. Available game day, Coles Express, newsagents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
Back to Shaheen, up against Labuschagne. The early exchanges after lunch were most interesting. Labuschagne beaten a couple of times. He's now off the mark. He's off the pair. He's 5. It's taking a moment to find their way to where they should be. Yes, imagine umpire Raza having to drive past that Liberty roundabout each day, which we do on the way to the ground.
Well, I asked him that. I said, how was it coming back here? And he said, no problem at all.
Oh. As you say, it must be that the liberation of going through something like that and coming out the other side of it remarkably. Dreadful. Shaheen bowls around the wicket to Labuschagne. That comes back towards the right-hander, plays it from the crease down towards point, no run.
Yeah, he gave me the impression that he just loves being a part of this, and you could just tell by his body language, he's happy to talk about it. He showed the scars. So I guess that mindset around it all seemed quite positive, given what he's been through, and he was happy to share that experience, given how harrowing it must have been at the time. Obviously a long time ago now, but he's just loving being able to umpire in his home country and be a part of what is a historic series.
Yeah, now on the elite panel, his 4th test match as a central umpire. Shaheen bowls to Labuschagne, clipping through the onside, finds the gap as well. Really well placed through mid-wicket, gets his second boundary. Labuschagne to 9. Australia 1 for 108. That lead up to 2-3-1.
Yeah, wonderful shot there from Marnus Labuschagne. Shaheen Shah Afridi wasn't that bad a ball, but he's taken that from off stump and just worked it wide of mid-on. Beautiful position he got himself into on the front foot and didn't try and overhit it. Rolled the wrist beautifully.
Gee, the degree of difficulty on that shot must be fairly high. A reverse swinging ball, starting way outside his off stump. He clipped it from about the 4th stump line. Super stuff from Labuschagne. One slip. He faces up. Again, it's angled back in. Doesn't tail away. He defends into the offside. Forward alarm does to fielding.
And just going back to that discussion around the umpiring, the fact that there are 2 home umpires here, I think it highlights, and given the performance of both of them throughout the series, it highlights the fact that there is a good argument to suggest you should have home umpires when they know the conditions well.
Yep.
They know the bounce, the movement, and all the decisions that come with bat pads and the noise in this part of the world, because I think they both had fantastic series.
Yeah, an unintended consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic is that we've seen umpires in their home conditions for the first time in a generation. Shaheen bowls to Labuschagne, beaten outside the off stump. It doesn't carry through to Rizwan. Just took some pace off that ball in the mid-130s, and Rizwan, wicket keeping without a hat on, collects it moving to his right in front of first slip. But again, that's the change up from Shaheen, running his fingers down the seam and moving away, keeping Labuschagne thinking, asking good questions. On neutral umpires, I think that they played an important role when there was so much tension built up in this part of the world. We were talking on air a couple of days ago, Simon, about when the Australian team in 1988 voted to go home because after one test match they formed the view that the umpires were cheating and said as much. Now they stayed. Calmer heads, cooler heads prevailed, but still, and that wasn't just the experience in Pakistan either. Teams would visit Australia and say something very similar. Labuschagne facing Shaheen, leaving alone outside the off stump, as it was in Australia in 91-92 when India came, and when Pakistan came in 1990-91. I mean, it was an ongoing thread of competition between England, Australia, Pakistan and India, wherever they played. So neutral umpires helped diffuse that situation. But now, it's not about the home board appointing umpires. There's an elite panel. The ICC take that away from the home board. Why would they risk jeopardising their job to support the team from the country they come from? It doesn't make sense at all. Shaheen bowls, finishing his over. Labuschagne playing from the crease. The end of the 33rd over. 1 for 108 is the score. Adam Collins with Simon Kadich on the call. Coverage for Tyre Power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo tyres. The lead up to 231 with Khawaja on 46 and Labuschagne on 9. So yeah, to bolster that point of yours, I think that we have reached the point where we can have a far more mature conversation around what umpires stand where based on how good they are at the job, not what country's on their passport.
Correct. And I think given the nature of the DRS and the review system in terms of how many decisions they get right throughout a test match, there's no place for what might have happened years ago, all that speculation around biased decisions for hometown players and with the hometown umpires. That gets taken out of the equation now because of the process that the umpires will get judged on their performance, and if they don't perform and they get them wrong,
well, they'll be sacked.
They're sacked.
Sajid starts a new over. Khawaja comes forward, defending into the onside. No single. I mean, that process they go through to remain on the elite panel, that's very competitive.
Yep.
So, I think, as I say, an unintended consequence of COVID that we've had this situation. Sajid bowls Khawaja on 46, make that 47. Clipping just wide of mid-on after dancing down the track. Australia 1 for 109, the lead 2-3-2.
So one of the positives to come out of COVID?
Well, there aren't many.
No.
I think we should, from a cricket perspective, I think we should ditch the third review. I mean, that was because of this home umpire idea, right? It was to offset the perception of impropriety.
Well, and the other one is with the umpire's call.
Yes.
Because you can get 2 completely different decisions based on what the umpire's initial decision was. And yet that very same ball is either hitting the stumps or it's not.
Yeah, precisely.
So they'll be.
Sweeping is Labuschagne, just over the top of Imam Al-Haq at short leg. Spits away to deep backward square where Naseem Shah does the fielding. Labuschagne in double figures. Australia 1 for 110, the lead 233. Yeah, that's right. So they have been willing to tweak this over the last couple of years. Of course, the playing condition around saliva on the ball has been enshrined by the MCC in the laws of the game in their recent update. Sajid bowls and Khawaja comes forward, defends into the offside. Great sign on the screen there, Simon. A kid holding up one saying, "I'm also Usman Khawaja."
They're all claiming to be the same when you've got a man scoring runs for fun. He's the flavour of the month.
I am Spartacus. Khawaja facing Sajid. Forward again in defence, back down the strip, no run.
Well, when you're hot too. Usman Khawaja got an absolute beauty from Naseem Shah in the first session. Lost his stumps, but Naseem had overstepped.
Sajid to Khawaja, 3 away from another 50. He'll get at least one of these with another clip through the onside, just wide of mid-on. Nicely played. He'll retain the strike. Khawaja up to 48, end of the over. Australia 1 for 111. Now coverage for Tyre Power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
I'm Adam Collins. I'm not Usman Khawaja. He's the man facing now. He's on 48. Simon Kadich with me, his former New South Wales teammate. We've got a deep backward point and 2 out on the leg side. Deep square and a long leg too. 2 catching men. Shaheen to Khawaja. Over the wicket. Bowls here and plays with a nice open blade down towards deep backward point. Fine enough that they can get back for a couple. Just opened the edge at the last possible moment and advances to his 50 as well. Usman Khawaja in the form of his life, another half century. He made 91 in the first innings. He's now past 50 28 times in Test cricket, doing it so consistently since his recall to the Test team back in January. And Simon, enough time here not only to go beyond 400 runs in the series, but maybe, just maybe, to 3 figures again. 1 for 113 the score.
Correct. There's plenty of time for him to get there, I think. Another very good knock. And if he does that, then I think he's definitely player of the series.
Just 3 boundaries along the way. Back on strike. That might be 4 through the cordon. It will be. It deflects off the hands of Shafiq at first slip, taking pace off the ball and trickles into the rope beneath us here at deep third. Khawaja to 54. Australia 1 for 117. The lead grows 240. That's Australia's 12-4 and a 6. It was David Warner before lunch. And again, we've seen it a couple of times from Khawaja, able to take the weight out of his bottom hand.
I think he's played that shot so well in this series because he scored so many runs down through that region, but safely. Yes, he's nicked the ball, but he's managed to just play it with such late and soft hands. The ball's just run down into the ground, and because there's only 1 slip, it's a safe shot.
Gloves batting in Pakistan, Khawaja. Bit of reverse swing there from Shaheen Afridi. Back towards Khawaja's off stump from over the wicket, but he's equal to it, defending out to mid-off, no single. So Khawaja is beyond 400 now, 446. Ahead of Abdullah Shafiq, who'll bat one more time on 370. Babar Azam, 335, and Imam Al-Haq on 300 after twin tons to start the series. A lot of runs through the series, but only 1 century for Australia, and that was Khawaja at Karachi. A handful for Pakistan. Couple of catching men. Shafiq and Fawad in the cordon. Shaheen bowls, edging his Khawaja just in front of Rizwan. That was a more genuine edge. Didn't take weight out of the bottom hand, and it just didn't carry on a surface that remains fairly slow and low.
Yeah, once again, good length. Usman Khawaja doesn't go hard at it. That's what's saving him, really. He's just shuffling across the crease. Bottom hand comes off the bat as soon as he gets the outside edge, and it just goes nowhere. And Rizwan takes it cleanly, but it was well short.
And that frustration for Shaheen. He started well after lunch. Can they break up this partnership? Shaheen Gets to Khawaja here on off stump, in behind it, defending down towards mid-on, no run. We see these Aussie quicks as well. You go back to how hard it is to bowl fast here. Shaheen's been brilliant. But Cummins is taking his wickets in this series at 27, Stark 31. Compare that to Dennis Lilly, 1-2 here in 1980, 3 wickets at 101. And then, you know, one of the greatest to ever play for Australia. Just a reminder of how difficult this craft is in this part of the world.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. The Australian quicks yesterday were magnificent. They kept coming back, and then when it ball started to go, they sensed the opportunity. They grabbed it with both hands.
Shaheen to finish, bowling to Khawaja, playing and missing through to the gloves of Rizwan. That one carried, but he didn't feather it through. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon coming in to replace me with the lead at 240. Khawaja 54, Labuschagne 10, Australia 1 for 117.
One for 117, the Australians, with Usman Khawaja out there on a half century, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Sajid Khan, the off spinner, will be bowling to Marnus Labuschagne. He's on 10 and he's getting a flat ball from Sajid. The reverse sweeping, he might be run out here. This was extraordinary. Marnus stepped out of his crease, he's reverse swept the ball straight to Slip, who's then thrown down the stumps. Has he got back into his ground?
I think he has. He looks pretty confident about it. It was a great piece of work by first Slip, who went to his right, quickly flicked it back. But Marnus has slid his bat back in time before the ball hits the stumps.
Oh, well, he gives the nod to his partner at the other end and says, I'm okay. And he has got the toe of the bat back over the line. But that would have been extraordinary. We see how players cop criticism when they get out to the reverse sweep. If you run out from the reverse sweep, it would be even worse.
Definitely.
He survives. Has a look around, chews his gum, has a deep breath. Prepares to face the next delivery. And he's playing a conventional sweep shot this time. A little paddle around the corner, gets through for a single, brings Khawaja onto strike. 1 for 118, Australia 241 in front.
He premeditates that shot quite early, Marnus Labuschagne, so Sajid Khan's got to look for the cues, potentially change the pace of the ball or the length that he bowls.
Around the wicket to Khawaja, who's just stretching forward to defend. Nothing creative from Usman Khawaja, although he likes the reverse sweep as well.
He does, but he hasn't been prepared to play it to the right arm off spinner. He's been more likely to play it against Naman Ali.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja, who goes back onto his stumps to defend. Back down the wicket to the bowler. Yeah, got out to the reverse sweep for 97 in Rawalpindi and haven't seen much of it since.
No, he feels like he probably cost himself another 100 there.
Sajid darts it through. Khawaja steps forward at him and drives a single out towards mid-wicket. Turns back thinking of a second, but there won't be one there. Khawaja to 55, 1 for 119.
Yeah, I think he's learned his lesson there, Usman Khawaja. He looked in complete control in Rawalpindi, apart from one dropped catch on 22 in the gully by Fawad Alam. Since then, he's just played magnificently throughout the series.
Sajid bowls to Labuschagne. He reverse sweeps and he's almost caught, but he's been missed at backward point. Noman Ali, like he was in the forward pocket, he lunges backwards, both hands up, fingertips it just behind himself. And he could have backpedaled faster. He just didn't read the drop of that ball and didn't take the backward steps that he needed to get into position. The 36th over comes to an end. It's 1 for 120.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. Noman Ali slapping his hands in frustration at the end of that over. Let the ball through above his head. Just didn't pick it up quickly enough as it looped off the top edge of Marnus Labuschagne. Start of a new over down the leg side from Shaheen Afridi. No run. Australia 1 for 120. They took a single off the drop catch. Labuschagne 12.
Yeah, that was a disappointing drop catch there by Noman Ali. He just went under the flight of that ball a little bit too much. He needed to probably backpedal 1 or 2 steps and he would have caught that comfortably. Didn't read the flight of it, as he said. Spot on, Geoff. Misjudged it. It's cost Sajid Khan a wicket. Marnus Labuschagne lives to fight another day there.
Shaheen up to Labuschagne, who's driving. Not much timing on it. It rolls out to short cover, and Sajid Khan's been cost a few wickets in the series by his fielders. A few catches not taken. Even with the poor positioning, Noman's still got 2 hands to it above his head and just let it through the fingers.
Yep.
Probably doesn't mean a huge amount at this stage of the game with Australia well in front, but you never know. If you get a couple, you can start to put the pressure on, a bit of a run through, and Sajid, he's a cheery sort of character, but he was very angry after that missed catch.
He had the angry eyes on there for sure, which you can totally understand. He's working hard for a wicket, toiling away, and his fellow spin twin has let him down.
Shaheen over the wicket, the left armour, and beautifully driven square by Marnus Labuschagne, but straight to Sajid Khan at backward point, who picks it up cleanly and says, that's how you do it.
He has been good in the field, Sajid Khan. He's provided plenty of energy. Got a great run out of Marnus Labuschagne. Direct hit at mid-off in the second test at Karachi. He's been throwing himself around, chasing hard, flicking balls back. So he'd be disappointed with that effort. It was a little bit lazy.
Shaheen up to Labuschagne again. He's flicking across the line straight to short mid-wicket. Won't get a run on that occasion. So he's looking to score, Marnus. He's played a few shots, found the field thus far. Had a bit of luck.
They've all had a little bit of luck today. All 3 Australian batsmen have had chances. Only David Warner finds himself back in the sheds. But this session is just highlighting the scoring rate starting to slow. We saw a brisk pace early on today.
Shaheen round the wicket to Labuschagne, and they're going up for an outside edge again, but once again there's no interest from the umpire, and another Shaheen Afridi appeal is fruitless.
Brilliant tactics from Afridi. He's gone over the wicket the ball before just to change the angle and then come back around, and he got Marnus Labuschagne flirting at that ball that was well outside the off stump. Probably would have been another set of stumps at least away from the off stump, and he was fortunate he didn't nick one through to Rizwan there. It's a good round of applause from his skipper.
Gap between bat and ball on the replay, so no danger there, but he did get out chasing a wide one in the first innings, Marnus. Second ball for a duck on that occasion. He's got 12 runs here. Australia leading by 243. Shaheen takes his time. Bowls now, and Labuschagne's leaving the last ball of the over. SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. It is 1 for 120.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
SEN Test Match Cricket. Start of the 38th over. It is being bowled by Sajid Khan. He just had a catch dropped, and this is his 153rd over for the series. Around the wicket, reverse sweep from Khawaja this time. They're all playing it, and Khawaja misses out. Goes through into Rizwan's gloves. So Sajid Khan has bowled more overs than anyone in the series except Nathan Lyon, who's bowled 182. And when you bowled 152 overs and you see a fairly straightforward catch go down, you can understand why he was pretty annoyed. Flight, driven away square by Khawaja for a single. Take Australia's score on to 121 for 1. For all of that work, Peter Lalor, he's got 4 wickets for his 152 overs.
Fatigue does precede frustration, doesn't it, Geoff? We saw that really yesterday with the Australians when they were pushing to get those wickets. And they get a bit ragged. They just looked a little bit tired. They wasted reviews. Similar thing happening here with Pakistan, missing a couple of chances.
Sajid darts it through at the pads of Labuschagne, who flicks it straight into short leg. Takes the blow. Abdullah Shafiq under the lid. No run.
Yep, that hurt his fingers. He gets a little slap on the sore finger from Babar Azam. A slap of well done. Congratulations.
That's thoughtful of the captain, isn't it? Sajid. Flat again to Labuschagne, who's crab walking across his crease, and then French cricket style defending. Straight back down.
Would you think about bringing in a hitter next, Geoff? Would you think about bringing in a Travis Head?
Sajid, flat, swept away, just gets a bit of glove on it, Labuschagne. It's rolling down towards the fine leg fence. The chase is on and Shaheen won't pull it in. So Labuschagne goes on to 16. Australia, 1 for 125. I don't think they need to bring in a hitter because if there's someone who is creative and can find ways to score, it's Steve Smith. People aren't necessarily sold on him as a T20 player because his strike rate's 115, 120 in T20 cricket. Still pretty solid, you would say. He's got adaptability. He can change his game. He can attack spin. Darted through again. Labuschagne flicking to mid-wicket. Won't get a run on that occasion. We'll come back to Steve Smith after 38 overs. It's 1 for 125. SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. 39th over about to get underway. Shaheen to bowl it. Yeah, so in terms of declaration runs, Pete, I think Smith can do that job as effectively as anybody else. And that we're going to have a change in bowling. Naseem Shah's going to come on. All right.
I'm giving you 10 out of 10 for that answer. That was the answer I was looking for. So I think it's too early to pin your ears back and do that sort of thing and possibly give the opposition a look in by taking too many risks.
Well, there's just not that much difference yet. Travis Head, Alex Carey. They're not vastly more attacking players than Steve Smith if Smith wants to attack. Naseem, back of the length, outside off stump to Usman Khawaja. Been the most disciplined of the Pakistan quicks, and he starts well again here.
If you had Glenn Maxwell in the mix, speaking of which, the one-day team arrived this morning. I saw their bags in the foyer of the hotel. Glenn's weren't there because we saw photographs from his wedding on social media the other day.
Yeah, one of his weddings. He's having about 3 of them in the...
What, is he taking 3 wives?
No, just the one. 3 weddings, one wife. India style.
Oh, right. Not national style where you get married, have a divorce, marry her again. I think George Jones did that a few times.
Richard Burton and Liz Taylor, famously. Naseem bowls to Khawaja, who covers up. Defence down to mid-off, no run. No, Vinny, his wife is South Indian descent originally. So they've got they've had to go to India, do the week-long celebrations, all of the rest of it. It's a very involved affair.
I'm really happy for him.
Yeah,
he's a lovely bloke. He deserves happiness. And good on him.
I think so too. He asked Cricket Australia, when is there a gap in the calendar where I won't miss anything? And they said March 2022. So he arranged the wedding, and then they said, we're going on a test tour to Pakistan, and you would have been in the squad. Sorry. Round the wicket, Naseem bowls a little fuller to Usman Khawaja, who's defending on the off stump down to mid-on.
Are you kidding me? Why wasn't I told? Are you serious? He would have been in the squad.
I think so.
The test squad.
Because
I thought he would be in the mix for this tour, but I didn't know that they actually said that to him.
Well, I don't know if it was formally decreed, but there was an understanding that he was likely to be an option for this part of the world where you want a spinning all-rounder or a couple of them in your squad.
But he chose love. What a lovely story.
Yes.
Yeah.
He'd already moved the wedding a couple of times previously, so he was out of credits on that score. Round the wicket, Naseem Shah, back of a length and chopped away by Khawaja in front of point. So, yeah, I think with COVID, IPL, when they had to move the IPL and play it in two parts over the course of the year, all of the rest of it, there were a whole lot of things where the wedding had to be shifted a couple of times. And so he thought, look, let's get it done while we can, and while we're both still in agreement about it.
That's a great story. Hey, I've been examining my conscience about something I said in the previous stint in the commentary section, just to make this about me again, if you don't mind.
Yep. Naseem bowls to Khawaja, who's driving away to mid-on. Can you get this apology out in the space of one ball? We've got one ball left in the over.
No, I'll come back next time.
Yeah, all right. Let's give you a little while more to stew on it.
It's going to be fulsome and voluminous.
All I know is that you were talking about a goat and a rocket launcher, so...
Oh, no. Yeah.
There may be apologies in order to the four-legged friends of the family.
Let's watch this last delivery. The game's so delicately poised.
It is.
As is my conscience.
Australia, 125 on the board. Just the one wicket down. Naseem Shah looking for the second. Won't get it from Usman Khawaja, who drives immaculately down to mid-off. End of the over, 39 of them gone, one for 125. Peter, you're free to apologise for whatever it is you need.
We've pulled the age break. I foolishly said that Comes a Time came out in 1972 and was a country and western album. So I went out to wash my hands later. It was 1978. And it's a folk album with one country and western song on a field of opportunity. So I apologise to people out there, because I pride myself on getting my music stuff right. So, sorry, Australia. I'm going to take a course. I'm going to take myself out of action, and I'm going to do a course. And come back a better man.
An educational training. That seems to fix everything, doesn't it?
It does. I regret if any offence was taken.
Yes. Oh, what a marvellous style of apology that is. Right. We've moved on from that. It's 125 for one, or one for 125. Sajid Khan has the ball in hand, the off spinner. 154th over for the series. Here he goes. Bit of air this time, turned away by Labuschagne. He wants a quick single, darting through, and he has to stretch at the non-striker's end. The throw is wide of the stumps. So he makes it, goes to 17, 1 for 126. Australia 249 ahead.
249. How many runs do you think's enough, Geoff?
I tend to go slightly on the bolder side of things. If you want to win, you've got to take a chance of losing. Sajid round the wicket and chopped away by Khawaja. Nicely struck this time. It's going out through point. There's a long chase. Two of them out there. The slide, the tap back. And I think they have just saved that on the boundary. Khawaja gets back for 3. He'll go to 59. The umpires will probably have a look at that slide on the fence. And I would think anything above 300, given that it's been fairly hard to score quickly on this surface, has a good chance of being enough.
Gee, that was a beautiful shot. A lovely freeing of the arms, almost a square drive. On any other ground in the world, just about, that's a 4, isn't it? And it slows up on that outfield there.
It might just be a 4 still, because I think Naseem Shah's fingers might be touching the ball when his foot's gone into the boundary cushion.
Well, it deserves 4, just for the beauty of it. Lovely shapes. Absolutely lovely shapes, Usman Khawaja made, playing that shot.
An aesthetic 4, and it is signalled by Hassan Raza as a boundary.
The judges have given it 4.
Yes.
For the,
Hassan Raza does the DJ spinning scratch action. 4 to the score. 1 for 130. Off the toes goes Usman Khawaja for a single to mid-wicket. He's picked that gap plenty of times in this innings. 1 for 131.
You weirdo. I was kind of thinking of like a floor routine in the Olympics, but you're up there with 2 turntables and a microphone. I'm too old for that stuff.
When the umpires do that 4 signal, that's always what it makes me think of.
Oh, right.
You know, if they could cup one hand to their ear while they signal the 4, perfect.
Like Mitch Marsh in the Test documentary. Remember when he was doing that in the change rooms and stopped when that was a wonderful moment in that documentary.
1 for 131. Khawaja 61. Labuschagne on strike with 17, and he's missed one completely. It's gone through the lot. It's gone off Rizwan. It's running away for buys. There was a sound there. For a minute, I thought that had clipped the off stump and knocked his bail off.
Well, I have no idea how he was not dismissed by that delivery.
So Sajid Khan spears it through, sweep shot, bottom edge into the ground, into the gloves. And the click we heard was the bottom of Mohammad Rizwan's gloves. That's why I paused there, because it sounded like he'd been bowled.
Yeah, it did. I thought it was straighter than that, because we're on a slight angle here.
So they picked up an extra. There must have been no edge on it, because they've called it a bye. And now Khawaja's picking off that gap to mid-wicket for another single. So the runs keep coming. 1 for 333. Khawaja 63. Labuschagne 17. They've come back for a second.
That lovely little 2-step down the wicket, the flick of the wrist, and he just puts it into the perfect spot so that he can run 2 at a leisurely pace. Just a great cricketer to watch, Khawaja. He's in his pomp at the moment.
1 ball to come. Sajid to Khawaja, and he turns the ball square and races through for a single. Labuschagne was backing up a long way, and he was able to get through to the danger end without any danger, nullifying it. 1 for 135. Khawaja 64. Labuschagne 17. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket. After the break, it'll be Adam Collins to join Peter Law.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Australia have added 38 runs since lunch, so just under a run a minute. The lead's up to 258. Adam Collins now with Peter Lalor. Khawaja 64 and Labuschagne 17. The back of the box, Bharat and I were just sort of going through the various different equations they could be considering here. I mean, this obviously is a tough period of play. There's no point sort of trying to score as quickly as they would like now, with the ball is reversing rather. Naseem Shah starting his 7th over here, around the wicket at Khawaja. 2 catching men wide of the crease. Bowls here. Khawaja well forward, knocking it on the head, up at 141 clicks to start the over. But in the second hour of this session, when the ball's a little bit softer, so in the next half an hour or so, might it be then that we see some more enterprising cricket, on the basis that they'll have pushed the lead by that stage up to, let's say, at the current rate, 280 or 270 or something like that. The risk of getting bowled out quickly is limited. I mean, it has happened. We saw it yesterday, but that's the exception to the rule. Naseem up to the crease, round the wicket to Khawaja, again on off stump, pat it back down the pitch. Good probing line and length.
So what do you think they should be at the declaration, and through working through what your theory is there? What would you think they would be at tea, and would they declare in?
They're not going to be up to 350. If they had have gone at 4 and over through the day, it'd be close to that. That's unrealistic unless someone like Carey or Head tees off, or maybe Smith, as Geoff was pointing out before. He has got that club in the bag, although we don't see him take it out too often these days. But if they're up by, say, 320 by tea, Nassim delivers to Khawaja in behind it, pushing out to cover, no run. 320, 330. That might give them pause for thought. I mean, it still will obviously be dangling the carrot. You might be listening to this and thinking, why on earth would you let Pakistan have 4 sessions to chase 330 after Karachi last week? Well, the reason you would do it is to make them believe they can win, and in doing so you might find a wicket or two extra than if otherwise they were shutting up shop and just trying to defend for hour after hour. It's usually the way it's done. The seam wider of the crease, lots of swing back to Khawaja after shouldering arms, so the ball is hooping at 142 clicks as well. Good pace.
Well, it's times like these I'm glad I'm not the captain of the Australian cricket team, because I reckon that's a really difficult decision to make. But a person like you, Adam, like first thing this morning at breakfast, you were running numbers and theories and projections, and I was buttering my toast and just sort of reliving my dreams from the night before and rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. But you had about 55 different sort of scenarios running. What would you do, Adam Collins?
No, forget about me. Nassim bowls, Khawaja defends back down the pitch. Simon Kadich put it best before. He said it might be the most important decision of Pat Cummins' captaincy career so far. I share that view, because if he gets this right and they can stick the landing tomorrow, then winning this series from where they were this time yesterday, I mean, that would be some achievement. A long way to go, though. The last 10 wickets will almost definitely be the hardest of the series for Australia.
Gee, that's a wise observation from Simon Kadich.
Yeah.
Brings me back to something.
So last ball of the seam's over. Got a slip. Delivers here. Khawaja drives off the front foot out towards cover. A maiden for Nassim to start. 1 for 135 to score Australia. The lead remains 258. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test Cricket with Adam Collins and Pete Lawler playing a little bit of declaration speculation as Sajid Khan prepares to go again. The off-spinner in at Labuschagne. He's got a slip and a short leg. Labuschagne 17, dancing over the top. One bounce over the rope at long off. That's intent from the Queenslander. Moves into the 20s and the lead up to 262 Australia. 1 for 139. Lovely batting to transfer pressure straight back onto the spinner from the first ball of a fresh set.
Yeah, and you know, great shot. You know, another thing about that shot, it's bounced over the hoardings and into that little brick wall down below us and off that. And sometimes that can take a nick out of the shine. Let's just see if the ball continues to reverse after that, because sometimes that can do a little bit of damage to the ball. You work and work and work on the ball, and then that happens.
Just seeing Mohammad Rizwan, he was in the middle of the pitch on his hands and knees.
I think the ball had landed on the pitch, and he doesn't want to step on it because he doesn't want to do any damage to the pitch. He's a funny bugger.
So Rizwan's taken the opportunity to collect the ball very carefully so not to rub it against the pitch.
Yeah.
And then do a couple of push-ups just to show that he's still fit and firing and still in the contest. So they go back to where they started. That's the 15th four of the innings. Sajid again to Labuschagne, reverse sweeping, doesn't get hold of it, ends up at slip via his pad.
I don't think you want to step on the pitch. It's like when you're trying to get something off the wet lino and you've dropped your key, so you're leaning in and you don't want to put your muddy boots on. What do you think?
I think it was him trying not to accidentally push the ball into the pitch. It was shiny side down.
So why didn't he just walk out and pick it up?
He's just performative. Sajid bowls.
Well,
Labuschagne goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket. No single there.
I think you're wrong and I'm going to storm out. Pat Cummins, the most important decision of his captaincy career, says Simon Kadich. You might read that later.
Sajid bowls and Labuschagne looks to swing it through the onside across the line, but can't beat Imam Al-Haq at mid-wicket. No run.
We saw yesterday, I reckon, Pat Cummins at his most passionate and intense. I've you rarely see Pat Cummins like he was yesterday.
Sajid bowls. Labuschagne goes back in the crease, tries to beat backward point on a steer, but can't. He remains 21 from 41 deliveries.
The exuberance and exhilaration with which he celebrated that Azhar Ali caught and bowled, as good as it was, had another edge to it, I reckon.
Sajid completes the over. Labuschagne dancing to finish, but happy with a single. Downsert long on. Norman Ali does the fielding. Retains the strike. He's 22. 1 for 140 of the score. The lead 263. Khawaja down the other end on 64. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. Please pick it up, Pete Lawler.
Well, I think the context of the series is it's nil all. It's a historic series. If he could get his own team over the line, it just means so much to a guy that we've always looked at as a bit laid back and sort of preternaturally gifted, and everything comes easy to him and he doesn't really need to. And he doesn't carry on, does he? He's not a man given to histrionics, but he was on his knees yelling like he was Tarzan in that one.
Yeah, there was the comparison to Frank the Tank with the fist pumping out when Cummins took that caught and bowled to get them going as well.
Can you explain what Frank the Tank is? Because that goes right under my bat.
Pop culture reference to a film that was the sort of film you probably wouldn't take yourself to the cinema to watch.
Right.
That's okay.
What's it called?
Old School, wasn't it? Looking at the back of the box for confirmation from one of our colleagues.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is that there was Cummins pumping away and firing up the troops. I think you called it well, Pete, that it was a little bit reminiscent of Shane Warne in the 99 World Cup semi-final.
I seriously think it was. And then later, on another one of the dismissals, the way the eyes lit up. We're in this game, but it was more than just the wickets in that moment.
Nassim now gets a chance at Labuschagne. First ball on middle stump, pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
He copped a lot of criticism over the decision, the declaration. What do you call it? Declaration decision in the previous match. I disagree with that criticism, and I don't think he's the kind of guy who lets those things get to him. I hope he isn't, because you should never be reading those things from the outside or be influenced by them. But think about it. To be the first Australian captain here for a long, long time, and to bring home that trophy in your second series is quite significant. What's going on out there, Adam?
Well, they were making some tweaks. They were taking a look at the ball as well. I think Bharat might have picked up on what's going on.
Maybe it was that damage when it hit the wall below us from the Manus Labus Khagne lofted shot. Hang on, we're getting word in from our fourth umpire.
Yes, a bit of chat between Nassim and Khawaja at the non-strikers end. That's what it was.
Really?
So the young lad Nassim, a lot to like about him. Brilliant in the first innings. 2 catching mid-wickets now. He bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne defends it out to the squarer of those two men, but that reverse swing is clearly there. That started outside the off stump and was played from the line of about middle stump. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, I like those 2 catching mid-wickets with the ball reversing as it is.
But yes, Cummins, I don't think he... I mean, we discussed this last week in reference to his decision, well, not his decision, but his role in the decision around Justin Langer, knowing full well what was going to happen once that was made public, and he came out there and was punchy and explained himself well. Nassim wider of the crease to Labuschagne, in behind it again, defending out to mid-on. And I think when it comes to on-field matters, he's got a pretty good sense of self, and he wouldn't get too worried about the external noise.
No, he wouldn't. I don't think he'd be conscious of that too much. They read the press. As much as they tell you they don't. Hey, by the way, if you're reading the press today, there's a bit of a story around the coaching.
Is that
coaching manoeuvres? Yes.
Okay, where would we read this story? What does it say?
You would read it where all good stories are sold or published. There's a little bit of a collab, as they say in the craft brewing industry, between Peter Law and Ben Horn. We've done a collab on this yarn.
Labuschagne on 22. We'll come to it after this ball. Nassim to him, squares him up, spits out towards point. He was on the front foot, trying to push straight. Ends up with Sajid Khan. No run, but well bowled. Stays at 1 for 140. Tell us more.
Tell you more. Well, Cricket Australia, as is their wont, have established a process by which to hire a coach. They've hired a headhunting firm, would you believe it, to approach people and conduct interviews and find out their interest in perhaps replacing Justin Langer as the permanent coach. Now, this is a curious way to go about it.
Nassim bowls, Labuschagne defends, out to the offside. Gets one, though, just in front of point. Well played, Sajid Khan in the game again. Labuschagne up to 23, the lead 264. Continue.
Now, in my book, this is a bit of the behaviour of business graduates, isn't it? You know, headhunting firms and people who interview well and ticking boxes and presentations and all that stuff. Pardon my old school cynicism on this, but there's about 4 people in the world, I reckon, qualified or suitable to do that job. I reckon I've got all their numbers in my phone. You'd have all their numbers in your phone. Don't you reckon someone at Cricket Australia would have all the numbers in their phone, or could ask somebody who's got them? And couldn't you just call them? Rather than going and hiring some shiny firm to go through some business school process.
Nassim to finish, Khawaja defending, back to the bowler. He runs all the way up to the stumps as well. Like the way that Nassim Shah goes about it. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts, with the score up to 1 for 141, the lead 264.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
We're deep into the third hour of play on the 4th day here at Gaddafi Stadium at Lahore, with Australia in their second innings pushing a lead up to 264. Sajid Khan about to start his 16th over, and Pete Lalor telling us about how they're going to appoint the new Australian coach. Reverse sweeping Labuschagne. It spills off the foot of Babar Azam at slip out behind the wicketkeeper. They're through for a run. Was it a bye? Was it off the bat, waiting for the signal from umpire Raza? There is no signal, so a little under edge from Labuschagne. He moves up to 25, and it's 1 for 142.
Peter Lalor, who's hastily looking at his website to make sure the story's published so I don't give it away to my competition.
Don't worry, your competition's left the commentary box. It's no big deal. One slip here for Sajid Khan. To the crease, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja pushing into the onside. Quick single. Labuschagne through comfortably. He's 65, 1 for 143.
Well, I can confirm to you that at least one name on the list who has been approached by the headhunting firm, the Human Resources, whatever, is Ricky Ponting.
Okay, that makes sense.
What do you reckon Ricky Ponting would say to an offer like that? Do you want to replace your old mate Justin Langer in a job that pays about a quarter of what you get every year?
And 10 times the stress. Dancing here, Labuschagne to Sajid. Tries to square drive it in the end. He doesn't get much of it. It spills out to mid-off, no run.
I mean, they have to approach him. Good on them. That's the right thing to do. You have to go to Ponting on the outside chance.
Okay.
But you're not going to get a Ricky Ponting. And there's a reason you won't get a Ricky Ponting, and it's an issue in cricket at the moment.
Sajid delivers. Labuschagne defends. Wants one. Behind point. Gets it. They're batting in one-day mode here, the Queensland pair. The score up to 1 for 144.
Domestic T20 leagues are offering so much money and such a convenient sort of gig economy to good qualified coaches that national teams can't attract the best coaches because you're working 12 months a year.
Sajid to Khawaja, round the wicket. Khawaja in defence. The lead remains 267.
You're working 12 months a year for probably the same money as a Ricky Ponting's getting in the IPL, and running 3 teams.
Last ball of the over, Sajid to Khawaja defending again. End of 44. Australia 1 for 144 with Khawaja on 65. Labuschagne 25. Our coverage for tyre power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo tyres. Drinks are coming out onto the field. We'll give you a chance to complete your tail, Pete. Then we'll go to a break.
Well, if you're Ricky Ponting and you can pick up similar money from going over to India for 3 months and running an IPL team, why would you take the same amount of money or a little bit more to do 12 months on the road with 3 Australian teams, and particularly replacing your old mate Justin Langer, and particularly when you've been so upset with the way Justin Langer was so unceremoniously deposed from that job? Also begs the question about why they didn't have somebody in line when they kind of showed Justin a door, which I think that they did with the offer they gave him. But here is a sort of fundamental issue in cricket now, that the people best qualified for coaching positions aren't attracted to national team jobs. That they can take the money in these domestic leagues, and good on them. They get to spend more time with their families. And hey, and if you're a Ponting or any of those other people coaching the 100 or whatever, you can also have a commentary job in the summer too and be close to your kids and those sorts of things and have beach holidays. So it's a real issue in cricket at the moment, and I don't know how you get around it. And the answer, I don't think the answer is to give to throw more money at the national coaching job, but maybe the issue is to restructure it. Our understanding is that they won't restructure it. They'll give the national coach more time off. This is Ben Horn informs me, and use the assistant coaches more. At least that's a theory. But still, you're rarely away from the job. You saw, like, Justin Langer was, he was roped to the wheel the whole time, wasn't he? 13 months a year, 28 hours a day, 19 days a week.
It's 8 days a week. It's interesting how these things go in waves, isn't it? That now in England they're looking at splitting the role in two for this very reason. Trevor Bayliss, when he coached the England team, said, well, if you want the job, get ready to sleep in a different bed for 300 days a year that's not your own.
Yeah.
So that's the time commitment required. Pete, I'm going to take a break here on SEN Test Cricket with drinks on the field. Australia added 47 runs in that hour of play. They're 1 for 144. Khawaja 65, Labuschagne on 25. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power!
SEN Test Match Cricket. It is 1 for 144 at drinks. Thanks to Adam Collins and Peter Lalor, who were your previous commentary duo. Geoff Lemon here, and Waqar Younis has just jumped in alongside me as the drinks break is coming to an end. We might as well start on a related theme. The other guys were just talking about Justin Langer, whether Ricky Ponting would take the Australian coaching job, the unattractiveness of coaching a national team versus coaching a T20 franchise team, that sort of thing. The Pakistan coaching job is a pretty volatile one. It's had a lot of different occupants. You've had the chair a few times yourself. How appealing is that job for someone to want to take on at the moment?
Look, someone who has played the game would love to do it because this is pretty satisfying, and you want to really add on your knowledge also and do the job. But I tell you, it's not easy. There are a lot of critics you have to really face, and then of course the different players come from different regions. You have to really deal with them also and manage them and put them together. And especially in our part of the world, when things don't go well, things can change also very, very quickly. So you have to be really prepared for that if you really want to do this job. Another part of the world, I guess, this is a little bit different. They give you a proper opportunity, proper time, and then they, of course, judge you. Judging is good, I think, but critics can be really harsh in our part of the world at times, and it can be very heartbreaking also. And people react on that also. Don't forget. Nowadays, it's a social media, world and time, and it is difficult. But yeah, I loved it. I enjoyed every bit of it, and I have got no regrets. I tried my best to provide the best result to the team and try to groom a lot of youngsters in my time. So I enjoyed it, but it's tough, definitely.
Start of play after drinks. Naseem Shah bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who's playing straight back down the pitch. So it's more something that you want for fulfillment to do that job, to feel like you're contributing to Pakistan cricket.
Yeah, because you've played cricket at the top, and you've seen highs and lows, and you understand the game really well, and you want to still be around the game and help these younger lot to really fulfill their dreams and do well for their country.
Nassim bowls to Labuschagne, punching off the back foot for a single to cover. And someone like Nassim Shah would be one of those players where you've had a hand in seeing him come through from being a teenager, seeing the talent and helping him a little bit on the way.
Yeah, when I first saw him, I mean, if you look at his bowling action and the kind of athlete he is, and very smart. I mean, what I've seen, he has improved so much over the last year or so. He's been through a lot of injuries and he's still fighting really hard against injuries. And I can understand, because injuries do come at this age, especially at the teenager age. He has really impressed me this time around.
Around the wicket to Khawaja, who's fending and missing, and it goes on the bounce through to Mohammad Rizwan. Nassim puts his hand to his face and then walks back towards the top of his mark.
Well, he's still learning, and good thing about him is a good learner, a quick learner. That one was a little bit of reverse there, and don't forget, he's bowled 31 overs in the first inning, and he's still running in hard and wants to really perform well for his country. His bowling is 9th over. He's not given many runs, only 15.
He bowls to Khawaja, and that one's moving through the air again, and Rizwan takes it diving to his left. No edge, but the ball is starting to go.
Yeah, normally in the middle session from lunch to tea, we did not see much of a reverse swing, but this ball is 45 overs old, and suddenly the ball has started doing a few tricks, especially for the pacers, the odd one also keeping low, and there are a lot of cracks also on the surface, so the odd one will hit the crack and move both sides. So all you got to do is, as a bowler, hit the right length and make sure that the batsmen play at you, and that's what Nassim is doing.
Nassim Shah around the wicket to the left-hander. Khawaja tucking this ball away off his pads out through mid-wicket. He'll get at least a couple of runs here. 3 fielders converging in the deep. Comes back for the second, one for 147. Khawaja has 67. There's a 50 partnership up for this pair.
Look, there is plenty in this pitch for a pacer when it starts reversing. But the thing is, you have to be patient. What we saw from the Australians, they waited, and during that wait, what they did not allow Pakistan to score quickly. They kept things very, very tight, and once they've felt that the ball has started reversing and they started pushing themselves, extra pace came in and then started hitting the stumps.
Nassim bowls to Khawaja, who whips away again into the leg side. More runs here, just a single on this occasion out to deep backward square leg. 45 overs gone. The score is 1 for 148.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year. The all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. We're sitting at Lahore with Waqar Younis, who played so much here and coached Pakistan. All of these connections, and it must be quite a special feeling when you see someone like Nassim Shah doing great things on the international stage, a bit like seeing your own kids develop and prosper.
Look, when I first became coach, I came with Bob Woolmer as a helping hand, as a fast bowling consultant, and I worked with a lot of good bowlers. I mean, Umar Guls and Shoaib Akhtar and Abdul Razzaq, and there are a lot of spinners also. Zulfikar Babar, Saeed Ajmal, Danish Kanaria was still playing then, and of course Mohammad Hafiz was bowling really nicely. So Abdul Rahman. So a lot of bowlers came through that time. And I've really enjoyed my time, because we always believe and we always have trust in that we always have bowlers who can bowl quickly, like Shoaib Akhtar, Umar Gul, now Shaheen also, Nassim Shah is in the modern days. So we always produce, I don't know where we get that from, but they always, around the corner, you'll see a really fine bowlers.
Noman Ali, left-arm spinner, bowling to Khawaja down the pitch, flicking to mid-wicket. It's always been the perception is Pakistan is the fast bowling factory.
Yeah.
And then India next door is the factory of great batsmen.
It is turning around now because India has got some very, very fine fast bowlers and they're generating good pace. Earlier in the 90s, they always had good bowlers, but not pacey bowlers.
Not the fastest. Reverse sweep from Khawaja, and he misses again. So he's tried this a couple of times without success. Noman scoots the ball through into the keeper's gloves.
And then when I took on as a head coach job, then comes Wahab, Mohammad Amir. They all came in that time, in that era, and Mohammad Asif was there. So there were some really fine bowlers.
Noman. Down the wicket comes Khawaja and gets an inside edge after dancing. Out to deep backwards square leg, 149 for 1.
And they all came very young, apart from probably Mohammad Asif. They're all very young, and to groom them at this level, it is difficult. It is tough because there are very few fast bowlers who understands Test cricket very early in their age. Mohammad Amir was one of them who understood Test match cricket very well. Asif understood. Wahab took a bit of time, and then of course these guys. I mean, even Naseem Shah, I thought when he first played, he was very good, but as we all know that he was only 17, so he was young. Same goes with Hasnan, who's working on his action, trying to fix it. He was another very, good find at the time. Played T20 cricket, one-day cricket also.
Noman bowls around the wicket to Labuschagne, outside edge. It pops away towards cover to the leading edge, past the silly mid-off, and that was a half chance. Silly mid-off moves a half pace to his right. Abdullah Shafiq there. And what's become of Mohammad Musa Khan?
Mohammad Musa is still around. He's playing. He was another one who came very young and playing the domestic season.
Around the wicket and speared in. Little paddle sweep from Labuschagne. He'll get a couple of runs. Top edge. It's going down towards the fine leg boundary. He takes 2, 1 for 151.
Yeah, he was the one who was probably the quickest, but probably had more issues with his run-ups and his action, because he wasn't really the tallest. I mean, he's still playing. He's not the tallest. He's only, what, 5'8", 5'9", but very skinny bowler, a little bit round-armish. So he needs to work, I think, a bit more on his game. And I'm sure once he'll play more cricket, he'll learn more trade of the game, and he will bounce back.
Noman to finish the over. Around the wicket, and Labuschagne sweeps hard, lays into that one. It's rolling out through mid-wicket. It's bouncing, trickling, and it hits the rope now. Labuschagne to 32. Australia, after 46 overs, they're 1 for 155.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
1 for 155, Australia's lead, 278 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Naseem Shah with the ball in hand. Running in, bowling rapid to Khawaja, who's defending outside the off stump to cover. This
still generating some good pace. That last delivery was 140.5. Bowled what, 31 overs first inning, and still running in hard. Still looks searching for his first wicket. He could have easily had a wicket for Warner earlier when he bowled that no ball. So I mean, still learning, still getting better and better. But I'm sure he's got a bright future ahead of him as long as he stays fit, because he's got He's got everything. It's such a fine action.
He bowls to Khawaja, almost through. Khawaja just jams the bat down on it, gets it down to mid-on. Just for a second, it looked like that might sneak onto the pad.
I have hardly seen him bowl a bad ball, maybe one odd gone down the leg side, but he was just ponding on that length and trying to threaten the batsman with that length. So really impressive spell from Naseem Shah. The more he will play, I have a feeling that he'll be a threat to the batsmen around the world.
To Khawaja, who's defending again, and there is an intelligence to Naseem Shah's bowling which shines through. And the way that he kept hitting a length in the first innings, used the reverse swing to good effect instead of just trying to bowl Yorkers all the time.
Well, he hardly bowled that Yorker, and I feel in Test match cricket you don't really need to bowl too many Yorkers. I mean, nowadays most of the batsmen, they know how to handle reverse swing, they know how to tackle reverse swing from a full length. But if you bowl at that length which we saw yesterday from Cummins and
Naseem to Khawaja, who drives, can't beat the field at mid-off, so a couple in this over that have kept low to Khawaja, uneven bounce.
And we've seen the same length from Naseem Shah in the first inning. That length really troubles the batsman. Even Warner's wicket, it just left a little bit. All you need is maybe an inch of movement from the pitch, which we saw, and took the off stump. So it's the length which really takes the wicket. In Test match cricket, sometimes I feel that the bowlers is just in the likes of Shaheen and at odd times Stark also. He tries to bowl too full and too fast.
Naseem to Khawaja, over pitch, driven into the covers. It gets through on a misfield. They'll take one run, turn back for a second. Long chase all the way out there to the deep extra cover boundary. 1 for 157. The lead goes up to 280. Khawaja goes from 69 to 71.
That wasn't the best of the effort from skipper Babar Azam. He's in cover. That wasn't really hit that hard and was not too far away from him. It's just tiredness, I guess. They've been in the field for a long time. It's been very, very hot and steamy, and we see some really tired bodies. It's the third Test match they're playing. A lot of hard work on these pitches.
Naseem to Khawaja, who drops the ball away to point, thinks about a single but won't get it as Fawad Alam comes sprinting in. And he's on his haunches, Naseem. He's tired. Might need to take a break after this. After 47 overs, 1 for 157. SEN Test Cricket coming to you from Lahore. For Henley, build with confidence, henley.com.au. If you look out at this ground, Waqar, what's your favourite memory of having played here at Lahore?
I played 7 Test matches here, a series against New Zealand. I played here against West Indies, against Sri Lanka, against Australia. I don't think I played here. India was played here, and I was injured then. I couldn't play that Test match. But yeah, a lot of memories because I played a lot of first-class cricket here in Gaddafi Stadium. Normally a very fine pitch. This is a tired surface, I would say, or would I say the whole square is very tired. We had just PSL also on these pitches, and you can see, the entire square is quite bare. There's no real grass around, so it's been used quite a bit, and that's why I feel that it's not really going through. The ball's not going through, and especially with this heat and all those cracks on the pitch, the pitch doesn't really let the ball go. It's just the ball gets stuck in the pitch.
Noman to Labuschagne, dances, drives down the ground. He's hit that very nicely, just inside the mid-on, and so it'll go for 4. Yeah, it just looked like he'd pushed a single there, but that scoots all the way through, hits the boundary cushion. Labuschagne's got 36, 1 for 161.
Well, he's using his feet very nicely. This is a few times I've seen Labuschagne coming down the pitch and taking the bowlers on, especially to Noman, and that one was hit really hard. And also when you run down the pitch, you're running right in the middle of the pitch, and with all those long spikes, you're not going to really make life easy for the batsmen later on when Pakistan come to bat. And these are the tactics, the old tactics of Test match cricket. We have seen a couple of times umpires coming to the batsmen and telling them off a little bit and say, just get off the pitch. But once you're batting, there are a certain way you bat, and if you use your feet on a regular basis, that thing will come into play, because you're running right in the middle of the pitch, which I don't think umpires can stop you from doing that. So Labuschagne looking really good. He's on 36 or 56. Has struggled in this series. And a duck first inning and a duck in Karachi also, but nervous start today, but he's just finding his feet and getting better and better.
He's still there. That's the main thing, being able to stick around. He's got 36. And there's a long delay. Not sure what we're waiting for. They're shifting the field around. It's quite defensive. They've got long off back. Basically a long on rather than a mid on, about 2/3 of the way back as well. Deep backward point, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. Noman to Labuschagne, who defends a ball pitching outside the leg stump. So are they going to bowl this negative line outside leg stump now?
By the look of it, it seems that they're going to try to bowl into that rough on the leg side of Labuschagne. Is coming over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, and trying to bowl in that rough area.
Noman aims for it. Labuschagne sweeps, top edge, and he's caught in the deep. Well, he took that one on out of the rough. He top edged one earlier and got away with it. This time he falls. Labuschagne gone for 36. Caught out on the deep mid wicket rope. Australia 2 down for 161. It doesn't much matter. The lead is 284, but a wicket from Noman Ali.
Yeah, the tactics coming over the wicket and bowling in that rough did work, but that one landed right in the middle of that foot marks and top edged it, and who was that? Sajid Khan is the fielder.
Well, that's a little gimme back, because Noman dropped one off Sajid Khan, and now Sajid Khan has said passive aggressively, this is how you do it, my friend.
Yeah, but Labuschagne played really well. It's just that he couldn't really get going from there. He scored 36 of 58, 161 for 2 after 47.3 overs. I feel Australia still in control. It all depends on them how they want to bat for next 35, 40 minutes. That's what we got before tea break, and if they can put up another maybe 30 odd runs now, 25, 30 runs, and then come back and bat for maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, and get quick runs, another 30 runs, and maybe and get to somewhere around 340. That's what I feel. I think anything above 3.5, Pakistan chasing is not going to be easy on this one. And also Pakistan one short when you talk about their batting.
Yep.
And early on, we have seen that Australian bowlers, they can rip through the tail very quickly. So they have to leave enough time they'll have to leave enough overs to get those first 5 wickets. So I would say at least leave 110 and 20 overs, somewhere around there.
SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. Pakistan will be hoping if they can buy a 3rd wicket, they'll get 1 free, get 4 down. But Steve Smith is out here. He can score quickly. He's got a monstrous record. He's very close to bringing up 8,000 runs.
Yeah. He'll be hoping that he'll get it here in Pakistan.
7 runs to go for his 8,000. Test average still north of 60. Flighted ball from Noman Ali, and Smith drives it very crisply but straight to short cover.
The Pakistani bowlers, they'll be hoping that he will not get those runs which he requires for 8,000.
Smith tapping the bat.
Ooh.
Waiting for Noman. Flat ball and a paddle sweep from Smith. He's off the mark, and there's one of the runs that he needs. He's now 6 short of 8,000, 2 for 162. What did you pick up just then? You were mmming about something.
You were looking the other side. Actually, they shown on telly Labuschagne when he got into the dressing room. He just banged his bat into other bats. There were like 10 of them there, and he was not happy.
Well,
and I hope the referee didn't see that.
Yes. David Warner was all smiles when he got out. Marnus Labuschagne not the same.
No.
Noman Ali bowls to Khawaja, who flicks off his pads and takes a run out to deep mid-wicket. So Australia lead by 286 runs. We've had 48 overs bowled. It is 2 for 162. Khawaja on 72, Smith on 1. You're on SEN Test Cricket, and after the break, Adam Collins to join Waqar Younis.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record round 2 edition. Still only $5. Available game day, Coles Express, newsagents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability with Adam Collins and Waqar Younis on the call. Usman Khawaja is preparing to face up to start the 49th over. Hassan Ali from the pavilion end. Khawaja on 72. Round the wicket, Khawaja plays with a straight blade down the track. Stephen Smith playing his 151st Test innings today. Kumar Sangakkara was the quickest to 8,000 runs, 152. So he's got to get it today to be the quickest to that mark. If he falls short,
so what do they need? 6 runs?
He needs 6 runs to be the quickest ever to 100.
He'll get it.
And then Sangakkara was first, has been first until now. Tendulkar second in 154 hits. Sobers did it in 157. Hassan Ali, 2 catching men behind the wicket to Khawaja, steering through the cordon, just behind point down towards the rope. Gets himself a 4. Khawaja 76, the lead continues to grow, now up to 290 with Australia 2 for 163.
Well, if Hassan needs to bowl that length and that line, which is outside the off stump, he needs third man, because with that pace, is not going to really bother Khawaja. Khawaja just opening the face of the bat, playing it really late. There's only one slip in a gully, and that one's really spanked quite nicely. And that one went to boundary quite quickly too.
So 2 for 167. Hassan Ali to Khawaja, placed straight down the pitch, down towards mid-on, no run. So that lead at 290, Waqar. We've got 33 minutes until the tea break.
Yeah.
I don't suppose they'll be willing to pull out quite yet, but we might be at the stage when they're willing to tee off and really take on the Pakistan bowling. This far ahead in the game, they can throw caution to the wind.
Just say if there are like 30 odd overs after tea, there'll be around 33, 35 overs will be remaining after tea, so they can bat maybe 12 to 15 overs, I would say.
Hassan hides the ball, bowls here. Khawaja clipping away in front of square, out towards the rope. A lot of work to do for the sweeper, and not a chance. That was flicked with power. 2 boundaries in the over. Khawaja moves into the 80s, 2 for 171. What a series he's having.
I think Smith came on the pitch, and he has brought a message with him that, okay guys, let's move on now, let's push it. And straight away Khawaja using his feet and coming down the pitch and hitting him through mid-wicket. I have a feeling that they're going to start scoring quickly now.
What a shot that was. He goes again, this time through the offside. Might be 3 boundaries in the over, and it is. Too good for the man at deep backward point. Just spine of him. Khawaja gallops along to 84, 12 runs in the over already. Just opening up the offside there, throwing his hands at it. And that lead now is up to 298 with a bullet.
Yeah, that's demoralising. Very demoralising for Hassan Ali, who has struggled throughout this series, hasn't really picked up many wickets. And now, once they start thinking that, okay, we're looking for declaration, they're coming hard.
Hassan Ali to finish. Khawaja takes 1 to retain the strike out to mid-wicket. Fantastic batting. 13 runs from the Hassan Ali over. Khawaja moves up to 85. Smith on 1 down the other end. The lead 299. Australia 2 for 176. Our coverage for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Australia have made the decision to put the foot down, and Khawaja is a man on a mission. 15 away from another Test 100. It'll be his second of the series after making 91 in the first innings here at Lahore. Noman Ali has 1 for 24 from 4 overs. He's got to start with 3 men back on the leg side, a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on in front of us, and a deep backward point, mostly there for the reverse sweep. A slip the only catcher. Noman over the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, who does reverse sweep and does get it fine. Fine enough for 2. Oh, he's hit that so well. They will get back for a couple. Shaheen Afridi collecting just in front of the rope. Khawaja to 87 and the lead beyond 300. Australia ahead by 301 with the score 2 for 178. This is fun now.
Yeah, it is. I don't think Khawaja is going to wait for tea. He's going to try to get to his 100, and I hope he does. I mean, he's missed out on 2 centuries on this tour, so he doesn't want to just miss out once again. He got a big 100 earlier, but he wants to make it 2.
Backward point goes fine up for the reverse sweep. Khawaja flat, steers it into the onside, takes 1 to mid-wicket. He's 88, 2 for 179, the lead 302.
Australia's got wickets in hand. They don't have anything to lose from here on. I think they've got enough runs. From here on, whatever they get is going to be bonus. So get maybe another 30 runs, maybe they can, the way they started in the last. Probably T will be in about 6 overs, 5 to 6 overs.
Well, it changes the conversation. Maybe they can declare and keep the 2 overs at T. Remember, if they declare into the session, they'll burn 2 overs with the ball for the changeover. I mean, it sounds like a small thing, but when we're talking about precious time, you're talking about 30 more runs.
Do you
30 minutes.
Do you want to really leave Pakistan in the game? Don't you want to just sort of kick them out of the game first? Get to a total where Pakistan can't win the game and then probably declare.
Look, it's the age-old debate. Do you dangle the carrot and open up the game to your bowlers a little bit more or not? Noman Ali will bowl into the rough of Smith, over the wicket, reverse sweep, misses it by a mile.
That's not his shot.
Well down the leg side.
That's not his shot. He shouldn't try that.
And also, there might be a word here between umpire Raza and Noman Ali, and there is, because that is so far outside the leg stump. The next one out there might be signalled wide. Look, I'm not saying they will do that, but that might be a thought. If they can pile on, there's half an hour until tea.
Yeah.
The rate they're going at, they might hit 40 or 50.
Yeah, they can. I mean, I'm not saying they can't. But 302 right now, 340, 350. Yeah, they can do that.
Smith on 1. Noman bowls to him here. Dances, greets it, slaps it out to extra cover, gets himself a single to the left of Azhar Ali at mid-off. Smith's 2 for 180 to score, the lead 303.
Well, the Pakistani fielders have also guessed it that this is going to be interesting next 5-6 overs. So they're going to look to slow the game down a bit, maybe just -1 over or something like that, or maybe just bowl into that really rough area or really rubbish, which is too much outside the off stump.
So 3 out on the leg side rope and the deep backward point. Noman to Khawaja again. Reverse sweep, doesn't hit it. Off the pad, spills out into the leg side. 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, that was good. That was good bowling from Noman. He's bowled it slowly. He didn't really give Khawaja pace to sort of use that, especially when you're playing reverse sweep. Bowl nice and slow and see what he does.
Noman away from us towards Khawaja. Delivers here. Khawaja plays conservatively. Wants 1 to mid-wicket. He'll get it comfortably. They don't consider a second. So Khawaja retains the strike. He's on 89. The lead up to 304. End of the over. 2 for 181. Our coverage for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
It's been a weekly keepsake with footy fans for over 100 years. The AFL record. Filling out the goals and points on the team lists is a family tradition for many. Now you can do it every week at home with an AFL Record subscription. You can purchase the AFL Record online via aflrecord.com.au and get each week's edition delivered to your door. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL Record. Subscribe today online, aflrecord.com.au.
Usman Khawaja with the hammer down, 11 away from another 100. He'll be facing Hassan Ali. He enjoyed his work in the previous over, 3 boundaries, and Babar Azam sticks with his experienced right arm fast medium. Deep backward point, and then 2 out on the leg side. Hassan Ali to Khawaja, who drives out through cover, can't beat the man in there on the 1. No single. Adam Collins with you, but Sundaresan rejoining me. This is an exciting little passage of play we've got ahead of us.
There's so much to look forward to, Adam. Australia pressing on, Usman Khawaja hitting another 100 in Pakistan, and Steve Smith getting to 8,000 test runs.
Yes, 5 away from that milestone. I was surprised to see Sangakkara ahead of Tendulkar. He edged him by 2 innings, 152 to 154. Smith in innings 151. Khawaja facing up to Hassan Ali. Is there one to mid-wicket? Not quite. Bit too straight. Noman Ali does the fielding at mid-on, no run.
Sangakkara's career just took off from, I think, around that 4,000 run mark in Test cricket. He was unstoppable, got runs all around the world and big runs as well. From, say, around 2006 to 2011-12, he was arguably the best Test batter going around.
Yeah, and the correlation between his batting average and when he wasn't wicket-keeping, it's quite the shift. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, shuffling down the track, taking 1 out towards cover point where there is a gap. Babar Azam does the fielding. Khawaja once again into the 90s. He was out for 97 in Rawalpindi, 91 in the first innings here. Between times, a splendid 160 at Karachi, and now 90 not out. So 4 times passing 90 in a 3-test series. Brilliant effort from the veteran opening bat.
I'm disappointed with that 40-odd he got in the second innings. Failure.
I think it was a red inker though, wasn't it? It was at 44 not out, so he really has been hard to remove. Near on impossible. Smith on strike on 2. Hassan Ali to him here. Right arm over. Smith goes back, looking to access the leg side. He thinks better of it. The in-swinging Yorker kept out from the block hole, but that gives a sense of the way that Smith's going to bat as well. They've left open deep mid-wicket for him. The lead stays at 305.
Yeah, it's not one of Steve Smith's natural strengths. It's just clearing his front leg and whacking a ball over mid-wicket, especially off a seamer.
We have seen him do it from time to time. He has been quite an effective T20 player for Australia, but not so much recently. Hassan Ali bowls to Smith, comes forward again after triggering all the way across his stumps, exaggerated fashion. Stays at 2 for 182. Just a couple of balls, 1 ball left in this over. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and give the strike back to Khawaja. If they have given themselves a time frame, I'm not saying they'll pull out at T, but if they did pull out at T, the point I was making to Waqar is that they can save a couple of overs on the changeover.
Yeah, but I think it's again a question of, you have 4 full sessions.
Yeah.
Would those 2 overs make a difference?
So 23 minutes till T. Hassan Ali to finish the over to Smith. Pushing out through the offside. There should be 2 there, and there will be. Deep point. Sajid Khan racing around. He's been busy today, so Smith moves to 4. The lead 307 at the end of the over. Australia 2 for 184. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
It goes back to Usman Khawaja on 90. About to start the 52nd over of Australia's second innings. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you on the call. They had an impromptu drinks break after that over, just to soak a couple of minutes off the clock. Now, 3 out on the leg side and the deep backward point. Quite fine in that position for the reverse sweep. Noman over the wicket to Khawaja here, who cuts or forces off the back foot. Sajid Khan's there in at cover, no single.
As the old school commentators used to say, I'm definitely sure a message was carried along with the gloves.
Yes, always a message with the gloves. How will they play this? Sajid Can't at cover, comes up a couple of steps. Noman bowls to Khawaja. Wants one to mid-wicket, and he'll get one to mid-wicket. A deflection, parried away, down towards long on. So Khawaja off strike on 91. The score he made in the first innings, 2 for 185. The lead up to 308.
And another reason Pat Cummins would want a good 20 overs at least against this Pakistan side today is he looked a little flat on the field, maybe for the first time all series. A lot of fumbles, dropped catches. Babar Azam's been getting annoyed with his bowlers. Just having been out there on the field, the collapse yesterday has got to them.
Rhythmical clapping from the crowd as Noman Ali makes his way in over the wicket to Smith in the rough. Smith turns it around to the man at short fine, gets a single, moves to 5. 2 away from 8,000 runs in Test cricket. Back to Khawaja, who's there on 91, the lead 309.
And if you can get even a couple of wickets tonight, of course Cummins would want at least 3 or 4, but if you can knock out the likes of Abdullah Shafiq, who can bat for long periods.
It'll be which players they are. If they can get rid of Shafiq, they'll feel like they are absolutely on top going into the final day. Noman Ali bowling here to Khawaja on 91. Khawaja well forward, defending, can't beat mid-wicket, no single there either. So 2 balls left in the over. Just 1 slip, the catcher. 3 out on the leg side. Can he pierce them? Noman bowls to Khawaja, reverse sweep, and it's through over the top of the off stump by the time it lands in the gloves of Rizwan, who spills it onto the turf. Khawaja loves that shot. Slower there through the air as well, 79 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, regardless of the match situation, I'm not sure Usman Khawaja would want to miss out on 100 2 times in the series while playing the reverse sweep.
No, that's right. Out for 97, playing that shot at Rawalpindi to start the series. Noman, the finish is over. Khawaja down to long on for an easy single. He moves to 92, 52 overs gone. We've got about 20 minutes until the tea break. Geoff Lemon coming in to replace me with the score 2 for 187. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson, covering everything from Formula 1 to V8 supercars.
TCR Championship leader and host of the Parked Up podcast, Tony D'Alberto, joined us to wrap up the round at Phillip Island.
Stevie J. Did you want me to ask those questions?
Well, we had the same problem on our podcast as well. Grant will look at me and I'll look at him, and then, someone's going to ask a question.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. It is 2 for 187. Australia streaming away, 310 in front, 310. That's the number of Test wickets that Brett Lee took. It just came to me off the screen. 311, that'll be Mitchell Johnson. So, having a chat in the middle of the pitch with Usman Khawaja and Stephen Smith. The umpire's having a look at the ball, so it looks like they're getting the ball changed. Out of shape, something wrong with it. They need a 52-over worn ball. Aleem Dar is sifting through the box. Shaheen says no to one suggested replacement.
One of those quirks in cricket. Not that this ball's going to make...
It's split down the seam, that's why. That's why they're changing it.
It has been cluttering into the boundary boards in the last 20 minutes or so.
Well, now the 4th umpire's going off to get more balls because apparently none of these balls are suitable. So umpire Raza is having a look at the existing match ball now, comparing it to something else. The replacement one looks a lot less beaten up, I'll tell you that.
Doesn't look 52 overs old for sure.
Looks about 19 overs old. I suppose it depends what surface you're playing on and how many times you've bashed it into the LED boards. So Khawaja's having to wait. Probably not what he wants. 17 minutes till the break. He's on 92. He wants to get to 100 before tea. And he's having to stand around. He's at the non-strikers end. And Steve Smith, this is so Steve Smith. He couldn't help himself. He's gone over to stand with the umpires, the bowler and the opposition captain while they decide which ball to take. And I think he's been sent off by the umpires. They're like, go on. You go and mark your guard and worry about... So Steve Smith, who marks his guard when he's fielding and tries to have an input on which ball they use when he's batting.
Yeah, he does want to get involved with most things, like you said, Geoff, that happen on the cricket field. He doesn't like being left out.
Just wants to be part of it. It's quite sweet in a way.
It is. It is. I mean, he's just trying to help out. He's just trying to...
Fourth umpire is back, Bharat, with a new box of balls. Not a box of new balls, but an extra box of balls. They've got the cardboard Kookaburra box, not the wooden case.
Yeah. The wooden case looks much cooler.
It does. Much more business-like. But Aleem Dar has finally selected a ball he's happy with. He's given it to Babar Azam and Shaheen Shah Afridi and said, I don't care what you think. This is what you're working with from now on.
And I don't blame the fourth umpire for taking his own sweet time to walk off the field carrying 2 boxes of balls. He's had a lot of work to do during this test match.
Ran out, ran back, ran out again, and now he's walking off with the Pakistan substitute fielder in the bright yellow vest. Shaheen polishing the replacement ball, giving it to Hassan Ali.
Also noticed, Jeffrey, that they've taken both flags down.
Okay. Well, Steve Smith is out there.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Hassan, round the wicket to Khawaja, drives at a wide, full delivery and doesn't make contact. Rizwan tumbles to his left again. He's done a lot of tumbling, Mohammad Rizwan.
And it isn't only the Pakistan flag. They had an Australian flag right next to their dressing room. That's been brought down as well.
Only Stephen Smith can make them bring down the flags. Imagine if they send him to the border ceremony. Could be controversial.
Well, I did hear about a couple of our colleagues planning to head to the Waqar border the day after the test.
Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, who drives hard off the thick outside edge. 1 run, running the first one hard and hoping for a second, but it won't be possible as Azhar Ali's throw is good. Over the stumps to the keeper, Khawaja moved on.
I think there was frantic activity right after Manas Labuschagne got out and Steve Smith walked out. Usman Khawaja picking off Hassan Ali for 3 boundaries. The last 2 or 3 overs, they've gone back to just batting normally. The lead is 311. You'd expect Australia to come back and bat for maybe half hour or so. That could be the manic phase.
Hassan Ali to Smith, who steps across his stumps and defends. Khawaja on 93 at the non-strikers end. Have been scoring busily. Smith, he's only faced 9 deliveries, but hasn't really taken anything on. Usman Khawaja, since he came back into the test team in Sydney, currently averaging 123. Useful. 300s and 390s so far. One of them is not out. Hassan Ali, the Smith, who reaches for it, drives it crisply. Out to cover point. Long chase in the deep. A dive won't be successful. 4 for Smith. Sajid Khan has deflected it into the rope. Smith goes to 9. Australia 2 for 192. And that is 8,000 test runs for Stephen Smith. That makes him the fastest to get there in terms of innings played in test cricket.
Incredible how often we've been speaking about Steve Smith's form in the last couple of years. Just amazing how prolific he's been in the last 3 or 4 years. And when you go back to the start of his career, it did take him a while. Then he's just kicked on like nobody else.
Hassan Ali to Smith, opens his face. Face of the bat, not his own face. Drives it to cover.
Nobody else's business, really. Incredible achievement for Steve Smith. That also puts him in within shooting range of Mark Waugh, who's next on the list in terms of most test runs for Australia, 8,029. So he's currently just 27 runs away from equaling Mark Waugh.
Hassan Ali. Steve Smith pushing the ball hard into the ground on the bounce to slip. And there will be no run. Khawaja will have strike with 12 minutes to go until the break. He needs 7 runs, 11 minutes to go now. It's 2 for 192.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test Cricket for tyre power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo tyres. Program also brought to you by Henley. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Australia 2 for 192. Noman Ali bowling to Khawaja. Sweeps hard, solidly. And they've got a deep mid wicket, so he'll only get 1 run for it. 94. Loses strike. 2 for 193. Australia leading by 315. TV's caught up with you, Bharat. Brought up the highest Australian run scorers. So ahead of Steve Smith, Mark Waugh, Matthew Hayden, Michael Clark. They're all in the 8,000s. And Steve Waugh, Alan Border, Ricky Ponting in the 10,000 plus range. So 7th all time, could shortly be 6th. Remarkable achievement for a remarkable player. Noman flights it. Smith down the wicket and driving to mid-off and running with the stroke. Turning the strike over, exactly what Khawaja wants. Smith goes to 10. 2 for 194.
You'd think he'll have enough time during this innings. He doesn't get out to go past Mark Waugh.
Yeah, you'd expect him to bat on a bit after tea. 317. I suppose if they have, say, 110 overs at Pakistan. Noman bowls to Khawaja, who will get a run into the leg side, just leaning onto the back foot and nudging it away. He's got 95, 2 for 195. If they have 110 overs, they get 80 with a new ball and then 30 with a second new ball. Time to get some reverse if they really need it right towards the end.
Yeah, and even if they can get the last 5 overs today, to get the ball reversing, even if, say, Pakistan get off to a decent enough start, and if they can knock 2 over in that 5-over session, and things happen very quickly as you've seen in the last session, they'll set them up so nicely tomorrow.
Noman, left arm over the wicket, darts it down to Smith, outside leg stump. He'll pick up a run easily, just flicking it away to deep backward square leg. Turning over the strike with ease at the moment. 2 for 196.
I also think of the guy who's just gone past in terms of being the quickest to 8,000 test runs, the stylish Kumar Sangakkara, and the pretty ridiculous Steve Smith, ridiculously good Steve Smith.
151 innings for Smith to get to 8,000. Sangakkara took 152. Flighted from Noman, no run for Khawaja, who walked down the track and turned it straight to deep mid-wicket, straight to short mid-wicket rather.
Isn't it also sweet that Azhar Ali brought up his 7,000th run and they cut a cake for him last evening? Of course, both of them made their test debuts together at Lord's in 2010.
Noman to Khawaja, who will get a run on this occasion. Just turns the wrists on a ball and deflects it behind square. Gets through for 1, keeps the strike. He's got 96. He's a boundary away. 2 for 197, Australia after 54 overs.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the Round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record Round 2 edition, still only $5. Available game day, Coles, Coles Express, newsagents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
Test cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. 54 overs gone. 2 for 197. Australia 320 ahead. Hassan Ali bowling to Usman Khawaja, who tries to drive through the covers but mistimes it hard into the ground. And it goes on the bounce to Babar Azam, the Pakistan skipper, who picks it up, polishes the ball on the back of his thigh, just trying to get something, anything going from this ball. It doesn't much matter. This is a stay of execution stuff. When do Australia decide to declare? All that Pakistan can do is try to drag it out a bit, make it take a bit longer. If the Australians have a particular score in mind, something like that, Pakistan can give themselves fewer overs to face to try to save the match in the series. Hassan Ali to Khawaja, who drives not fluently, takes a quick single, dashes through. Smith has to dive at the striker's end and tries to protect his arms because they're bare, uncovered, and the surface is very abrasive. In the end, he would have been home without a dive, but he didn't know that because he was facing away from mid-wicket where the ball had gone. He's home either way. Khawaja to 97. Slightly dicey single, but Smith was backing up so far that he got in.
Almost caused a mini sandstorm.
Yeah.
Looked like Steve Smith.
Absolutely, it was like something out of Dune.
Yeah, dramatic scenes.
2 for 198. Khawaja on 97 at the non-striker. Smith on 11. 5 minutes till the tea break. Hassan Ali to Smith, who defends back down the pitch. 3 balls to come in the over. Needs to find a single.
Usman Khawaja wouldn't mind going into the tea break 100 not out, just 3 runs away. He will get another over.
Yes. Not ideal to be trying to get it off the last over before drinks, though. Much rather knock it off now. Up to Smith with all his skill to find a single. Hassan to Smith, who tries. Turns it into the leg side, but just too close to Babar Azam at mid-wicket. Thought he had it for a second there. Smith started running, had to turn back.
Pakistan will, of course, take a lot of confidence from what they achieved last week. Just a different pitch. We've heard everyone talk about it. Mitchell Stark yesterday spoke about the uneven bounce. Usman Khawaja on day 1 spoke about how difficult it was to score on this pitch.
Hassan Ali to Smith, who opens the face, punches a single. Only 1 ball to come in the over, though. Not ideal for Usman Khawaja either, unless he can get a loose one to pick off. 2 for 199. Smith 12. Khawaja 97. 1 ball to come in the over. 4 minutes till the tea break. If a spinner bowls the next over, maybe they'd get 2 overs in, maybe just.
Pakistan will ensure the next over is the last over.
Make him sweat. Or try to get the extra over and get him out worrying about the milestone. Hassan Ali round the wicket to Khawaja. Clips it off his pads. Down to fine leg. He'll keep strike. And he'll do so on 98 not out. There's the 200 for Australia, just 2 wickets down. They lead by 323 runs after 55 overs on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley, build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year. The all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
SEN Test Match Cricket, first ball of the over, defended away by Khawaja. Broadcast presented by Tyre Power. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo tyres. It is 2 for 200. Usman Khawaja on 98. What might be the last over before stumps. He waits for Nauman Ali. A left-arm spinner, twirls it down, strikes him on the pad outside the off stump. No run.
There have been a few balls which have done quite a bit of those foot marks. I'm sure Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Swepson will be watching closely. A puff of dust as well. Ball jumping on Usman Khawaja. Nathan Lyon would love that.
Khawaja on 98. Nauman Ali flights it. Khawaja drives it straight to short cover. 2 minutes till tea. 2 runs from the 100. These little moments, these arbitrary milestones we make up, and then the game is influenced by them. Noman. Bowls to Khawaja, who pushes a single out towards point. Will he try to come back for the second? No. Yes, misfield. He's running back, fist in the air, and Usman Khawaja cannot stop making test centuries. He's got 4 of them since he came back into the Australian team. He's averaging 120 odd. The score is 2 for 202, and there is yet another test 100 for Usman Khawaja on the soil of the land where he was born, Pakistan. 1 in Karachi, 1 in Lahore, ticking them off one by one.
Well, if Islamabad and Karachi were homecomings for Usman Khawaja, King Khawaja has come to the land of the royals and laid siege to Lahore. He now owns all of Pakistan. What a moment for Usman Khawaja. A little bit of help from Shaheen Shah Afridi, a misfield, had shot third man, and Khawaja was watching eagle-eyed. And as soon as he saw the ball slip through Shaheen Afridi's fingers, he scampered back, and yet another century. This remarkable story just continues.
Even our friend Mubarak has come in from the hallway to watch that moment. Noman Ali bowls to Khawaja, who defends, just wants to get through the last 2 balls to the tea break now. So 1200s in his career, 4 since he came back into the team. He's averaging 124.5 since his recall in Sydney. 400s and a couple of 90s thrown in there for good measure. And his career average has jumped from about 40 to over 47 since he returned to the team in January. It's an extraordinary run. Noman flights it, and Khawaja reaches the tea break. Safe, sound and serene. 56 overs bowled. The score is 2 for 202. And another eventful session, Bharat Sundaresan.
Very much so. In a session that Australia would have enjoyed. They've done what they wanted. They've taken their lead to well over 300. And they've set themselves a nice stage from where they can dictate terms. Just a matter of when Pat Cummins thinks it's time to declare and how many overs he thinks he needs to dismantle Pakistan and win this historic series.
So here is the match situation. Australia 391 in the first innings. Bowled out Pakistan for 268. And Australia currently 2 for 202. That means the lead is 325 runs. There are 4 sessions to play in the test match. The Australians could bat on for a bit after tea. They could decide to declare at the tea break and avoid losing a couple of overs for the change of innings. We're not quite sure which way they'll go, but with Khawaja on exactly 100 not out, at least that removes any sort of sentiment or milestone consciousness from the equation. They could declare without worrying about it. David Warner was out earlier today, bowled by Shaheen Afridi, an absolutely gorgeous delivery to knock his off stump out of the ground for 51. This came after Usman Khawaja had been bowled off a no ball by Naseem Shah and reprieved. Marnus Labuschagne made 36 before he holed out to deep mid-wicket. Usman Khawaja 100 on the dot, not out. Stephen Smith 12 not out. It is 2 for 202 on SEN Test Match Cricket. We will be back with you right after the break. Right now, let's go to some highlights of the day so far.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips and plenty of recommendations on what they're reading, watching and whipping up in the kitchen.
It's really sad that in week 1 you can't go to the MCG with your normal gang and sit with them in the place you normally want to sit with them.
Oh, my goodness, I've heard this a lot over the weekend.
I know there's a COVID square.
Oh, no, but also my family are all in a twist about how do you go to the Bomber game. Oh, Lordy.
Look, getting to the MCG should not be that hard. There is plenty of room. The members isn't even completely sold out. There are these special designated ticket games. I know it's complicated. I know we're not going to always have to book tickets. It is really annoying to be told where you're going to sit.
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, most satisfied customers 11 years in a row. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806.
At Kennard's Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brantz. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
We've got 5 minutes to go in the half. Jennings passes to Pearce. Len runs from dummy half and fires the ball at Sutton, who sends it down to the 22. Picked up by Johnson. Oh, huge hit from McQueen. Or is it Turner? Whoever it is offloads to some other guy in green. He's tackled by a big fella and some other really big fella. Someone passes it back and now it looks to me like everyone's cuddling.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the Round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record Round 2 edition. Still only $5. Available game day, Coles Express, newsagents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumho. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Sajid bowls to Labuschagne. Reverse sweep to get off the mark. Yes, it will be. Out of the blocks with a boundary, Labuschagne in front of the Imran Khan enclosure. The ball hits the rope now. Nicely played.
He's getting a flat ball from Sajid. Reverse sweeping. He might be run out here. This was extraordinary. Marnus. He survives. Sajid bowls to Labuschagne. He reverse sweeps and he's almost caught, but he's been missed.
Labuschagne 17, dancing over the top. One bounce over the rope at long off. That's intent from the Queenslander.
Noman to Labuschagne. Dance drives down the ground. He's hit that very nicely, just inside mid-on, and so it'll go for 4. Yep. Noman aims for it. Labuschagne sweeps, top edge, and he's caught in the deep. Well, he took that one on out of the rough. He top-edged one earlier and got away with it. This time he falls. Labuschagne gone for 36.
Two catching then behind the wicket to Khawaja, steering through the cordon, just behind point down towards the rope. Gets himself a 4. Out towards the rope. A lot of work to do for the sweeper and not a chance. That was flicked with power. What a shot that was. He goes again, this time through the offside. Might be 3 boundaries in the over, and it is.
Bowls to Khawaja, pushes a single out towards point. Will he try to come back for the second? Yes, misfield. He's running back, fist in the air, and Usman Khawaja cannot stop making test centuries.
This is the tea break on day 4 of the third test between Pakistan and Australia. Australian women's cricket team coach Matthew Mott spoke to Tim Gossage and Scott Cummings on SEN WA Breakfast after Tuesday's important win over South Africa. The Aussies face Bangladesh in their next match of the Women's World Cup tomorrow. Here's Matthew Mott with Goss and Scotty.
Time to talk women's cricket, of course, and it is the Women's World Cup over there in New Zealand. The Basin Reserve in Wellington, polished performance by Australia to remain undefeated against the previously undefeated South Africa. And Matthew Mott, the Australian women's cricket coach, has been kind enough to join us. It just keeps rolling along, Motty. Nice work.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. It's been a good campaign so far. I think we deliberately came in a little slightly underdone. I think after the Ashes took a bit out of us and quarantine, and we were really mindful of making sure we didn't peak too early. And I think we're just starting to really get the engine going at the moment, and hopefully at the pointy end of the tournament. So big win against a very strong team yesterday.
Scotty and I were in the studio yesterday, and we were a bit concerned the early doors with the South Africans. Looked like they were going to compile in excess of 300. You sort of got them, reined them back in for 5 for 271, and then, well, the captains just had a ridiculously good tournament and 135 not out to lead you to victory. Were there concerns early, or you were pretty much in control?
It was always concerns. I think that when they don't lose wickets early, I think we were pretty confident it was a good toss to win yesterday. I think there was a little bit of just moisture still on the surface. I thought they batted well to negotiate that period, and we always felt it was going to probably be a better batting wicket in the afternoon with a bit of sun on it, and it proved to be the case. I went out at the break and had a look, and it was definitely firmer and just a touch whiter in colour. So we got that right, and I think whenever you keep a team to 270 these days, I think it's about a par score on a good wicket. So we knew if we batted well and didn't lose too many wickets early, that it was certainly chaseable, and we needed someone to bat through, which obviously Meg did extremely well yesterday, and others contributed in around her.
Matt, as you said, Meg, she didn't mind the pitch. She quite enjoyed it. Her 15th ODI 100. That's 4 more than any other female cricketer. She just continually delivers game after game.
In chases too. I think her record
loves the chase.
She loves the chase, and that is quite remarkable, and that's a real skill.
It is a skill, and I think it's no fluke. I mean, she plays it down a little bit, but she's just got a very simple process. I was sort of saying it like anyone, she's vulnerable early, but she invests some balls to get herself set, and that's what she did yesterday. She knew that Cap and Ismail were the main threats from South Africa, and
in for the serious stuff, or is she good to go?
Yeah, that's a good question, Scotty. I think that the next 24 hours will dictate that. She's getting treatment at the moment. Kate Beerworth, our physio, wasn't overly concerned. It was, she got off in the right time. I think in the past she might have tried to push through that, but I think she saw the bigger picture and got off early enough, and we were able to get over the line without her having to bat, which was a blessing. If it settles down, she's pretty hard to stop playing, so she'll want to play. But we'll have to, just look at that big picture, and even potentially if she's able to play as a batter, that might be something. But we'll have to look at her bowling with that back. It's obviously a little bit sort of annoying at the moment for her at the end of the tournament where she wants to be flying. So we'll look at that in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and on Friday you do play Bangladesh. I mean, again, at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. You'll be winning that one. What sort of team do you put in there? Do you just keep foot on throat stuff, or will you make a couple of changes?
No, we'll definitely try and play our best team. I think, we don't sort of try and flirt with our form too much. I think that, all the players that are playing, are contributing, but, there's batters there who want to put a marker out and try and get a big score coming into the finals. And the bowling unit, we've made a subtle change here and there. I'd expect Darcy Brown to potentially come back in. We didn't play back-to-back games here, but, she'll need a good run before the semi-final. So A couple of subtle changes, but yeah, still looking to play our best team.
Well, we've got an opinion on your best team.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
While we're on AFL, what did you make of Andrew Demetrio?
The Sack podcast excerpts are the whole shooting match, right?
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
While we're on AFL, what did you make of Andrew Demetrio?
The Sack podcast excerpts are the whole shooting match, right? What would the picture be? This will be good for us, good for you, good chance for you to, to get yourself out in the public environment. You've offered a lot to footy. People will be reminded of your insights. He's got such love in footy, hasn't he, Andrew?
No, I don't think he has, no.
I do. Why do you say that?
Well, I don't think he does, Hutchie.
I think his reputation in AFL circles is still enormous.
I think his reputation's enormous, but I don't think he has love.
Damo, he presided over one of the most successful eras in footy. The people that worked for him, with him, and were colleagues of his loved him at the same time.
Nah.
They did.
He wouldn't want you to present him as that either.
What enemies did he create in footy?
Where do you want to start?
Well, Essendon's one, obviously.
Well, there's one reasonably big one. North Melbourne's another.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
It's been a weekly keepsake with footy fans for over 100 years. The AFL record. Filling out the goals and points on the team lists is a family tradition for many. Now you can do it every week at home with an AFL Record subscription. You can purchase the AFL Record online via aflrecord.com.au and get each week's edition delivered to your door. Thanks to 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, the AFL Record. Subscribe today online, aflrecord.com.au.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Car Golf Club Brisbane that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year. The all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo, live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo, live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. We're about to start the final session on the fourth day here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, with Australia 2 for 202. Their lead is up to 325. With Usman Khawaja, his Pakistan fairy tale is complete. 100 not out, his 12th test ton, his second of the series over here, an extraordinary series at that. He's there with Stephen Smith on 12, who became the fastest man ever to 8,000 test runs in the process just before the short interval. A session worth 105 runs, losing only Marnus Labuschagne along the way for 36. Adam Collins with you, Pete Lawler with me. A very special couple of weeks in the life of Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, I feel like we're back at the same spot again, celebrating the second life of Usman Khawaja. 492 runs in this series, 2 centuries. That follows on from an incredible return at the Sydney Test, where he got a 200s, scored 255 in the Ashes. That's 747 runs in the 5 tests since he's been handed his position back in the team, and has made the most of it. And do we have to start reconsidering the way we think about test batters, or is this unique to Usman Khawaja and chaps like him? But at 35, he's in the best form of his life. You know, we looked at Chris Rogers there. Yep. We looked at Michael Hussey come good at 30. Sometimes I think we discard batters too young, and perhaps they do need a second crack at life. And you know, I think there was some hesitancy about bringing Khawaja back, and they were slow to get him back to the team. But he just kept chipping away in Queensland. And had we been playing somewhere else, would he necessarily have played? Probably, but thank God they played him here. And here's a little stat for you. Only test batsman to ever from Islamabad to make a test century.
Ah, very good.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay. Born in Islamabad. He said that the home of the Khawajas is Karachi, where he made his century last week. And the home of Pakistan cricket is Lahore, and he's saluted here too. A brilliant effort. His record since returning to the Test team, as you say, 9 innings for 4 centuries, 2 other 50s, averaging 124. His batting average has gone from 40 to 47 in that stretch of time. He's now got 12 Test tons in 49 Test matches, and he's averaging 133 when opening the batting against Pakistan. Quite astonishing. And 164 in this series, where his lowest score was 44 not out, and not done yet here at Lahore. Final session, Australia batting on. Steve Smith facing up to Naseem Shah. The lead's 3-2-5 down the leg side, hits the front pad. Smith trying to clip. Rizwan collects. They race through for what I'm certain will be signalled a leg by, and is by Aleem Dar. 2 for 203. Smith stays on 12. The lead 326, and now all eyes are on Pat Cummins on the Australian balcony. How long will he play this out? Is there a number in mind in terms of the lead? Is it a time equation? They're not in their whites at the moment. Only Travis Head, who's got the pads on. But looking at Pat Cummins, he's still in the training top and hasn't got the strides on either. So it might be a little while before they pull out. Khawaja back on strike on an even 100. 2 out on the leg side and a deep backward point. Down the leg side, 4 runs. That'll be buys or wides. We'll wait for the call. Buys it is. From our angle, it looked a long way down the leg side. Didn't give Rizwan much of an opportunity. So runs immediately to start the final session. 2 for 308, that will be the score. Well, it's 307 rather.
The critical thing, the lead moves up to 330. Just before we move on, we'll acknowledge another significant milestone out there earlier. Steve Smith moving to fastest batsman to 8,000 runs at a clip of 60. Usman Khawaja, however, defies the trend of batters. His average is going up late in life, where it just tends to revert to the mean, doesn't it?
An interesting point you raised there. Naseem bowls to Khawaja again. Strikes is just behind point for an easy single. They're playing white ball cricket now. He's 101, 2 for 208. The lead 3-3-1. Yet we have seen some instances for Australia recently. You cite Chris Rogers, Adam Voges, another who had an immediate impact at age 35. And it feels like we're watching the start of another career. I know that's a fraction incongruous given how long Usman Khawaja has been part of the Test setup. But as the opening bat, and at the moment the senior opening bat, the way that he's playing, it's like he started again. It's not like he's picking up from where he left off as a player who was never really able to crack the code, with the exception of one big summer in Australia and a couple of standout innings thereafter. Naseem Shah Smith from the crease, defending out to cover, no single.
If I see somebody leave a ball out there, I'd declare their innings closed if I was captain. Looking at Pat Cummins now, gee, I'd like to say he's relaxed, but he's not. I tell you what, that pretty face might get a few lines on it if he keeps ending up in positions like that, and that big shock of black hair that he's got might turn a different colour, because this is a stressful situation for the Australian captain.
Yeah.
What does he do?
Yeah, and
when does he pull the trigger? Sorry, Adam.
Nassim Shah towards Smith, towards us. One slip, still in position. Bowls here. Smith across his stumps. Can't find the gap at cover. They take a single anyway. Azarali parries out into the onside. Nice bit of reverse back to the right-hander. 3-3-2 is now the lead, but to offset that, Smith is setting up way across his off stump. Even for him, it's a pronounced trigger movement, as they call it. And he's able to get in line with the seam and still get him out towards the offside. Yes, they only bowled 26 overs in the second session and 27 in the first. So there are still plenty of overs today. They can play until 5:30 local time. Nassim around the wicket to Khawaja. Hits him high on the thigh pad. Might have been an inside edge onto the thigh pad. Out towards the covers. No run there. It stays at 2 for 209 at the end of the 57th over. That lead 332 with Khawaja 101, Smith on 13. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Well, that was a very nice piece of bowling. Kept it tight, couldn't get it away. Australia's going to be looking for runs off every single delivery here. Every run's critical, but it's not just the runs that are critical. It's time on the clock that's critical. It's ticking away. If Pat Cummins wants to get a win here, he has to be bowled.
Yeah, the point I was making before then, it was just that there's 36 overs left rather. It's not just a 30-over session. So I know they lose 2 for the changeover, but
Yes.
if they were thinking about having 4 sessions at Pakistan, for instance, they could keep batting here for another couple, another 3, then declare, and they effectively get 30 at them tonight. Partnership worth 48. Noman bowling here. Over the wicket to Smith, into the rough. He tries to play that stand-up sweep shot that got him in trouble at Rawalpindi. Doesn't make contact. Spills off the thigh pad, no run. Smith stays on 13.
Defensive, bowling outside the leg there.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. This stage of the game for Pakistan. It did pick up the wicket of Labuschagne. 3 out on the leg side and a deep backward point on the offside. Noman bowls to Smith. Reverse sweep, switch hit. Up in the air, down towards long off. Azarali's under it, and it's dropped. They come back for a couple, and they get through. That was a straightforward chance. It's hot out there, and has spent plenty of time in the field, but the veteran was underneath it. Maybe he was a fraction discombobulated, because Stephen Smith has played a switch hit, which has gone straight in the air down to long off. Would you believe it? It hung in the air for such a long time. Azarali got a great look at it, fingers in the air, in and out. Disappointing for Noman Ali, let down by the veteran, the local boy Azarali. 2 for 211. Noman goes to Smith, who this time plays conservatively out to deep square. Might be 2, not happy with 1. He's 16. 2 for 212. The lead grows to 335.
Let's recognise the creativity and aggression of that shot before concentrating on that very poor drop. It has just swirled away slightly from him at the last minute, because normally you would catch that sort of above your nose if you're right under it, and his hands have moved to the right of his head, which means he wasn't quite in position, and maybe that ball was swirling a bit. It did go high. There's no great breeze out there. Still, park cricketer should have caught that one.
I can see what Smith was thinking. He had the offside open. It was the leg side that was packed, as it is for Khawaja. Noman staying over the wicket to him. Khawaja sweeping out into the deep. Deep mid-wicket, collects it comfortably. 102 for Khawaja. 2 for 213 is the score. The lead 336.
It's going to take some shot to bisect the 2 fielders there. I mean, they're probably 30, 40 metres apart, but it's such a deep boundary. By the time you get there, you can saunter over and stop it.
Massive playing surface here. As big as, I would say, as big as Abu Dhabi. Comfortably as big as the MCG. But the rope well in here. Noman delivers here to Smith. Well outside the leg stump. Goes back in the crease. Turns him around the corner. Gets a single. Moves to 17. 2 for 214. The lead 337. Just on Smith. His batting average upon reaching 8,000 test runs is a touch over 60. And thanks to Rick Finlay for this. The second highest was Gary Sobers, who was at 59.26, and Tendulkar was third at just on 58. So another measure of Smith's greatness there. Last ball of no man's over to Khawaja again on 102. Fires it in at leg stump. Khawaja goes across his stumps, turns it out to deep backward square. Easy single. He retains the strike on 103. The lead up to 338. Australia 2 for 215. Watching out towards Pat Cummins. There'll be no declaration. We'll continue on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. CanStar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Usman Khawaja on 103. Naseem Shah into him here, wide of the crease, well wide of the crease, and Khawaja steers it out towards extra cover. Looks like he broke the side crease there. In any case, they go back and do it all again.
Just get back to the size of this ground, Adam. I mean, seriously, it should have its own postcode. We've got the ropes. The ropes are in a couple of metres from those advertising hoarding things. The advertising hoarding things are in, what, 10, 15, 20 metres from the actual fence. Good God, why would you build a cricket ground so big?
At least 20 metres in, I'd say.
Yeah.
Naseem delivers here to Khawaja, who plays from the crease to cover. Quick single, and they get through. Well played, Steve Smith. Alert to the opportunity at the non-striker's end. Khawaja 104. Australia 2 for 216. The lead 339. Yet it reminds me, as I say, of Abu Dhabi, where it's a long way in. It's only a recent thing where they've brought the advertising boards in as well. It was actually started with women's cricket, because when you'd have the rope in a long way with shorter boundaries, it looked quite odd, the gap between that and the usual men's advertising boards. And they realised a few years ago, hang on, we have one variable here. It's the advertising boards. Let's bring them in. And they're doing so as well now for men's cricket. So this doesn't look so pronounced on television, but yes, believe us, it is gigantic here at Gaddafi. Naseem into Smith here. 2 out on the leg side. Bowls here, and Smith goes across his stumps before pushing towards mid-off. No single there.
Well, it's a good ball there. There's not much Smith could do with that one. I've got to think that with the PSL, that those ropes have got to be a lot further in. Well, that grass has got to be a lot shorter, because the grass is quite lush too for this part of the route. It slows the ball down. You don't get that skimming across the surface like the billiard ball grass that you get in some other venues.
Well, that's what they say, the Lahoris, isn't it? It's a town of green grass and open spaces. Certainly compared to Karachi, that's the case. Naseem in his 12th over. He's been frugal, conceding just 22 runs to Smith here. Can't beat cover again. Naseem's been impressive in both innings.
Was that 2 dot balls? It's like we really are playing one-day cricket, T20 cricket here.
I was out there for Khawaja's 100.
Yeah.
Out there for Khawaja's 100 just before tea. Spent 10 minutes out there and got sunburnt, which gives some sense of just how hot and taxing it is for the players. It's been up above 35 on each day of this test match. Piercing sun. They've done it tough. And some more hard work for Australia later this afternoon with the ball. When do they declare? Naseem bowls to Smith, past the inside edge. Shout for caught behind, and he's given. Umpire Ali Dar has given Stephen Smith out caught behind. It looks like he wants to review, and he does. So they'll go upstairs and see whether, when going past the inside edge, there was a little feather. For the time being, though, Stephen Smith is out for 17, and the board reads 3 for 216.
Well, I think we've got a Justin Langer at Hobart here in Steve Smith's mind. He's indicating that he's got a squeaky bat handle. Let's have a look at this.
Talk us through the first replay,
He's not convinced, but he's reached out to one. There's no significant movement at all. Well taken. It's come back in at him. But when the appeal's got up, Smith's looked perplexed, and he's out.
Yeah, it's actually the outside edge from our angle behind the batter. It looked as though it went past him and through him, but a clear spike on ultra edge. That'll be confirmed as out. Smith gone for 17. So Australia lose their 3rd wicket with the lead at 339. Umpire Alim Dart gets the chance to raise his left index finger for a second time. Australia lose their review for what little that's worth this deep into their second innings. They've still got 2 at their disposal. And again, looking down to the Australian pavilion, it's Travis Head on his way.
Well, Travis Head comes in. That ball's in a little bit better condition than the one they replaced just before the tea break. Did you get a look at that, Adam? The seam had split and the stuffing was coming out of it. It looks like those fluffy toys my greyhound goes through once a week. It really was a ball in the worst condition I've seen in Test match cricket. It literally had the stuffing knocked out of it.
Yeah, the sort of thing you see in the backyard with your sibling when growing up, when you use any ball, no matter how knackered it looks to be. So that partnership was worth 55 from 68 balls. It was the sign for Smith, or the sign rather for Khawaja to go for it really when Smith came to the crease. He did slow down quite noticeably in the 90s. You can kind of understand that. You can forgive Khawaja that, given the series he's had, nearing on 500 runs. I think he's 4 away from that milestone. You can check that for me, Pete. You've always got the averages close to hand.
Speaking of looking up Travis Head's averages, because what's on my mind at the moment is that Travis Head has had a series to forget after declaring that you make your name overseas as a Test match cricketer. But out here now, he's not going to be able to worry about his averages. He's going to have to do what Travis Head does best. And while I've been talking about that, have you found the stat you're looking for?
Yes, Travis Head has made 57 runs in the series at 19. He's got a couple of starts, got a good one on evening one from Naseem Shah, who's got himself into the book here in the second innings. 1 for 22, 1 ball to come in his 12th over. Head on strike, still 2 out on the leg side. Bowls here and Head out through cover. There's a sweeper at deep point charging in. Azarali keeping it to a single, so Head will retain the strike from the first ball that he has faced. The lead is 340. They've faced 59 overs in their second innings. 3 for 217 is the score. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. And Pete Lawler, it's just a question of when will Pat say enough is enough? We've got 34 overs left in the day, 2 for changeover. Maybe 2 more, 3 more. Get up to 350, something like that.
I don't know what's going on in his mind. And the producer here, Elvin's missing a trick. I reckon we need more shots of Pat Cummins cogitating in the players' pavilion. What I did like about Travis Head out there, he brought some energy to that run. You'd never say Khawaja runs with energy, and Steve Smith kind of waddles between the wickets, but they tend to assess what's there and don't try and push for any more. Head's out there like a guy pushing to make the back end of a T20 match. As a curious dismissal by Smith, I don't think he thought he was out. He was looking at his bat and wobbling it, as if there was a noise there.
Just seeing some movement at the station, but it's from the Pakistan side.
Yeah.
Not unreasonably trying to soak a couple of minutes out here. I mean, that's just good cricket from them.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing here, because in all probability Australia will struggle to get the overs in that they bowled tonight. I said 34. Well, the other factor here is that there'll be the compulsory cut-off at 5:30, and they've been behind their over 8 all day. So unless Australia want to bowl tandem spinners and get through a few 90-second overs, in all probability they won't get the full complement in today. So why not drag that out by popping the shin pads on the short leg, Imam Al-Haq, and the helmet comes out as well.
Well, we've seen Pat Cummins throw the new ball to Nathan Lyon a couple of times in this series, and even throw it to him early, but it would be a bold move, I think. And you really want Pat Cummins and Mitchell start bowling with that new ball, particularly after what they did last night when wickets just fell in an incredible shower.
You've got what you wanted, Pete. There's a shot on the television, and Pat Cummins has changed. He's moved from the training clothes to his baggy green and his whites. So that's the signal that we've been looking for, that the declaration is imminent.
Thank you, Elvin.
They're in the lead by 340. Might this be the last over? We'll see. Head's going to be facing up on 1. There's a deep square leg along on. No deep backward point, so I'd imagine the reverse sweep might be in play here. Just 2 out. Noman Ali has a slip and a short leg. And Head kicks it away, or looks to kick it away, shoulders, arms. Not quite sure about the wisdom of that.
Did I just see what I thought I saw? Did he just let a ball go?
He did.
Really?
This might be akin to what you see in T20 cricket, where they give themselves 5 balls to feel set before swinging, something like that.
You don't have 5, mate. Get a move on.
No man. Passes umpire Raza, delivers here. Head on the sweep. Hits him on the pad well outside the line of the off stump. No appeal for leg before. The lead stays at 340.
A bit more intent. But if you're going to swing at 1, you might as well swing at 2.
Well, he has got a gap there at cow corner. So long on's relatively straight and deep mid-wicket is relatively square. So if he wants to go in that direction over Imam Al-Haq at mid-wicket, Pakistan will give him that, but he'll have to play across the line. Noman, wide of the crease, on middle stump, full, and head clips straight to Imam. At mid-wicket, no single there. 3 dot balls to start the over.
People say, you had a fantastic crowd yesterday. It's still about 15,000, but people who saw the shots on the television thought there wasn't anybody here because people hide in the shade.
Yes. As you would in this sun. Noman delivers here to head, who swings across the line, high over mid-wicket. That's what he was looking for. 6 of the best from the South Australian. That's gone a long way back. That might have even cleared the old-fashioned boundaries here at Gaddafi Stadium and into the crowd. He moves to 7 from 5 balls. That's the second 6 of the innings. 2 for 223, the lead up to 346. Have that.
Slog sweep. Well, all's forgiven. I take it back, Travis, if that's what you were lining him up to do. That is a massive hit. We're just tracking it now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's into the seats. And look, that wouldn't ordinarily be a big deal, but at Gaddafi, that's about 30 metres between the boundary rope and where those seats would be. And it's gone 5 rows back. He's clouted it. So 2 balls left in the over. Will he go again? They don't change the field. Looking for that slog sweep over cow corner again. And head goes back. Faster delivery. Carves it away, though. Out towards the rope at deep point. Gets himself a boundary. Moves into double figures. 6, then 4 for Travis Head. The lead now an even 350, the number we were talking about earlier today, with 1 ball left in the 60th over. 3 for 227, the score.
Just giving him a little clap there. That was a great shot. Picked the field. That ball kept low. He really got onto that one.
That's the head signature shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Get down low and cut as hard as you can.
Usually bounces a bit better than that.
That's true.
He's not used to that kind of bounce in South Australia.
So last ball of the over. Will he go again? No, he lunges forward into the rough. Well bowled to finish there by Noman Ali. And looking towards Pat Cummins, that looks like it will be the declaration. He's declared bang on 350 ahead. 60 overs in Australia's second innings all told. 3 for 227. Khawaja will finish with 104 not out. Completing his series with 496 runs at an average of 165. I said it before, but what a fairy tale it's been for him, returning to the country of his birth. Travis Head gets 11, a 6 and a 4 in that final over. Pakistan's target is 351, Pete Lalor, and working through it with the 2 overs for changeover. There'll be 31 left today if Australia can get them in. That's a big if. And then 90 tomorrow. So effectively 4 sessions. We just might get the grandstand finish, and Usman Khawaja is receiving quite the ovation from the Australian fans there at the far end of the ground.
Well, a lot of people gave up hope last night and went to bed. Told you not to, but I don't blame you for doing it. There hadn't been a wicket all day. Do not go to bed now. This match is in a fascinating position. What can Australia do with the new ball? What can they achieve before the reverse swing comes in, if it does come in? Because we know that once that reverse starts, it's like a shower of rain in a 10-year drought. It's just such welcome relief.
A quick call of the card, then we'll take a break, and Geoff will come in to replace me as we wait for the 4th innings of this test match, the final innings of the series to commence. Khawaja, not out 104. David Warner, the first wicket to fall today for 51, bowled by Shaheen Sharafridi just before lunch. Marnus Labuschagne, the only wicket in the middle session, caught it deep backward square from the bowling of Noman Ali for 36, and Stephen Smith fell just after tea. Naseem Shah got him caught behind for 17. The wickets falling on 96, 161 and 216, and they pulled out. 3 declared for 227, a lead all up of 350. For Pakistan, Shaheen Sharafridi, 1 for 45. Naseem Shah, the best of the bowlers, again, 1 for 23 from his 12. And the other wicket taker, Noman Ali, 1 for 55 from his 10. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. We wait for the resumption here. Pakistan have been set 351. And after the break, it'll be Geoff Lemon and Peter Lalor.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it!
That is a remarkable save. Very elegant from inside of eyes. It's going to be the crowning moment.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary White and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossage.
Bears and Izzy for breakfast.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
We've got 5 minutes to go in the half. Jennings passes to Pearce. Len runs from dummy half and fires the ball at Sutton, who sends it down to the 22. Picked up by Johnson. Oh, huge hit from McQueen. Or is it Turner? Whoever it is offloads to some other guy in green. He's tackled by a big fella and some other really big fella. Someone passes it back and now it looks to me like everyone's cuddling.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
The fourth innings about to get underway at Lahore. Here on SEN Test Cricket, Geoff Lemon and Peter Lalor with you. SEN Test Cricket presented by Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. Don't forget that. And Pakistan will have to do a safety check of their own. They have to bat to save the match and bat to save the series, Pete. They did a wonderful job batting to save the game in Karachi. Almost 6 sessions that they saw out there. Babar Azam over 10 hours that the Pakistan captain batted. That sort of effort can't necessarily come about in back-to-back test matches. They don't have as long to get through, but they do have a pitch that will offer a little bit more in terms of the ball keeping low and the surface breaking up, and reverse swing has been a prominent part of things throughout this test match, especially when Australia bowled in the first innings.
Well, all eyes and interest now are trained on the 5 men running up and down on the practice wicket with their balls. In comes, we've got Cameron Green. He's loosening up with a swing ball. Pat Cummins has been coming in, bowling a few deliveries. Mitchell Stark's been running sprints. Marnus Labuschagne's getting that. Not Marnus Labuschagne, Mitchell Swepson is getting that wrist working. Just got one to go straight and clip the rubber stump. Nathan Lyon. So they're the 5 men who have to win this game for Australia. The fielders will play a role too, because we've seen in this series that the slips have to get up close, and slips catching is extremely difficult. Dropped catches cost Australia in the last match and possibly could have cost them the series. Certainly could have cost them that match. Can Pakistan do it? Maybe. Can the Australian bowlers do it? Well, who knows? And if it's anything like the last innings that we witnessed, you have to strap yourself in, you have to be patient, you have to sit it out. I mean, go back over and over what happened yesterday, but Pakistan were 2 for 215 in the 87th over of the game.
They were 1 for 170 before that.
Yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of numbers for it. Next thing you know, they're all out.
Yeah.
It happened in a minute, in the most hectic minute you've ever seen. What did they lose? 7 for 20. They lost 4 wickets, last 4 wickets for none. They're all out for 268 when they seemed set to establish a first innings lead. So don't walk away from your radio. You can walk away from your radio these days, can't you? You can put them in your ear and walk with them, but do not leave your radio at home. We have now got 4 sessions of incredible cricket. That's 4 sessions and about 121 overs, isn't it?
So the match situation is this, Pete.
Okay.
31 overs left in the day's play, 90 overs tomorrow. So, 121 in theory if we get them all in, if light or slow over 8s don't play any part. Australia lead by 350 runs. So, I mean, that would mean that in theory Pakistan could chase it at about 3 and over if they were able to maintain that rate, but it would be very hard to score with any sort of speed on this surface where, it's breaking up, it's cracking, it's crumbling. It's not diabolical to bat on yet, but it's been slow enough that it's hard to force the pace. It's hard to play attacking strokes. So that's the amount of time that they need to survive to try to bat through. If they bat through, It's a 0-0 draw. It's a classic Pakistan-Australia stalemate. We've had a proud history of draws in contests between these two teams. Usually, historically, it's been 0-0 in the first two tests, and then Australia will lose the third and end up losing the series 1-0. But that won't happen here, or very unlikely to happen here. Pakistan have the chance to lose it or the chance to save it.
Well, the asking rate is 2.89. 2.9 runs and over. It doesn't sound like a lot of runs in Test match cricket, does it? But in the context of this series and on this pitch, where balls go flat very quickly and tend to reverse, but you can't always rely on the ball reversing. We saw that in Karachi. It reversed in one innings. It didn't reverse in the second innings. It's hard to score quickly. That is a difficult ask, but if any team's going to do... This is a pretty good little team they've got here. Problem they've created for themselves is they've shortchanged themselves in the batting lineup, haven't they, in their selections?
Well, they had to make a selection that had some boldness about it if they were going to try to push for a win. They wanted 5 bowlers, although Fahim Ashraf, the all-rounder who was batting at 7, I thought was probably the best of their bowlers in Karachi. He bowled really well. Actually hit a length, moved it off the seam, got a couple of wickets, and it seemed like an important cog in the machine. But they wanted their third out and out quick. They wanted to bring Naseem Shah back. They wanted to keep Hassan Ali in the team. In hindsight, Fahim Ashraf might have offered a lot more than Hassan Ali has done. He's been very ineffective with the ball and had some bad luck, had a nick behind that wasn't picked up and hit the stumps and the bail didn't fall off. So it hasn't been going for Hassan Ali. But the luck needs to go with Pakistan now. 120-odd overs to survive. The opening pair coming out to the crease now. Imam ul Haq and Abdullah Shafiq.
Well, the last 6 batters in the Pakistan side yesterday contributed 7 runs. I don't think we're going to see that again. But what we are going to see is the great man coming into the commentary position. He needs no introduction.
Well, he'll get one anyway. Waqar Younis is moving in to replace Pete Lawler, because in radio terms you do need to introduce people, otherwise nobody knows what's going on. Pakistan need 351 runs to win. The horns in the ground are sounding already. We can hear them starting to come through the effects microphone. And we've seen yet another century for a Pakistan-born batsman. No centuries to anyone who was not born in Pakistan during this series, Waqar.
That's amazing, isn't it? Khwaja is a fantastic player. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he's shown temperament, he's shown class, and he's shown that he can bat anywhere in the world. He's got runs in Australia. He's got runs in all over the world. He's an amazing batsman, without a doubt. But what about this declaration? I mean...
It's interesting.
Brave one, I would say. The run rate required Pakistan is what?
Just
not
under
even
3.
Not even 3. So that is a big ask. I know this pitch is very much suitable to the pacers also, and also spinners. I was out there at tea time, and you know the cracks have opened, and there's a lot more debris around the bat, and they'll put a lot of men around the bat also.
They're starting off now with Mitchell Starc, a left arm over, bowling to Abdullah Shafiq, who leaves outside the off stump. So how do you think Pakistan will approach this? Because in Karachi they were set over 500, and we didn't know up until the last session they were still a chance to chase it. In the end they only fell about 80 runs short. They were still a possibility to go after that total. Much more modest total here. Will they have a go?
I think it's a different surface. The pitch at Karachi was a lot better to bat on, and don't forget there's a series online also. So there's going to be pressure on both teams. Early wicket's going to be crucial for Australia.
Mitchell Starc bowls to Shafiq, hit on the pad. They're all going up. It was going down leg side, I reckon. And Mitchell Starc doesn't think so. He's giving it the big ones. Hands on hips, turns to face Alex Carey. What do you think? Cummins is moving in from mid-on. A little early to go for the 50-50 review. Cummins looks like he's about to signal, and then he just claps his hands instead.
I think it's a right thing to do. Maybe that ball might clip a leg stump, but the good thing or the positive thing for Australia is that the ball is moving, and that will really have its effect.
Well, it usually swings.
I think what Cummins asking is that did it pitch in line? I think it did pitch in line, but it swung. It swung back into Abdullah Shafiq's pad and just clipped the leg stump.
That classic Mitchell Starc trajectory to the right-hander where it shapes in but started too straight. I think it would have been just going down. He bowls down the leg side entirely this time, and Carey dives across to tidy up.
That's where I've seen him struggling a little bit when he gets the ball swing. Not every ball swings. That's the thing. He's trying to swing the ball back into the right-hander. The odd ball doesn't swing, and then it goes wide, and it looks very, very wavered. But when he gets it right, which I have a feeling that he will, because he knows that there is a little bit of swing, and he understands the importance of first wicket.
Starc up to bowl to Shafiq, way down the leg side, and Carey spills it this time. They'll run through for a bye. The extra is Pakistan's first score of the innings. Just saw the ball tracking on that appeal, and it did show pitching just in line. Umpires call for impact and then missing the leg stump by about 2 millimetres. So it could have just clipped. Had an umpire given it, then it would have stayed out, but I don't think any umpire would give that. Just optically it looked like it was going down.
Yeah, I think also Australia got to be very careful and watchful of when they use the DRS or when they take the review, because you don't want to waste it. It's a series online. You don't want to end up sitting where there's no DRS left, and then you have a decision where it can go either side. So just be patient, I feel.
Imam ul Haq on strike for the first time in the innings. A left-hander waiting for Starc and driving a full ball down the mid-on. No run. Twin centuries in the first test in very batting-friendly conditions.
It's going to be a big test here, especially being on the field for so long, and suddenly you have to come right at the end of the day. Your body's tired, your mind is tired, and don't forget that Imam has been under the helmet also for a long time in this heat. So it just not only physically you get tired, but your also mind gets drained out. So you got to be very, very focused, especially against this new ball.
Starc to Imam, who leaves outside the off stump. This is SEN Test Cricket, end of the over. For tyre power, get your free 5-minute safety check. 1 over gone. Pakistan 1 run, no wickets down.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. 10-star Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Cricket, Geoff Lemon and Waqar Younis with you. Patrick Cummins with the new ball in his hand, directing traffic. He's got 2 slips in a gully. He's sending Nathan Lyon out to a deep backward point. He's got a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. He's thinking about what comes next. Wipes his brow, captaining, bowling, doing it all. He's in to bowl now to Shafiq, who's chopping the ball into the ground off the back foot, angled bat. Marnus Labuschagne comes belting in from cover to field, no run.
Cummins, especially with the new ball, he relies heavily on a seam movement more than the swing. So he will look to bang the ball into the pitch, and that will also help the ball to reverse very quickly. And the channel he bowls, he's got 2 slips, and I wouldn't call that a gully. It's more like a 4th slip, and there's a massive gap between cover and that fielder.
Cummins to Shafiq, who leaves. They've been using that position for the whole series. That sort of you think of it as a gully because it's separate from the other slips, but a fine gully or a 4th slip or whatever it is.
Yeah, and leaving that gap between the cover and that backward point, which is on the boundary, that's a massive gap. And what Cummins is trying to do, he'll bowl that channel outside the off stump, and he'll ask Abdullah Shafiq to open the blade and try to run it to that fielder, or try to run it to third man. So the slip fielders can come into play.
Cummins to Shafiq on the leg stump. It's ricocheting away. Cummins is appealing. It's gone all the way down to the fine leg fence. A slide from Mitchell Starc, who throws it back in. They will run 3 leg byes, presumably. Umpire Ahsan Raza signals that now. So all extras, Pakistan.
Yeah.
They've got 3 extras, a bye and 2 leg byes.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, Abdullah Shafiq, because the ball's coming in, and if you go across a bit too much, and the skiddy nature of the pitch, you know, you might get that ball onto the pad. That last delivery was going down the leg side, fair enough, but got to be very watchful when you're coming forward.
Cummins to Shafiq, who leaves on length. I fancy that was bold. I
haven't seen anything like that before.
Yeah, shoulders, arms, and it goes flying through, but not far from the off stump. He's not at the Waqar.
You can see the slip cord, and they just moved a couple of steps back because that one just took off. And it's a finger breaker. The carrier took it somewhere around the shoulder height. That will really encourage the Australian, and I hope Abdullah Shafiq didn't look back when the ball passed him.
I haven't seen a keeper take a ball at shoulder height in the entire Test match. Mohammed Rizwan's been around his ankles the entire time.
True.
Cummins bowls straight at the stumps, and Shafiq is covering up his stumps effectively, dropping the ball into the onside.
It will be mainly about the bowler looking to get LBW and looking to hit the stumps. You will see this tonight also, this evening, and then, of course, coming back tomorrow. I think that will be their aim or the target. Just bowl nice and straight, wicket to wicket, and let the batsman make mistake. Especially new ball, when you've been in the field as a batsman, it's hard to sort of tackle.
Abdullah Shafiq. Young talent. He defends. A good ball from Patrick Cummins, who does a bit of fancy footwork, kicks it up to himself, catches it on the volley, and throws it to Marnus Labuschagne at cover. 2 overs gone, 3 runs on the board at no wickets down.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. Mitchell Starc with the ball in hand. He's eyeing off Imam ul Haq. The left-hander versus left-armer. 2 slips and that finer slip in place. And Imam is defending down to mid-on. Having watched a lot of cricket, do you still get excited watching a new ball bowling pair take the shiny new ball and start off bowling quick?
Always loved it. I think that's one of the best sights when a fast bowler running in and bowling with good pace and bowling those bouncers also. We saw yesterday those 40 minutes when Australia was on top and they picked up 7 wickets for nothing, literally. That was something really excites me, and I really enjoyed that spell from Cummins and Starc.
Starc up to Imam, who's trying to whip down the leg side and missing, no run.
Yeah, so I've seen Starc doing it many a time, looking at the series, the Ashes back in Australia and even in England. When he gets it right, he's something really special. And to watch him getting in the rhythm, that's really a treat.
And so even though your heart is with Pakistan, you can still enjoy those moments.
I mean, I will still say that Pakistan should stay positive. They should not just think, okay, we just got to draw this game. Just got to keep batting and see how it goes maybe this evening where they are.
Starc to Imam, who's keeping the ball out of his pads. A little inside edge. It goes all the way down to long leg. He'll pick up a couple of runs as Swepson runs around on the boundary to field. Fires the ball back into Carey. Pakistan, none for 5.
I think what Cummins is going to do, that's what my feeling is, he's going to bring his spinners early in the game. There's a lot of cracks around the bat, and he probably will look to put these two under pressure. Yes, of course, if the new ball can do a little bit of work and damage early on, pick up maybe 1 or 2 wickets, then it'll be a little bit different. But if they don't get a wicket in the next 3-4 overs, they'll bring the spinners on quickly.
Mitchell Starc runs up to Imam, who's driving and thinking about a single as it goes straight of mid-on, but he won't go through, won't take on Patrick Cummins with that arm. We've seen him run out players from there before. Cheteshwar Pujara springs to mind, that direct hit run out. So Nathan Lyon could get a chance with the newer ball. He's bowled 182 overs in the series so far, the most on either side.
Yeah, and he hasn't really had the success which he normally have. These pitches probably a little bit slow for his liking, but I think he's going to enjoy it here on this surface. At a tea break, he was out there, he was looking at where he can bowl, which areas he's going to really land, so that's good to see.
Starc to Imam, who drives. It's a full ball, angling into his pads, and he keeps it out.
Yeah, that's not a bad delivery. It was attempted Yorker, and you know, sometime when you've been in the field for so long, you can fall over. It didn't swing, but the idea was very, very good. Mainly, we have seen in this Test match the bowlers who have bowled more of that 6-meter length or 7-meter length have had more success. Naseem Shah, Cummins picked up 5. Even Starc, when he got the wickets, he was just the back of the length. And I'm sure once the ball gets a little old, if it's not swinging, that's what they're going to do.
Starc to Imam, who's trying to flick down the leg side once again and missing out. So Mitchell Starc can't quite get his line right. SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. 3 overs gone, none for 5.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Just the 2 runs off the bat so far, 3 extras. The opening pair may be caught in 2 minds about what to do. The new ball's been the easiest time to score. Starc and Cummins, though, were the ones who blew them away yesterday. The entire Pakistan team just about. 9 wickets between them. Cummins bowling to Shafiq, who's defending. So you would imagine they'll just want to get through this new ball burst and then assess from there.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, I feel. They probably have spoken during the tea break, and of course after when they declared, they must have sat down, the management, and they said, probably thought, okay, still in the reach. If you bat tonight or we go back to the hotel without losing any wicket, we'll be in control of the game. Then we can think of sort of putting Australia under pressure. But now, at the moment, they have to deal with this new ball.
Cummins to Shafiq, who's defending very solidly, hits the non-striker's stumps. That's when you know you've hit the ball straight.
Yeah. Oh, he's been playing really well. Shafiq is a great find. You know, a lot of credit should be given to Misbah-ul Haq on that, because when he got picked for the first time, a lot of people thought, why him? He is youngster. There are a lot of other people, or a lot of other players who have scored heavily, but it's just pure talent. And then he played a couple of first-class games and he got hundreds, and then he was with the team for a good year and a half.
Cummins to Shafiq, who blocks very solidly down to mid-off.
And you know, the batting coaches and all the other coaches, they really worked hard with him, because Shafiq is a kind of a player who's very hungry, who wants to score runs, and he has shown it in this series. The opportunity came. He had a little bit of issue with the short deliveries to begin with, but he has sorted that out now. Is very compact, and he doesn't mind spending time at the crease.
Well, he's an extraordinary story. Abdullah Shafiq, 22 years of age. Cummins bowls to him now, and he's defending once again. Played 1 first-class game in the state, in the domestic system here. 100 on debut. Played 2 games for Pakistan's reserve team, and that was his first-class career before he got picked in Test cricket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got that 100, and that 100 was seen by Misbah, and Misbah has got an eye for a good players, and he saw the age on his side, and then he promoted up the order, and then he played a few more games which were like a one-day games, and he got 100 also there.
Cummins to Shafiq, who drives gorgeously down the ground for 4. Dead straight, just past the stumps, just to the onside, eases it to the fence, and you enjoyed watching that.
Yeah, I wish the listeners can see that. I mean, that is something very, very special. Just a beautiful on-drive, full face of the bat. Benaud had no chance to stop that. It wasn't really a half volley. It was a good length delivery. It was on the up, and you know, that's why we say that this kid has got talent. He's got hunger. He's going to be there for a long time.
He's defending the last ball of the over down to mid-on. That same sort of shot. After 4 overs, Pakistan are none for 9.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy. What a lovely shot to get off the mark. Abdullah Shafiq, he's 4. Imam Al-Haq down the other end on 2. The victory target is 351, and that's an important number on the board. I just can't imagine Babar Azam, any team playing under Babar Azam, trying to bat out 4 sessions with a target like that without at least giving themselves some hope for it, just as they did for a couple of sessions there at Karachi last week. That's why we love this Pakistan team. They're punchy. They're fighters. And
Adam, it all depends on how they will be right at the end of this today.
Stark's got a leg slip. Bowling to Imam. Nice straight blade out towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, because by the end of the day, if Pakistan do not lose any wicket, doesn't matter if they can run or too many runs or not. But if they don't lose any wickets tonight, they'll probably feel good. They'll feel that they can give it a go. They can chase this down, especially with kind of form Babar is. Azhar is batting really well. Rizwan has scored 100 in the previous game. The only worry maybe is a little bit of Fawad Alam, but
yeah,
you know, they'll feel that we can put up a big partnership. One big partnership will really trouble Australians.
Stark to Imam here on the front foot, knows the call, pushing out to Labuschagne, racing around from cover, takes a ping at the stumps at the non-striker's end. For once, he doesn't make contact. It was much the same last week, wasn't it? They went to bed 2 down at stumps on day 4, albeit with a much longer stretch of time to bat on that 4th day, and they came back with Babar Azam and Abdullah Shafiq in good touch, and that was the foundation to build from. If they can be the same here, even if 1 down,
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
even
1 down, it just opens up the opportunities, and that's a good thing for Australia too. I think that Pakistan believing they can win.
The only problem with this sort of total is that Pakistan will always be under pressure throughout tomorrow. Even if they put up a partnership, they'll still be under pressure, because you lose 1 wicket, the confidence start going back to the Australians.
Stark to Imam over the wicket and taken out into the onside. Nathan Lyons does the fielding just in front of square on the leg side.
I don't think Pakistan thinking this way at the moment. They're probably thinking, okay, survive this new ball, don't lose any wicket, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow. At the moment, the pressure is on Pakistan, so they will probably be very careful and very disciplined to start off against this new ball.
We were talking, Simon Kadich and I, earlier around day 4 declarations, and usually they're nailed late in the day, thinking we'll get 1 more burst with the second new ball in the final hour of play. Stark gets to the crease here, bowls to Imam, short ball, rides the bounce out towards cover, no run, or short of a length, I should say. This is a little bit different here, because it's not about the second new ball. It's about when the second new ball starts reversing, as it did yesterday. So they need to not only give themselves a chance for a blast when it's new, but also enough time for it to get old, and then a final tilt. So I wonder how much that would have informed the timing of it, because 121 overs, they should in theory get 41 overs with the second new ball, when it started reversing around over 25, 26 yesterday, as it did for Pakistan today. So that's been the pattern of what we've seen in the test match. if it continues, that's in Australia's favour as well. Stark towards Imam, who's driving off the front foot through the covers. Doesn't beat the diving man at mid-off, David Warner. So, correction, Usman Khawaja fielding out there. They do get a single. Imam moves to 3. It's none for 9. 1 ball left in this over.
On this pitch, I feel the new ball is going to be crucial on the 5th day, the second new ball. It's not only because of the pacers, what they're going to do, it's the spinners who's going to have a bigger impact with the newish ball, the harder ball, especially, you know, if the game goes deep tomorrow after tea and they have to take a new ball. I think it'll be spinners will probably be more difficult. We saw in Karachi also that suddenly when they took a new ball, a third new ball, and then line became really lethal. So not only the pacers, yes, of course, pacers are going to have impact, but spinners are also going to be handy.
Stark to finish here to Shafiq, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Pakistan none for 10. Shafiq for Imam 3. Our coverage for Henley Holmes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. And that victory target is 351 after Australia declared their second innings closed earlier in this session at 3 for 227. Usman Khawaja unbeaten on a magnificent 104 from 178 deliveries to finish the series with 496 runs. And just as you foreshadowed a moment ago, with the hard new ball, on comes Nathan Lyon for over number 6 of the innings. So, yeah, interesting the way you frame it up there. The really new ball, the spinners are more of a threat. And when the ball gets a bit older, that's when the seamers come into their own, as we've seen from Naseem Shah and Shaheen Shah Afridi. And then, of course, yesterday, that amazing blast from Cummins and Stark. But now we're going to see turn. Can Lyon get a bit of that natural variation, get one to kick on, especially to Imam Al-Haq, as he did in the second innings at Karachi last week?
Yeah, length is going to be very crucial with the new ball, and coming round the wicket to the left-hander, it's not going to be easy for Imam, and I'm sure Cummins will put lots of players around the bat, and there'll be a lot of chat around, and you know, they're going to really try to disturb him, which is the way to go. I think these are the tactics. And he's got 2 men already around the bat, and he's got a slip also. So that's going to be interesting.
So Lyon to start around the wicket. Now broadcast in, well forward is Imam, defending to Travis Head at silly point. It's Labuschagne at short legs. Smith at slip, and he's got a backward point, a conventional point, a cover, a long off, a mid on, and a man just around the corner at square leg, backward square leg, to Imam Al-Haq, who made twin tons at Rawalpindi to start the series. Facing up here to Lyon, wide of the crease, he's well forward to defend, taking that short leg out of the equation, getting a good stride in.
Yeah, the spinner is going to have a big role to play in this game, as it was in the last game. Pakistan played really well. I mean, 171 overs they batted, and they saved the game. Can they save this one? I have my doubts, but
Lyon delivers, and again well forward is Imam, driving through the offside, finds a gap, not a lot of room to work with there. Nicely played out towards the rope. Cameron Green in pursuit, drags it in a couple of metres away from the rope. The throw comes to Lyon at the non-striker's end. They add a couple. Imam to 5, none for 12 the score.
So when I say the length has to be right, a little bit fuller, and Imam got on top of it. So the length has to be a touch short, because the odd one will keep low. So if you can just push him sort of on the back foot and see how this ball react, that's going to be a thing to see.
This is a massive innings for Nathan Lyon. Make no mistake. He delivers here to Imam, who's forward again in defence. Lyon, who wasn't able to bowl out Pakistan last week, albeit after taking 3 wickets at the very end.
Labuschagne already in the ear of Imam. It's just right next to him, just having a little chat to him.
Of course he is, as is his way. Lyon up to the crease here, away from us. Bowls to Imam, past the edge, ends up with Smith. That's turned big. It's beaten everything. The edge and Carey's gloves, and Smith moving to his right, cutting off by as well.
Oh dear.
If that's a sign of things to come. I said it's going to be a big couple of days for Nathan Lyon. Let's watch it back. Yep, that has gone huge. That has turned square.
I don't think even Carey was expecting this much spin. that one definitely hit the edge of those rough areas.
Lyon again to Imam. That goes straight on. That hits the shiny side. So a good bit of bowling there to finish from Nathan Lyon to keep the left-hander thinking. None for 12 to score after 6 overs to target 351. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drink Wise.
We welcome Simon Kadich back to the summariser chair. And watching a replay of that Nathan Lyon delivery, the penultimate delivery of his first over back between overs. That has spun huge. That is what Lyon needs, what he craves on the 4th and 5th day. G'day, Cat.
Good afternoon, Colo. But just as importantly, Steve Smith took it cleanly at first slip. To his right, too. It didn't do him. He's had a horror run of late, Smithy. But he got that one beautifully.
So Pat Cummins swings himself around to the pavilion end here at Gaddafi Stadium, having bowled a couple from the Waqar Younis end. 2 overs, none for 4. He's got a couple of slips into Shafiq, who's in behind it, playing from the crease down towards mid-on, no single.
And talking about Steve Smith, he was the quickest man all time to get to 8,000 test runs today. 151 innings. Beat Kumar Sangakkara by 1 knock.
He edged him out, so he's ahead of Sangakkara by 1 and Tendulkar by 3. I think sometimes we forget that. Now, he was the fastest 7,000 as well, but I think we can get a bit lost in Steve Smith's last couple of years and forget just how consistent he was and how dominant he was through that middle portion of his career. So it's only right that he's top of the pops on that measure as well. Here comes Cummins to the crease and bowls, and on leg stump, Shafiq pushes it out towards mid-on, where Usman Khawaja does the fielding, no single.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal achievement, and given the quality of company that he's in there and to have beaten those players, it's a remarkable effort.
As Geoff points out, his average has dropped below 60 in that innings, as it did in Hobart earlier in the year. But, I mean, the fact that it was above 60 when he reached it, the only player to have a 6 in front of his average upon reaching 8,000 test runs. Sobers didn't do that, nor did Tendulkar, nor did Sangakkara, but Smith did. Cummins bowls on leg stump again, so starting on the pegs, and Shafiq's able to deal with it comfortably enough, pushing out towards mid-wicket, no single.
Yeah, and he's done it in conditions too that aren't always batsman friendly. When you look at, I mean, obviously the wickets in Australia they're very good batting conditions.
Well, it's been a great era for fast bowling, especially since 2018. And I know he missed a year of cricket there, but batting averages fell off a cliff for a couple of years there. And it's not been the most productive part of his career, but he has been a test player through it. It's been a good era to be a fast bowler around the world, albeit not in Pakistan. Cummins delivers here, and Shafiq's on the front foot, pushing out to extra cover, no single.
Yeah, we also did see a graphic on our coverage around the most runs in a 3-test series in Pakistan. And one thing that it highlighted very, very clearly was that from 1976 to 2022, which is where all the record scores were for the 3-test series in terms of amount of runs, there were plenty. I think the highest was Mohammad Yusuf on about 668, which is just phenomenal for a 3-test series. And I think the lowest was in the 400s. And it just highlights how good the tracks are here to bat on.
The only tubby ahead of Khawaja for Australia. Here's Cummins bowling on the front foot. Shafiq looking for one to cover. Won't take on Labuschagne. They made that mistake both in Rawalpindi and in Karachi. So Shafiq stays on 4 from 23 balls. 1 ball left in the 7th. Pakistan none for 12.
Yeah, they've started positively here, Pakistan, in terms of getting settled and trying to wear this new ball down. They haven't looked to attack too much. I think given the quality of the bowling they're facing, particularly Cummins and Stark, it's certainly not easy against a new ball on this late on day 4.
3 helmets sitting behind Alex Carey, the wicketkeeper. Here's Cummins bowling to Shafiq, again on middle and leg stump, pushed out towards mid-on. End of Cummins' first over from the pavilion end. None for 12 to score. Pakistan. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence, henley.com.au. Imam Al-Haq on 5 down the other end. Another good stat that came in overnight is that in the first innings, with Cummins and Stark combining for 9 wickets, there's never been an innings in Pakistan where Australia's seamers have taken 9 of the 10 wickets, which again sort of reinforces how against the grain yesterday's collapse was, and what a brilliant piece of captaincy it was from Cummins to deploy Stark when he did and hold him back when he did, and use that major weapon judiciously. And I'm sure that will be the approach again here. He'll be thinking long game. He'll be thinking, how do we make sure that Stark's just as effective late tomorrow as he is at the start with the with the first new ball here?
Yeah, definitely. I think Nathan Lyon's got a big role to play here.
Yeah.
We've already seen that spin early on to Imam.
So it's Lyon away from us. Waqar Younis and full toss to Imam. Down the ground, 4 runs. Imam was on the advance, but it would have been a full toss regardless, I fancy. Puts it away. He moves up to 9. None for 16, Pakistan.
Yeah, very good batting from Imam ul Haq. He was looking to come down the wicket. It was a rank full toss, so not a great ball from Nathan Lyon, but timed it, put it in the gap nicely. And it's something that we saw from him, particularly in Rawalpindi. We started to see it in Karachi until he holed out to mid-on.
Line wide of the crease. Oh, hits Imam on the pad, past the inside edge. Umpire Raza turns it down. Might have just been striking him outside the line of the off stump. That's the hand movements from Cummins. That's the question he wants answered by Alex Carey. Will he go upstairs? He will. Okay, this is an early moment. Australia sending it upstairs. From our vantage point, it looks like impact would be the main factor. It certainly went on with the arm. It definitely beat the inside edge. Waiting for this first replay. Talk us through it, Kat.
Well, some good drift in from Nathan Lyon. Just keeps coming on, but it's an inside edge, so that will be given not out.
Well, that's not ideal for Australia, because I reckon they've gone up on the basis that they've been fairly happy with that not being a factor. I mean, once it's an inside edge, they lose the review automatically. Had it been umpire's call on impact, they would have retained it, but yeah, there's no chance that's going the way of Australia. An inside edge onto the pad, which might be why they thought it was a good shout in terms of impact, because of the deviation back towards the stumps. So Cummins loses Australia's first review. It remains none for 16.
What's interesting is that the players out there, if they can't hear that inside edge onto the pad, then it's interesting, because obviously it's not as big a crowd today. Yesterday, Pakistan Day, it was so loud out there. You can understand why the nick of Shafiq wasn't heard by the umpire and it was overturned on the referral. But that one then, pretty good inside edge, but Aussie players didn't hear it.
Line again, Imam forward, full, pushes to mid-wicket, easy single, good batting. He's in the double figures. None for 17, Pakistan.
Yeah, this is a big innings for Imam ul Haq, because he was magnificent at Rawalpindi, and then since then he's just sort of slipped back into old habits. He threw his wicket away in Karachi. He got a pretty good ball in the second innings to get pinned in front by Nathan Lyon, but then here he missed out in the first innings. And this is a big innings for him and for Pakistan. They really need him to take some pressure off the rest of the batting order and go big again.
First ball from Lyon to Abdullah Shafiq. Inside part of the bat, ends up down at long on, but not in control of the stroke. So a little early victory for Lyon. He's down on his haunches. He knows that wasn't far away from slipping through between bat and pad. Shafiq 5, Pakistan none for 18. Lyon's in the game early here.
Yeah, that's just holding nicely out of the rough. Wouldn't be surprised if that's just caught the edge of the rough and just stopped a little bit, because he's looking to punch it down the ground for one to that deep mid-on. And it went aerial, but the catcher at mid-wicket was a lot squarer than where he hit it.
So Lyon to finish. Should I say 2 balls left in the over. Bowls to Imam down the track before defending. Well handled there by the left-hander. Making a good positive stride down to make sure that short leg and silly point wouldn't be a factor.
Yeah, it's good proactive cricket, because he's making Nathan Lyon now think about the length he has to bowl rather than just pinning him to the crease every ball.
Last ball from Lyon. Delivers to Imam, this time going back. So he's handled that well. Good over from Lyon. 2 from him to start. Inside the first 8. None for 18, Pakistan. Imam ul Haq is on 10. Shafiq is on 5. The victory target, 351. And SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Welcome, one and all, listening through the night in Australia. 4:10 in Lahore, about 10:10 in Melbourne and Sydney on the eastern seaboard. Pat Cummins, Sydney boy, rushes to the crease, bowls to Shafiq here. His fourth over on the hip. Shafiq turns it just around the corner of the Travis Head at backward square, no single. It's nearing the pointy end of the local cricket season, Kat. Have your boys made the final, or have they finished up by now?
That's a good question, Colo. I haven't been able to keep up to tabs with what's happening at the moment.
I suppose in your case, your boys constitute your old club in Sydney, your old club in Perth, and your kids who are playing.
Yeah.
Have your kids finished their season?
Yeah, the cricket season finished with 4 washouts on the trot. Sydney was so wet.
Cummins up here. Bowling to Shafiq on leg stump, pushing out towards mid-on. Easy single, nicely played. Shafiq looks very organised already. He's 6, none for 19.
What I have been keeping tabs on is the final round of Sheffield Shield fixtures because it's still unknown who's going to qualify in that second spot. It seems like WA are a very good chance now. And if they do, they've got a chance to go for the trifecta, having won the BBL, the One-Day Cup recently. And if they qualify for that, I think it's going to be in Melbourne. I think Victoria have already qualified. But Tassie knocked over Queensland in 2 days down in Hobart.
Yeah, amazing scorecard.
Yeah, I saw
like a real throwback to the 19th century, looking at that card from Belrive Oval.
Yeah.
We'll go through it across the over. Cummins has 2 slips up against Imam. Around the wicket he goes. Cummins delivers here. Imam goes back in the crease. Loud shout of no. Cummins tries to flick it up with his boots unsuccessfully, but no run. Queensland all out for 104 the first time around, with Rainbird picking up 8 for 21, the best figures ever for Tasmania in the Shield. Tasmania responded with 422, a ton for Webster, the captain, 166 not out. And then the second time around, Queensland all out 87. And with Rainbird 5 for 21. So 8 for 21 and 5 for 21. Match figures of 13 for 42. Yes, please. Same Rainbird. Here is Cummins, another big quick on the way, bowls and defended out towards mid-on, no run.
Well, what was interesting seeing the highlights of the dismissals in that first innings, when I watched them the other day, was that Queensland looked like they had about 8 left-handers in their batting lineup because he just kept knocking left-hander after left-hander over, which you don't see too often in batting lineups. Normally you see maybe 2, 3 lefties at most, but Queensland, I reckon they had at least 7. I know there was Joe Burns and I think Basley.
Yeah, looking through.
I'm just trying to think if there was one or two others. Maybe Jimmy Pearson was the third.
Cummins loads up and bowls. Edge falls short a second slip. Imam played it with softer hands, but it landed just in front of Cameron Green, not far away. Good delivery from Cummins, just hitting the seam and standing up straight.
Yeah, this is a great line of attack from Pat Cummins because that ball's angling in. Imam probably could have let it go, but he's worried about that ball darting back at the stumps. Just pushed out a little bit. His head turned around quickly, but it died, as we expect. This wicket losing carry.
So to finish here, Cummins, his 4th over around the wicket. Imam off leg stump, clipping down towards fine leg. Mitch Swepson doing the fielding. They go through for an easy single. Imam's on 11. Shafiq is on 6. Pakistan up to none for 20. We'll have a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon replacing me. Our coverage for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
We've got 5 minutes to go in the half. Jennings passes to Pearce. Len runs from dummy half and fires the ball at Sutton, who sends it down to the 22. Picked up by Johnson. Oh, huge hit from McQueen. Or is it Turner? Whoever it is offloads to some other guy in green. He's tackled by a big fella and some other really big fella. Someone passes it back and now it looks to me like everyone's cuddling.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
SEN Test cricket. Pakistan none for 20 seeing what they can do to bat out the last day and a bit of this test match. Whether they'll try to go for the 351 to win, whether they'll just try to bat through for a draw, an old-fashioned 0-all series scoreline, who knows. Nathan Lyon has Imam coming down the pitch and flicking away into the leg side, running with the stroke, gets through for the single. He's got a dozen runs now to his name. None for 21. Hello, Simon.
Good afternoon, Geoff. And we see another hitter out there. We know Marnus Labuschagne hits the stumps a lot, but Mitchell Swepson, good bit of energy there at square leg. The run out wasn't quite on. It was a good piece of running there from Shafiq and Imam, safely in, but he hit again. Got a good run out in that second test in Karachi, running Shafiq out.
Yeah, brought about that first innings collapse, all that 148. Lyon is over the wicket to Shafiq, who backs away and cuts hard into the gap at cover. Patrick Cummins will get around to field, so they'll only take a single. Shafiq onto 7, but that was a good throw from Swepson across his body, moving at pace, and hit the base of middle stump.
Yeah, he's fielded well so far in the 2 tests that he's played. Nathan Lyon won't mind that. Shot by Shafiq, just giving the stumps away and trying to cut against the spin.
Lyon around the wicket to the left-hander, who lunges forward at it, does some real dance floor work to push the ball back to the bowler in the end. Mitchell Swepson wouldn't mind adding that run out to his wicket tally for the series if he could. Hasn't had the happiest time of it.
He hasn't had much go right for him, poor youngster. He's bowled well at times.
Lyon bowls to Imam, who cuts off the bottom edge, ends up back in the bowler's hands. 2 wickets in 2 test matches for Mitchell Swepson, currently averaging a lazy 115 apiece. He's bowled 80+ overs to get those 2 wickets. A stack of catches dropped in Karachi. Lyon bowls to Imam, who defends on the front foot, just drops it away into the ground on the offside.
Yeah, he'll have a role to play, no doubt, in his second innings. He's going to make sure he doesn't go chasing wickets and make sure he builds up pressure on and around that off stump and just finds a consistent length. He's just been a little bit inconsistent so far in this test.
Lyon to Imam, defending solidly, coming forward. They'll just be looking to get through the day. Pakistan, 10 overs gone, ticked off, no wicket down, none for 22.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. None for 22. Got 21 overs left in the day in theory. An hour and 13 minutes in practice. Don't think they're going to get through 21 in that time.
Yeah, I guess it depends how much these 2 spinners bowl in tandem. I think they'll have a decent stint at it now, given that Cummins and Stark have had that initial spell, and potentially they'll look at bowling maybe the last little period of play with a, what's it going to be? Maybe when it gets to about 20-odd overs, that might look like it's starting to go, so they might finish with some pace if they think the ball's going to reverse.
Well, 80.4 overs so far in the series for Swepson, and he's about to make that 81.4 if he gets through these 6. He starts off with a juicy full toss that he's whacked hard into the ground by Abdullah Shafiq on the bounce to mid-on. He'll be filthy, or both of them will be. Swepson will be angry with the delivery, and Shafiq that he didn't put it into the seats.
Yeah, that caught him off guard. I don't think he was expecting it that full. It rushed him a little bit, Abdullah Shafiq. If he was ready and waiting, he would have clubbed that for 6.
He takes a moment, makes Swepson go back and start the approach again. So Shafiq can settle. Much better from Swepson's second ball, dipping on the right-hander. He digs it out to mid-on, gets a single, runs with the shot. None for 23. Shafiq's got 8. Imam on 12.
A good use of that fielder being just fractionally deep. It was Waqar at mid-on. Shafiq was all over it. Quickly came down and managed to rotate the strike. And now Swepson's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. We saw him warming up during the tea break, bowling a number of balls around the wicket to Fawad Ahmed, the spin bowling consultant for Australia. And that's exactly what he's going to do now to the left-hander, try and dump it into the rough and bring those stumps into the game.
Slip in a short leg. Swepson around the wicket, straight into the rough, and big turn as well. Imam plays it off the back foot, so he's able to wait for that ball to turn and knock it into the ground, into the leg side, but that's encouraging for Swepson.
Yeah, and Imam played that nicely, got back, gave himself time to play off the back foot.
The leg spinner around the wicket, not quite hitting the rough this time, still gets some purchase off the pitch. Imam defends solidly enough.
Yeah, I think with this plan of attack, the outside edge is in the game as well for a ball that drifts away and just keeps going, or hits the rough and just keeps going straight. So Steve Smith could well be in the game at first slip here.
Swepson to Imam, who advances at him, drives a single out into the covers, gets through quickly, none for 24. So would you think he might not necessarily need to actually bowl the googly? He could just get that one with the variation that goes on.
Well, he gets good drift into the right-handers, so by bowling around the wicket, if he gets that same sort of drift away from the left-hander and it catches the rough and just skids straight on, then that's where you see players trying to drive, left-handers trying to drive the ball, and they go straight to first slip sometimes out of the rough.
The right-handed Shafiq waits for Swepson and whips hard, but straight to mid-wicket. Can't get past David Warner with the multiple hats. End of the 11th over. It is none for 24.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the Round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record Round 2 edition. Still only $5. Available game day, Coles Express, newsagents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres, none for 24. Pakistan's opening partnership doing the job so far. Faced out 11 overs. They've seen off the opening burst from Australia's quicks, and now they've got spin in tandem. Lyon and Swepson will be wheeling away for, you would imagine, the next dozen overs or so, maybe a little more, before the quicks decide to have a look at, see if they can get any early reverse. It's a pretty one-dimensional approach on these surfaces. Wait for the ball to move. Lyon bowls to Imam, who takes a step forward and defends solidly back down the pitch. Lyon mimes to throw at the stumps but doesn't follow through.
It's a good battle at the moment. Imam's use of his feet just making it hard for Nathan Lyon to try and settle into the length that he wants to keep hitting.
Imam advances again and drives this time. He'll get a run at least out through backward point. He might even get 4 of them. It's leading the race into the fence, and it has just defeated Mitchell Starc, I fancy, as he chases back. He got his feet tangled up in the ropes and he might have been touching the ball at the same time, so the umpires will have a look at this. What do you think happened there? Has he tapped? Oh, he's done very well.
Very good piece of fielding and awareness to know that you've got to get the timing of the flick back right without making sure that the feet touch that padding. He did it beautifully, Mitchell Starc. He's done that before.
Perfect piece of boundary line work. So just the 3 runs. Shafiq on to strike. Imam's got 16. Pakistan none for 27.
And I'll tell you what it was, some good support work from Cameron Green, who followed up because Mitchell Starc's momentum took him over with the padding. And then Green fired it in, rifled it into Alex Carey.
Lyon to Shafiq, who goes back and cuts 4. Nobody will be pulling that in. That skates across the turf. Got every piece of that. It wasn't too short, but Shafiq got back so quickly that he gave himself room. A little like Travis Head, even if the ball's not that short, he can still flay that bat away. really savagely cut back.
Yeah, he's sweating on that shot. He tried to play it the over before, only managed to get it out to cover for one. But on that occasion, didn't try and overhit it, just knocked it on the head and took it down to deep backward point for 4. It's a beautiful shot.
None for 31 with the boundary. Shafiq onto 12. In theory, 19 overs left in the day after this one. If we started thinking about best case for Pakistan, even if they scored 2 and over for the rest of the day and they went in at none for 70 overnight, Lyon bowls to Shafiq, who flicks away off the hip. Not too far away from the short leg, but he survives. Then they'd come out tomorrow needing 280 to win. Not beyond the realms.
Correct. And that's why it's important. I think both teams feel like they can win the game. If Pakistan shut up shop and this wicket holds together like it potentially will, and you can survive on it.
Lyon bowls to Shafiq, who comes down the pitch, drives back to the bowler, who throws back at the stumps. Everybody going up and back, ducks and drakes. No run in the end. History
suggests that Pakistan won't get there, but in terms of what we've seen in this series, we thought they'd get bowled out in 172 overs in Karachi, and they didn't. So anything's possible in this game.
Lyon bowls to Shafiq, who's defending on the forward stride. There'll be no run. End of the over. None for 31.
Footy's back, and so is the AFL record to keep you informed about the game during the game. In the Round 2 edition, senior writer Ashley Brown reveals how North Melbourne eased the cash squeeze and wiped out their debt. Don't miss the regular features including Answer Man with stats experts, player profiles and team lists for all 18 clubs. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL record Round 2 edition. Still only $5. Available game day, Coles Express, newsagents, SEN app and sen.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute safety check. Pakistan doing what they can to stay in the game. And maybe tomorrow, think about winning it. Australia would be odds-on favourites from here, though. Still 320 behind Pakistan. Swepson around the wicket to Imam ul Haq, who drives it back to the leg spinner. No run.
Yeah, the deep mid-on's out here. The catching mid-wickets come a little bit straighter. So be looking for a single down to mid-on off Swepson with the spin.
Swepson darts it through. Back goes Imam and whips off his pads. That's a nice shot. He'll pick up 4 through mid-wicket. Quick as a flash to get back. Just saw that bit of length, that shortness that meant that he could go back on his stumps and really rasp that away. That crack of the wrists. So they go on to 35 without loss.
Yeah, that was too short from Mitchell Swepson. It was an attempted wrong and he didn't get the length right, and Imam ul Haq made him pay.
Swepson goes back to the leg break with flight, and Imam ends up on one knee as he comes forward to genuflect in defence.
Yeah, just hope that attempted wrong and isn't an attempt to try too many things. I think if he just settles into a good line and length, get the confidence up, he can try those things into his spell.
Swepson, bit of flight, and Imam defends very solidly again. Bat and pad close together.
Because we don't see him bowl a lot of wrong-uns, even in Karachi. He didn't bowl a huge amount. I think he was more...
I barely remember any, 1 or 2 maybe.
Yeah, leggies, and then he bowled the odd slider. So...
Swepson bowls to Imam. Lots of turn from that one. That hits the foot marks, but again, it's slow enough off the surface that Imam can adjust and just drop it away into the leg side.
And I think he probably needs to alternate between over and around the wickets of the left-hander, because I think once you bowl for any length of time and the batsman sizes that line of attack up.
Swepson flights it down there and it's played off the back foot. It gets through Swepson. They'll get a single as the ball ends up rolling down towards long on. None for 36 after 13 overs. And you wonder, what is the leg spinner's hope of a wicket when coming around the wicket, bombing it into the footmarks? Takes LBW out of the equation, because Imam will either get his pad outside or it'll turn too far.
Yeah, unless he plays on the back foot and gets pinned right in front of the stumps on the back foot. It is difficult, particularly when you've got left-handers that are adept at getting forward, getting outside the line and nullifying that spin back in. Whereas over the wicket, he can then have a crack at both. He can sort of bring first slip into the game. He can try and go back through the gate, and then he can spin one down the line and potentially try and get the LBW from over the wicket. So I think it's important he does alternate. The hard part is where he feels most comfortable bowling.
Yeah, I remember Yasir Shah in 2014 when Australia went to the UAE, right-handers and left-handers. He took bags of wickets just with the straight ball. Bowled a lot of big turning leg breaks, and then the one straight on, bang, straight in front. It was remarkable.
Yeah, and that's your weapon ball on wickets to spin, because you don't need to spin the ball all the time.
Start of a new over with Nathan Lyon bowling around the wicket to Imam, who goes back and cuts straight to backward point. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. None for 36 the score. Pakistan need 351 to win after the declaration from Pat Cummins earlier this afternoon, Lahore time. Slip, silly mid-off, short leg. Lyon bowls full to Imam. He's coming forward to defend. Be pretty watchful through this last part of the day, but we've seen that anything that errs in length, these Pakistan batsmen will go for it.
Yeah, I think he's been a lot sharper in this innings than he has been in the previous couple. Since that first test at Rawalpindi, this is how he looked in Rawalpindi.
Lyon around the wicket, coming forward to defend is Imam.
And sometimes that happens. You get a little bit complacent, got the twin hundreds, then went to Karachi, threw his wicket away in the first innings, got a pretty good ball in the second. Then Pat Cummins got him here, LBW, in the first. So now he realises this is huge for Pakistan. He's switched on.
Imam waiting, high back lift, and he cuts hard, but straight to cover, who's set pretty deep, Cameron Green, there for exactly that sort of shot. Insurance.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself there. That was a rank half-tracker, which he hit straight to that cover point fieldsman. All he had to do was just guide that towards the umpire, and that was 4. He looked to hit it probably just a bit too hard. All he needed to do was just to time that in the gap. Yeah, you sat up.
Would have heard the thwack as he laid into it. He goes with more of a back foot punch this time to exactly the same spot. Cameron Green at cover point throws it to David Warner, who's in fairly close at a more conventional cover.
Just noticed that Josh Inglis is on the field out at deep mid-off, so I'm not sure who's off the field at the moment.
Lyon. Bit of flight, and coming forward to defend is Imam. The 14th over comes to an end. Pakistan, none for 36.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket, Pakistan, none for 36 as drinks come on to the field. Abdullah Shafiq has 12 runs, Imam Ulaq 21. They need 351 to win. Simon Kadich has wandered off to have a break. Cheers to him for his company over the day, and Bharat Sundaresan has come in to join us. Bharat, please give us your wisdom on the day so far, and then Adam Collins will come in and join you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Very confident start from Pakistan. They've done exactly what they did in Karachi. Yes, they did lose 2 wickets early on that occasion, but they just batted properly. You couldn't make out just by looking at them go about their business, whether they're trying to save the test or they seriously do have intentions to run the total down, and which is what they need to do. You can't look too far ahead, not in this part of the world. And especially like we saw in the first innings, where the long tail is a problem. And if the long tail does get exposed, the ball is reversing, things can happen very quickly. But you don't need to worry about the tail anytime soon.
No, we're at that stage of the test match where we're permitted to say that all 4 results are on the table, I think, but Adam, this is what this is where we can kind of look at a number of comparisons recently. And Pat Cummins would be mindful of this, of course. This is kind of your Brisbane 2021 scenario, isn't it? We're not looking at Karachi last week necessarily as the benchmark. It's how that test match played out about 14 months ago when they had about the same length of time to bowl out India. Couldn't do it, and they set up quite nicely before having a tilt on the final day, and the rest is history.
And there are so many other similarities you can call upon too, Adam, from that game. There were cracks on the pitch and everybody was expecting those cracks to play a huge role in the test. Here, there aren't as many cracks as there are rough spots, foot marks.
Well, there's dust as well, isn't there? We've seen a number of puffs of dust, and that ball that Lyon bowled in his first over, that turned square just off the foot mark, it was the puff of dust. We didn't see much of that in Karachi last week. It was just a pancake by the end. Yeah, there was some cracking in it, which didn't really open up, but the foot marks weren't that problematic until very, very deep into the fifth day. They're already a factor here, a long way out from the finish line.
Yeah, and that just explains why this is a completely different scenario to Karachi, where, again, if you go back to the start of the Pakistan innings there, you pretty much knew what was going to happen. They had 5.5 sessions to bat, and nobody really gave them a chance when they started off, especially after they lost those 2 wickets. But it was just about occupying the crease and survival. Yes, there were some thoughts in between where you felt that maybe they were going for the target, but it was pretty improbable. You know, they were talking about 500 runs to get in the fifth inning, or the fourth innings, felt like the fifth innings, to win. But here, 351, it's been done before, maybe not on this pitch.
Yes, at this ground, the fourth inning stats aren't particularly crash shot, but any team led by Babar Azam, making this point to Waqar before, they do have inbuilt loads of belief, especially a young man like Shafiq, facing the first ball of the fresh hour, sweeps into him, down the track immediately. Doesn't get much of it out towards backward square, but again, that intent, Shafiq is only on 12, but even when he's defending, he likes to use his feet to spin. That's why he was such a handful last week.
And it's safe to say that when you speak about records for this ground, they're kind of null and void, considering we're playing a test match for the first time since 2009 to start with.
Swepson, slow to the crease, bowls here, Shafiq, forward, turning around the corner, just wide of Mitchell Stark, a backward square leg. They get through for a single. He's 13, none for 37, the score.
And just let's look at where we were in the history of cricket at that point. 2009, so you're talking about 1 year since the start of the IPL, 4 years into T20 cricket. And Test cricket was played differently even in 2009, let's not forget.
That's a great point. I mean, the way that T20 in cricket has informed what we see now, even going back to Headingley, another one of these fourth innings, well, disasters for Australia. Swepson bowls wide of the crease to Imam. It's full and dug out and pushed down towards mid-off, no run. There's no way that Ben Stokes would have been able to do what he did across that afternoon if not for the foundation in T20 cricket that he's got. And that's a good thing, the Test cricket, the best of Test cricket, has a lot of T20 to it now as well, I think. Pushing into the onside is Imam Al-Haq, deflected down by Labuschagne, no run. And I don't mean, by the way, sorry to continue that point, I don't want to be misrepresented. I don't mean that the batting techniques in England on a green top are helped by, the IPL. There's a chasm between those two types of cricket. Here's Swepson again, bowling to Imam on leg stump, turned around the corner, no run. Again, short leg in play with Marnus Labuschagne. What I more mean is thinking about the way Rishabh Pant played in that chase at Brisbane. And what they believe they can do in the fourth innings. Teams that never would have had a pop in the past now believe they can. And I'm sure that'll be the same for Pakistan here if they can get a good foundation. Last ball of the over, Imam, that's better. Well forward, pushing out to cover, nullifying the spin. End of 15 overs, Pakistan none for 37. That target 351. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Adam Collins and Bharat, Sundaresan with you on the call. Nathan Lyon about to start his 6th over in just the 16th of the innings, brought on early from the Waqar Younis end. He's got a slip and a short leg for Shafiq, who's there on 13. Building nicely. Line to the crease, into the footmarks. Big spin. Goes past the off stump, but that's turned square at 90 kilometres an hour. Gone past Carey's gloves as well, but the perfect shape on an off break went over the top of Shafiq's back thigh pad and not far away from the off stump bail too. Well, can Lyon find a glove? Shoulder of the bat, same spot. Shafiq well forward, better batting. He's in this.
Yeah, we didn't see that at all in Karachi. Ball spitting off the surface, a puff of dust.
What Lyon would have given for even half a dozen deliveries across that marathon spell to have done that. He's had 2 already in 6 overs here. Bowling here. Oh, past the edge. Is it caught behind? It's given. Umpire Raza puts the finger up. Nathan Lyon gets a wicket. It's a big one. Abdullah Shafiq, he isn't sure if he's hit it. He's consulting Imam Al-Haq and he's going upstairs. Carey pouched it. He also took the bails off. It was ever so close to the off stump. Again, from the footmarks, just a bit of variable bounce there. Didn't quite go through at the same level as the one earlier in the over. Almost the identical part of the pitch. Watching it back. Yes, puff of dust. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure on that first replay. Ultra edge coming up now, Bharat. Looks like there might be a gap. Doesn't look good for Australia. There is a gap. Indeed, there's a big gap. That's a poor decision from umpire Raza. Into the gloves of Carey. He was quick to put up the finger. It was almost instinctive. But he'll have to change his decision. Pakistan, of course, retain their review. It stays at number 37. But nevertheless, Lyon asking good questions here.
Yeah, this one went straight through, and you could make out that Abdullah Shafiq was so confused with the dismissal. He actually walked up to Imam Al-Haq and asked him if he had been clean bowled. He kept asking him, I've been like, did the stump? Then once he realized he had been given caught behind, he immediately reviewed it.
So Lyon up to the crease again. Shafiq is forward, defending, out to cover. No silly point. Maybe there should be, given the type of bounce he's generating out of that rough. We saw Lyon adjust his line after lunch yesterday to bowl further outside the off stump, which is how he got Shafiq caught behind. A big turning point in that day's play. 2 balls left here, close to the stumps, well wide of off stump. Shafiq watches it all the way into the gloves of Carey.
And another thing he did smartly while changing the line yesterday, Adam, was start to bowl a lot slower. The speeds came down to the mid-80s, at times the early 80s.
So Lyon to finish his over. Bowling here, spins big again, back towards the stumps, but Shafiq goes all the way deep into his crease and rides it down behind point. Excellent over. 16 gone. Pakistan none for 37. Our coverage for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you. When thinking about the 4th innings and Australia's failures in recent times, not getting the job done, it's hard not to return to Nathan Lyon. He did have a good track record from about 2014 to 2019 of getting the job done after starting slowly in this part of his game, but it has fallen away a bit in recent times. Of course, we've already referred to the Brisbane Test match in 2021. There was Headingley in 2019. How could we forget? Karachi last week. Sydney against England earlier this year. I mean, there are quite a number of instances where it hasn't worked out well for him of late.
Yeah, Sydney versus India last year.
Yes, of course. How could we forget? India drew that comfortably in the end. Swepson, new over, his 4th, wide of the crease. Turned into a full toss by Imam and clipped away. Down towards the rope, Khawaja. Big diving effort. Doesn't quite get his left hand to it. Imam Al-Haq using his feet to spin. Striking a 5th ball. He's 25. Pakistan none for 41. That seems a good approach to Swepson for the left-hander.
They're not going to let Swepson settle. They didn't let him settle in Karachi in the 2nd innings. Quick use of his feet, and again Swepson struggling with his length. Every time he does try to give it some loop, he does struggle with landing it. Also the pressure with the batter coming down the pitch at him.
Swepson again, bowls to Imam. Inside edge onto the pad, but well outside the off stump. It ricochets out to David Warner. That cover, again wearing the baggy green on top of his floppy hat. No run. That's a better length. At least it brings the footmarks into play. He's got a slip, Stephen Smith, on a short leg, Marnus Labuschagne. Swepson here, wide of the crease again. Well forward coming Imam before defending. Swepson threatens to throw in his follow-through, thinks better of it.
Yeah, for Nathan Lyon, second test running, he has a partner at the other end. And it is Swepson's responsibility as well to help Lyon create that pressure and keep it.
Swepson to the crease, dancing again before defending is Imam Al-Haq. He's found a strategy, he's going to stick to it. Yes, with Lyon and Pakistan, it's not been a country he's like bowling against, taking his 40 wickets at an average of 51 and a strike rate of 100. His strike rate's 100 since the pandemic started as well across all Test cricket. It's not been a particularly productive time for him. Swepson to Imam, spins this past the inside edge. That's better. Into the front pad, a long way outside the line of the off stump, but if he can land it there more consistently, he'll be in with a shout of finding an inside edge.
It's the speeds as well and the trajectory with Swepson. He's a lot more comfortable when he's slightly flatter.
Last ball from Swepson here. Slow to the crease, bowls here into the footmarks. Going back is Imam and dabbing it down to deep third. They'll get one and they'll look for two and they'll get two. Imam, well run. Couple there, moving him along to 27. None for 43, Pakistan at the end of the over. Their target 351. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
SEN Test cricket for tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres, with Bharat Sundaresan by my side here at the Waqar Younis end at Gaddafi Stadium. Lyon away from us to start his 7th over. Can he get it in the footmarks again to Shafiq? Doesn't here, that's too full. And handled comfortably back to the bowler off the front foot. He needs to be a little bit shorter and perhaps a little bit wider of the off stump. We saw Sajid Khan turn a couple huge from this end earlier today as well, so it stands to reason. Wind blowing across his right shoulder, nice for drift. Bowls here, that's where he wants to be, maybe a little bit short, and Shafiq picks up on it early, defends out towards mid-wicket off the back foot.
And that's been a criticism of Nathan Lyon in the past when he has failed to bowl teams out, of not bowling that attacking line long enough, not being daring enough to get the right-handers to try and drive him through the covers.
Shafiq faces up to line, leading edge, out through towards point. I mentioned in the previous over, no silly point at this stage.
Yeah, it was the introduction of silly point that got Nathan Lyon to bowl a lot slower and got him to change his line yesterday. Interesting, he, like I said, yes, a fickle relationship with silly point.
Lyon bowls, Shafiq dances before defending out towards Warner at mid-wicket, no run.
Maybe one reason could be because the ball is bouncing so much that he feels he has a better opportunity of getting Shafiq maybe just caught short leg, or if he can get one to go straight on, catch it, get him caught it slip.
That was 96 kilometres an hour, the previous ball. Lyon again, flights it up high in the air, charts it deep square. Will it carry? It won't. It was a top edge from Shafiq, went the sweep, not in control, run out appeal. Now this will be interesting. A run out appeal after Shafiq has jumped in the air. Sorry, make that Imam Al-Haq. He looked like he was in his ground. The bails were whipped off. I think they were mischievously appealing, but I think that Aleem Dar is duty-bound to send this upstairs. Watching it back, yes, he did have his foot down before he jumped in the air to avoid the ball, and Carey whipped the bails off, but That's fine, no concerns. Alert to the opportunity was Alex Carey, Amanis Labuschagne. Nothing wrong with that.
And don't forget, according to the old law, he could have been in trouble.
Yes.
Because if his feet had been in the air, regardless of whether he'd already landed them within the crease or not, and Alex Carey had ripped the bails off, he could have been out. But, of course, that law has changed in recent times.
And a good thing, too. It never felt right to me when a bat was in the ground before bobbling and then seeing a player given out by the third umpire. So that doesn't happen anymore. It was about 5 years ago the MCC tidied that up. So last ball of line's over, going around the wicket. Now he has a silly point. Bowling to Imam, wide of the crease, on leg stump, turn just behind square. Won't get a single. Good fielding. Travis head around the corner there. None for 44, end of the over. So they are 307 runs away from their victory target. And we still have, in theory at least, 13 overs available tonight, but at Sundaresan. They won't get that in because in 41 minutes from now, that will be the compulsory end of play. Although with two spinners on, they might be able to sneak in 12, 11 or 12. We'll see. Our coverage, of course, is for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Imam on 27, Shafiq on 14.
Yeah, and the important period will come in, say, around 7 or 8 overs time. The ball will start reversing. So while Australia are trying to attack with their two spinners, it's also a period where they're waiting for the ball to get scuffed up a lot more.
It's probably in their interest to get through these overs quite quickly. By then, if Swepson and Lyon can bowl 2 or 3 overs that last about 90 seconds, not asking them to rush it, but if they can get through, that will extend the spell that Cummins and Stark might have tonight. New over from Swepson. Over the top of mid-on goes Shafiq, as he's done so many times in the series, all the way for 6. He is some player. He moves to 20, and Pakistan are none for 50.
Just beautiful use of the feet. So late. Swepson had no chance to alter his length. Look at how he jumps at him at the last moment, just when Swepson's about to deliver the ball. And one thing we've seen with Abdullah Shafiq is he commits to every shot he plays. If he leaves his crease and he's decided to go over the top, he gives it a full whack.
That's his 8th, 6th at test level, Shafiq, and it's his 7th test match. Facing here, back in the crease, pushing out towards cover, but Swepson races around and does the fielding off his own bowling. I love the way that Shafiq can go up the gears and down the gears as and when, and he sees his moment there. That was out of the rough too. Reasonably high degree of difficulty if it does spit out. It didn't spit out at him there, but still, first ball of the over, the pressure straight back onto the Queensland leggy, who is searching for something to break his way into his 5th over here. Swepson bowls. Shafiq goes back from the off stump, wants one around the corner and gets it to Mitchell Stark. None for 51, Pakistan. They're 300 runs away from their target now.
Such clever batting too. Charge at the leg spinner, put pressure on him, get him to shorten his length, and just milk him around the corner for a single. Pakistan are going for it, Adam. I was just in the crowd a while back and just speaking to a few of the Pakistani fans. They sense it.
Well, you look at the mathematics of this. If they go at, say, 3 and over until the close of play, Swepson delivers. Oh, it's too short. Reverse sweep down towards deep backward point. Shafiq comes back for a couple. Imam, I should say, rather. None for 53. They're scoring at will here, the Pakistanis. If they end up, let's call it none for 80-odd overnight, that's very achievable on the final day, based on what we saw last week.
Especially when you have a left-hander attempting a reverse sweep to a leg spinner bowling into the rough. Pakistan want to win this by tea tomorrow.
It was the right shot in the end because it was basically a half-tracker. It was Swepson's worst ball so far, so he was able to do it with a minimum of fuss. Imam, 29. 2 balls left in the over. Slipping a short leg, the catching men. Swepson bowls here. Imam well forward before defending. Choosing not to dance on that occasion. But yeah, if they're 270 odd away from the target, as Waqar points out, it's all about the wickets column, of course. If Cummins and Stark can get busy, then different story. But yeah, I love the way they're taking to this task so far. Last ball from Swepson, too short, but it does skid through. Doesn't get up. Got quick, got big on Imam, who just kept it out at 91 kilometres an hour There'll be a change in commentary after the break with Geoff Lemon coming in to replace me. Pakistan, none for 53, Shafiq on 21, Imam on 29. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test match cricket, none for 53. It's all happening. Fours, sixes, near catches. The openers on the attack. They need 351 to win, and they've decided to knock it off by stumps. They've got a dozen overs left in the day, in theory. 34 minutes in practice. Nathan Lyon will get through at least one of those overs. You're on SEN Test cricket. For tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan, your company. Another 20 minutes or so. Lyon comes in, flights the ball down outside the off stump. Stretching forward is Shafiq to defend. The skip down the pitch and the loft for 6. That was unexpected.
Unexpected, but kind of come to expect it from Abdullah Shafiq. He has one rhythm. If he picks a weakness in a bowler, he does target it a lot. You've seen him go after Mitchell Swepson across 2 test matches now.
Lyon waiting. Bit of a chat. Bowls now to Shafiq, who just drops the ball into the offside. Well, he should have taken a single there because Smith at slip had to run out to backward point to field it, but Shafiq was a bit gun shy. So there's a huge space on the offside. It's a peculiar field. Slip in place, short leg, and they're very short, straight, mid-on, standing next to the non-striker. Aside from that, the only fielders on the offside, they're the slip, the point, and a mid-off. And Abdullah Shafiq does what's logical, just drops the ball into the huge gap at cover and runs through for a single, none for 54. Everyone else is on the leg side.
Yeah, what Nathan Lyon is trying to do, of course, is try to get him to play against the spin and get a ball to turn from the rough and through the gate. Abdullah Shafiq, for now, hasn't taken the bait. The one thing that has surprised me so far is Nathan Lyon not opting for a leg slip when he's bowling to the right-hander. Of course, now Imam's on strike in a slightly more conventional field.
Certainly a more offside field. They've got a silly mid-off. They've got a long off almost, a cover. Well, an extra cover, a conventional cover, and a backward point. Back goes Imam, drops the ball into the gap on the leg side and takes a single. Looking pretty easy at the moment, none for 55. Imam has 30, Shafiq 22.
And we've said this throughout the last 2 test matches. These 80 overs with the ball get played in 3 phases. Invariably, we've seen the first 20 to 25 overs being the easiest to score off. Then comes the dreaded reverse swing with Cummins and Stark. And then, once the ball goes soft, it's pretty easy to survive, not very easy to score. Got a fair clip anyway. So Pakistan are doing this smartly.
Long on and a deep square leg for Lyon as he bowls to the right-handed Shafiq, who steps across off stump and drops the ball into the leg side, just past short leg, who's waiting for a catch. They've also got a backward square leg at a conventional distance and a wide mid-on, really. So they've left mid-wicket open. They've left cover open. They've left backward point open. Lots of gaps. If Shafiq can find one, he doesn't. Just plays with a straight bat and defends off the back foot. 20 overs gone. None for 55 of the score. You're on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. Thanks to them for their support through this day of Test cricket. We're close to the end of day 4, about half an hour away from stumps. 11 overs to go.
Just we've really given Abdullah Shafiq rave reviews in the last couple of days. And apart from all the shots he's played and the great technique he's shown, the fact that he improves so quickly. And TV was just showing a replay of his dismissal in the first innings of the first test when he jumped out at Nathan Lyon and tried to hit him over cow corner or deep mid wicket. Ended up getting almost a leading edge and was caught. If you see his boundaries ever since of the spinner whenever he stepped out, he's tried to hit more mid-on. He's tried to hit straighter. And not once has he tried to hit anyone across the line.
Change in the bowling. Cameron Green is the canary in the coal mine. He's going to see if there is any hint of reverse swing to decide whether the Primo quicks come back on now or whether they wait another couple of overs. If they're going to get it going today, they'll want that to happen shortly. 31 minutes left in the day's play.
He's like the first guy Bruce Lee would have to take on in one of those movies, right?
Yeah, one of the, you know, the low-level boss.
Yeah.
Before you get to the intermediate boss.
Of course.
He's the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Long reach, unconventional.
True.
But doesn't have the menace of the true top boss.
No,
you know?
not really, yeah.
Green, a slip in place for Imam. He's bowling round the wicket, back of a length. Imam's dropping a single easily, comfortably to point. Vacant gap. None for 56. Field changing around for the right-hander. Abdullah Shafiq coming down to speak to his batting partner. I don't know about what. It's been one delivery from the medium-fast bowler. Khawaja asking where he's supposed to be. Trots across the middle of the pitch. No attempts to jump it, as you see some players doing to avoid irritating the umpire. Azhar Ali looks like he's warming up in the rooms just in case he's needed. Green to Shafiq, and he'll find a single easily. A little bit further behind point than Imam's single. Just opens the face and drops it away. None for 57.
And why I say Pakistan is playing this smartly is they're making the most of every little scoring opportunity they get. And like we said earlier, this is the best period for them. The run scoring will be easier, and there's been so much talk about Australia and if they have enough overs to bowl Pakistan out. If the hosts are considering this run chase, which seems pretty obvious that they are.
Cameron Green bowling to Imam, a bouncer way over his head. That should be a wide. The umpire doesn't move. No, he does now. Finally. Halim Dar says, give me a hug. Throws the arms out wide. None for 58 with the extra. I noticed you were just jotting down the Pakistan team batting reminders, the batting list. Could you, when you get a moment, Bharat, after this ball, could you read those out for us?
For sure.
Green. Round the wicket to Imam. Defensive shot. Played down to mid-on, no run.
All right, let's see if there's some gold here. Says, watch the ball.
Good.
Play at your strengths. Partnerships, 50, 100, 150, whatever you want.
Okay, they're all good options.
Yes. Communicate with your partner.
I mean, that's important advice for life, as well as cricket.
Very much so. Yeah. I strongly advise everyone listening to this to communicate well with your partner and leave nothing to chance.
Okay. Green. Runs in. Bowls to Imam, who looks for a run, trying to turn it into the leg side. Can't beat Labuschagne at mid-wicket, who's still running around like a young dog at this time of day.
Good strike rotation. Also important in a relationship at times.
Sure.
Oh, the next one. Positive body language all time. Everyone in this commentary box is generally very positive.
Yep.
Especially with their body language.
Green. Bowls to Imam, full, clipped away off the pads. Be a run here, out to deep square leg. Marnus goes herring after it again from mid-wicket. And Travis Head says, I'm already out here, friend. You don't need to follow the ball all the way into my hands. None for 59. Imam 32. And then?
The last one is play at your best. It's for your country.
Sure. And then there's the bit down the bottom that says, we're going on our journey towards #1 in the world.
Yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah, do your best for the team.
Do your best for the team.
There you go.
Inshallah is a way of life we've discovered in this part of the world. Everything is inshallah. If God wills it,
absolutely,
it will come. Abdullah Shafiq taking his time before the last ball of the over, not happy with something near the sight screen. I don't know if anything's changed. It doesn't look like it, but he's waiting to face Cameron Green now. And he's being hit on the pad. Cameron Green half goes up, inside edge, as that ball squeezes away into the offside. None for 59 after 21 overs.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test match cricket, none for 59. Pakistan, they need 351 to win. So that means they're already under the 300 mark in terms of runs remaining. 292, is that what that means? Mental arithmetic, not my strong suit. None for 59. I think that's right.
Absolutely right.
Very good. Nathan Lyon. Around the wicket, bowls to Imam, who's lunging at him in defence. And Lyon scoots across to the leg side to pick up.
Yeah, Imam ul Haq doesn't always look comfortable when he steps out to Nathan Lyon. At times he looks rushed. Sure, he hasn't forgotten that dismissal in the first innings in Karachi where he just got too close to the ball and just hit him straight to mid-on.
Lyon to Imam, who goes back and tries to cut a very full ball, bottom edge into the stumps. Sometimes when he steps out, he looks like he's fencing, like he's sword fighting. He has that sort of kick of the foot as he lunges forward with very fast feet. And I guess when you're advancing, sometimes you want your footwork to be a little more assured and decisive, not frenzied, not rushed, where you're more likely to miss the ball. Lyon, flight, defensive shot from Imam. He won't take a run. Out to cover.
That one very overused adjective for footwork in cricket. Be nimble.
Nimble, yes. Twinkle-toed. They like that one. Lyon, lots of flight, driven outside edge. Runs here for Imam. It's going down towards deep third. Sliding stop from Green, who's chased it all the way from backward point. They pick up a couple of runs. Imam has 34. Pakistan, none for 61. 290 to win.
Yeah, so important that Australia don't get frustrated. Nathan Lyon in particular, we saw him in Karachi rather uncharacteristically kick the dust, kick the floor, and was unhappy when catches were going down.
Sitting on the esky. It was a disconsolate sight. Nathan Lyon on the boundary line, sitting on the sponsor's esky, head in his hands. He bowls to Imam, who's coming forward to defend comfortably.
And as Adam had spotted, he was given, ironically, the best bowler award. He chucked the big check away. Yeah, I'm sure this is all building up. Yeah, it's all well and good to say he's been bowling as well as he can. If the team continues to fail in the day 5.
Lyon darts this one through, and Imam will take a run here, tapping it out to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding from Patrick Cummins. Late in the day, the captain still putting in the effort, sliding after it on his knees. 22 overs gone, none for 62. Shafiq, 23. Imam ul Haq, 35. 23 minutes to go in the day. So they're still ticking along, getting these runs.
Yeah, just going back to the Gabba test that Adam and I were talking about. India went to stumps 4 without loss, or 0 for 4, needing 324 runs on the final day. They got there with too much of a bother in the end. But one big difference, though, if you look at the batting lineups, even though that was inexperienced, India did bat deep. They had Washington Sundar on debut.
At 7, right?
At 7. They had Shardul Thakur, who's now become Beefy Thakur.
Yeah.
Scoring half centuries all around the world, batting at 8. So there was some depth.
Yeah. They also had a much nicer batting track. So that Gabba pitch, even on day 5, you could play shots, you could play through the ball. Washington was playing hook shots.
Oh, yeah.
Rishabh Pant was able to trust the bounce when he played those scoops, lap shots and so on. The cut as well. Cameron Green bowls to Imam, who comes forward in defence, screams no very loudly. This track is a different proposition. Aside from that new ball period, even if it's not reversing, you can still bowl pretty dry on this surface, and anybody trying to have a big swing at it is taking a fair risk. Shaheen Shah Afridi is padding up in the Pakistan rooms, so Azhar Ali will want a night watchman if a wicket falls now. I'm not sure if Shaheen's going to get through 20 minutes though. Green bowls to Imam, who drops the ball into the leg side. They've got 2 catching mid-wickets now, Khawaja and Labuschagne.
That is one way of extending the batting lineup, having a night watchman walk out. Rizwan just automatically comes in at number 7 and your batting looks longer.
Looks much more balanced, doesn't it?
It does, actually. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe Afridi is not the night watchman. He's just number 3.
His first drop. Well, he can certainly swing the bat. I've seen him clout a few boundaries. Green bowls to Imam, who squeezes the ball out on the cut shot, bottom edge into the ground through to the keeper.
And that's a mode of dismissal I expect to see once or twice tomorrow, at least come into play. The chop on, especially on pitches like these with uneven bounce, you're not sure which ones are going to get up, which ones are going to go through, and if you do take the risk like Imam did there of playing a horizontal bat shot, you can easily just play one onto your stumps.
Here be drag-ons. Green to Imam. Plays off the back foot out towards point. No runners. Sweeps and bustles in. So things seem pretty quiet out there. There's not a great deal of animation from the Australians. They're not turning the screws late in the day. It's not that sense of claustrophobia yet.
What is happening though is Mitchell Stark's warming up at mid-on.
That might be where the sense of threat comes from. Green. Ringfield, the 2 catching mid-wickets. Defensive shot from Imam. Close enough to stumps that the batting pair are just thinking about getting through, it looks like. Green just consistently bowling back of a length. Maybe looking to rough up that ball a little more, bang the rough side into the pitch.
And even if Australia can get 1 wicket in the next 19 or so minutes, they carry that confidence to bed tonight. But if Pakistan have all 10 wickets intact, they'll walk off the field, both these openers having got decent starts.
Green to Imam, who clips into the leg side straight to Khawaja, the squarer of those 2 short mid-wickets. There will be no run. It is the end of the 23rd over. SEN Test cricket, none for 62 Pakistan. They need 289 more to win. They've got 18 minutes to bat out, and Adam Collins will take you home with Bharat Sundaresan.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female styles of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Pakistan, none for 62. We're going to see a change. It's going to be Mitchell Stark. As we foreshadowed, but when we were previously on together, they are going to turn to the big dogs to finish the day. It's a little bit earlier than what Mitch Stark may have wanted in terms of the ball in a state that it might reverse, but just as it was in the first innings, Cummins is going to use him carefully. 3 overs with the new ball, and now back for over number 24. This could be a very important passage of play. Can Australia make an incision before the close? Initially, He'll be away from us and towards Shafiq. 2 slips and a catching mid-wicket. Stark. Left arm around. Bowls here on the stumps. Well forward. Out towards mid-off. It's right at the middle of the bat. Ends up with Patrick Cummins. That's the problem for Australia. Every time Shafiq defends, it's right at the middle. He's had a great series.
Yeah, so they're coming of age. Got runs against Bangladesh and made an impression, but this was his big test. I saw an interview of his just before the series talking about worshipping Ricky Ponting and what it would mean to him if he could get runs against Australia.
Can Stark tap into some of that magic from yesterday? He passes umpire Raza, hiding the ball, bowls it here, and Shafiq defends comfortably out towards mid-wicket where David Warner is positioned. No run.
And he was asked, what is it about Ricky Ponting that you like the most? And he said the high back lift, the pull shot, and just his positive attitude at the crease. And he's shown all 3. Not the highest of back lifts, but and he was hoping that Ricky Ponting would be at home watching him score runs against Australia. So I guess Ricky would have already made it to India for the IPL. So it's a pretty good time in the evening.
Can they get this this series in India? Not sure whether they have the rights sold over there. Stark bowling wide of the crease, full and not quite straight enough, so he steers it out into the covers. Marnus Labuschagne is there. Takes a ping at the stumps. Why not? Ends up with Khawaja backing up around from mid-on. No run.
What a significant moment this is for this game and this series, though, Adam. As the lights fade, the headline act has taken the stage. Mitchell Stark.
So they're only going to get, it's 15 minutes till stump. So 2 from Stark and presumably 2 from Cummins. As I say, it's a little bit earlier than when the ball started going yesterday. It's a fraction ambitious to think it will now, but as you say, in fading light, shadows lengthening. Can he get one to go? Stark, left arm around to Shafiq, in behind it again. Perfect defensive technique.
Yeah.
How do you get through that?
He just can't. And
he looks like a seasoned Test cricketer. He's been around for 5 minutes.
That's been the most amazing part about his series so far. Even if you compare him with Imamul Haq, he's been playing international cricket for quite a while. Got 200s in Rawalpindi. Abdullah Shafiq, in comparison, looks the more accomplished opener. He's playing his 5th test.
Yeah, he's set and forget for a long time. That's for sure. Passing umpire Raza is Stark bowling here. Shafiq able to leave this alone outside the off stump. That was the tempter. And it bounced a couple of times before reaching the gloves of Carey as well. So not the right part of the pitch to be dangerous.
The one good thing for Australia and Pat Cummins is the 4th umpire hasn't walked out with a light meter. It's much brighter today than yesterday. It was overcast around this time.
Yeah, this is a gorgeous evening. I was out there before. No clouds in the sky. Not making anywhere near as much noise as they were yesterday, the Pakistani fans. But as we saw in Karachi last week, if they get close tomorrow, in they will stream, I'm certain, on day 5. Stark to finish his over. Bowls here to Shafiq, who's forward defending again. At the middle of the bat to Labuschagne. How many times have we said that through the series? None for 62, Pakistan. The maiden complete for Mitchell Stark. None for 3 from 4. His analysis, Shafiq on 23, Imam al-Haq on 35. And Pakistan's target of 351. It's a long way away, but they're 13 minutes away from reaching what could be seen as base camp of sorts if they are going to try and climb that summit tomorrow.
And they've done it the way they would have liked, apart from, of course, not losing a wicket.
Do you know what I loved? And I'm not sure if you and Geoff had a chance to talk about it in depth. The Pakistan batting rules. On the wall. I saw Shaheen Sharafridi next in, putting the pads on, and it popped up on the television. It pretty much amounted to, if I can surmise, work hard.
Yeah.
And the bowling plans, hit the top of off. The same as it is everywhere. No, that was a bit more detailed than that.
It was, yeah.
But there wasn't an awful lot of. I mean, it could be the same. It makes Test cricket quite relatable, doesn't it?
It is.
The core messages are the same at the elite level as they are if you and I were playing for the 5ths on a Sunday afternoon.
And if you were playing for your under-12s,
yes.
It's pretty much watch the ball, play to your strengths. Nothing changes. It's just the level at which you have to do it. And it's all about repeatability. You just doing the basics right is the cliche that gets used the most. It's the toughest thing to do.
Interesting that Green's going to stay in the attack rather than Cummins. So they're not going to come close to their allocation of overs this evening. 7 available in theory. They'll get 3 in. They'll burn 4. Catching mid-wicket and a slip. Bowling around the wicket here to Imam Al-Haq. Pavilion end. Bowls here. New over. First ball pushed out to cover. No is the call. Out to David Warner. Well played. There's no real sting in this. There's no real sense that a wicket's around the corner. There was briefly when Lyon started this spell. The one that went past the inside edge and spun big. The next one that shot through a leg before wicket decision that went his way before being overturned. But still a nice piece of bowling. Some variable bounce. But not a lot since Lyon came out of the attack. Green here around the wicket. Full and straight and defended by Imam. Nice loud call. Again, the ball ends up with Warner at cover.
And it's a lack of urgency which you really talk about when Pat Cummins is captain. Maybe they're just waiting for the ball to start reversing. It's not that they haven't tried a lot of things. He's used his 5 bowlers already, and this is just the 25th over of the innings.
Yeah, if you could be critical, it's that they're going to miss out on 4 overs tonight. If the spinners got through a couple more each fraction quicker, as Green bowls a fraction wider of the crease here, and Imam tries to steer it behind point. Can't beat Swepson there, no single. Maybe it's Stark bowling overs, say, 26 and 28 instead of 24 and 26, something like that, when the ball will have a bit more on it. But yeah, they were a bit limp there running between overs, and difficult to detect where it went wrong exactly. But yeah, they weren't rushing through. It wasn't like we're watching Jadeja and Ashwin bowling, for example, when they put their mind to it, they can get through overs in 75 to 90 seconds when they need to. Here's Green to Imam. Riding the bounce, going back and defending. Out to cover again. David Warner does the fielding.
I think that's where you need to credit the Pakistani batters, though. Apart from the boundaries that they've hit, they've rotated the strike beautifully. They milked the spinners. And I think that would hurt Nathan Lyon a lot more than the occasional boundary he's conceded. The fact that on a pitch with a lot of rough where some balls have gripped and jumped at the batters, the fact that they were able to take singles and twos of him.
Green passes umpire Dart. Bowls here. And Imam defends, this time into the onside off the front foot. No concerns for the last couple of overs. There's shut-up shot as far as scoring is concerned on this 4th evening. What a tough night's sleep it's going to be for Nathan Lyon. I mean, this is meant to be when spinners come into their own. And as I mentioned when we were on together earlier, for about a 5-year stretch, it was when Lyon came into his own. It's a relatively recent problem that he's got in the 4th innings. Yes, it was there at the start of his career when he didn't bowl with a lot of confidence towards the end of a test match, but he seemed to get that bit right. That piece of the puzzle finally fell into where it needed to be, fell into place. But yes, a strike rate that's ballooned deep into a test match, not able to bowl teams out. And that's what he needs to do tomorrow to win the series for Australia. Green up to the crease to Imam, cutting away out behind point. There's a sweeper out there, Mitch Swepson. Imam retains the strike. He's up to 36. Shafiq down the other end on 23. Pakistan none for 63. They'll get 2 more overs in this evening. We'll take our final break. Our coverage is for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Get your free 5-minute safety check.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female styles of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
So 7 minutes until the close of play. Mitch Stark will bowl the penultimate over. Beneath us here, the Waqar Younis end. No need to hurry from here. They're not going to get 3 in, so they'll take their time and set up accordingly. It's Pat Cummins calling the shots from mid-on. He did burn a review earlier, a big, thick inside edge. Not easy to lead the team from mid-on or from square of the wicket, as he often is when thinking about reviewing. I mean, he's very good at it when bowling. He's storing a lot of faith in that case in Carey and the fielders behind the wicket. But Stark here, bowling to Imam on 36, back of a length, cutting well, out towards the rope. He's middled that. Into the 40s he goes with his 4th boundary. Pakistan up to none for 67. They're 284 runs away from their target. And if that's the last runs they score today, they'll leave the field on a high note because that was smashed.
It's so good to see from Pakistan. Even this late in the day, you spoke about maybe them shutting shop. As soon as he saw some wit, Imamul Haq just threw his bat at it. That was firmly struck.
And whilst uppish, there's no fielder between second slip and backward point. No concerns at all. Imam, the more aggressive of this pair this evening. Stark going over the wicket to him here. Comes forward to defend down the pitch, out towards Pat Cummins. Rushing around from mid-on, no single.
Should he go to Mitchell Swepson for a last over? This is also because I predicted a couple of hours ago that the day will end with Mitchell Swepson taking a wicket of the last over, or the last over.
Well, I think it should. I mean, in the ordinary run of things, Cummins would see there's no real reverse on show for Stark, and he would take him out of the attack at this juncture. He gives him 2 overs, out, right? And that's not a criticism of Stark, it's just man management and making sure that his weapon is fresh as often as it can be. Now, on that basis, who's more likely to do something special in the last over, Green or Swepson? Probably Leggy. Even Nathan Lyon, change of end. Stark here, full, straight, defended. Might have kept a little bit low based on the way that Imam played it. He's on his knee now. They go back and start again. So, yeah, if you're weighing it up, you've got 6 balls from the pavilion end. That's the end that Swepson bowled from before. Green, not a lot going on from his end at the moment. The ball isn't reversing. So either back to line from the end he hasn't bowled from yet in this innings, or maybe you just back in Swepson and it's the captain as a vote of faith in a guy he's going to need tomorrow.
Yeah, he backed him a lot in Karachi, and every time Swepson's come on, Imam and Abdullah Shafiq have used their feet to him.
Imam on strike to Stark around the wicket. Bouncer, well handled, ducked it. It was quick enough. But at this stage of the game, there's no way he'll be taking that on. Just one man back, that's a deep fine. Relatively conventional field late in the day. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Man just next to where the square leg umpire would be if he were on that side of the ground at the moment. Alim Dar's over at deep point. And the fine leg in front of the Imran Khan enclosure.
I wonder if he's setting him up for a Yorker late in the day.
Had the bouncer. Does the Yorker come next? Here comes Stark. Back of a length again. Imam steers past Travis Head. There's a misfield there at backward point. That'll frustrate Stark. They come back for a second. At least Imam remains on strike if the plan is to finish with a Yorker. None for 69, Imam 42. That was just a straight-up misfield, a misjudgment from Head late in the day. So Stark will get one more opportunity from this end before the close.
Stark immediately threw his head back when he saw the ball slip through Travis Head's hands, but like I said, at least still got Imam on strike.
And Imam will know that the probability of this being a Yorker is quite high, or at least a delivery that's coming back towards him on that angle. 2 slips. Stark's last delivery of day 4. Bowls here, it's full, but down the leg side, and Imam can't catch up with it. Through to the gloves of Carey. End of the over. One more to come. 3 minutes until the close of play. Out come the helmets, which would suggest it will be spin to finish. None for 69, Pakistan. The target 351, so they're 282 runs away from that. But really, they're 6 balls away from starting tomorrow, the 5th and final day, with a clean slate, the final day of the series. Imam there on 42 from 93, and Shafiq, who has been so safe, so sturdy throughout this evening session, 23 from 63. And it will be. No, it won't be. Is that Marnus Labuschagne?
It is.
It is. It's going to be leg spin, but not the one we thought. It's going to be a point of difference. It's going to be Labuschagne for his first opportunity. He only bowled 1 over in the second innings at Karachi, which was bewildering to most of us. We all thought he would get a chance on that final day because the point of difference he brings, the big rip he gives it, generates more side spin than Swepson.
He does.
He's got a slip. He's got 1, 2, 3 men out. Deep point, long off, and deep square, so an in-out field. They're still tweaking. Cameron Green was on the 45. He's now coming around to short third, presumably for the reverse sweep or the dab using the pace of the ball. David Warner at cover, one of two men in that region, close to one another. They're set. 6 balls left on the 4th day. Labuschagne to bowl them. Here to Shafiq. It's full and pushed out towards cover where David Warner is fielding, but not a bad start. Something to work from there, just outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, I would give him a short leg as well. And one thing Manas will do is he'll create a lot of noise. He'll pretend like every ball's a wicket.
Yes, he will. Labuschagne bowls, and watching this spin into the gloves of Carey is Shafiq. Nicely played. A little bit short, but that did go.
Going back to that 1 over he bowled, if you remember, the one ball that misbehaved all day long came when Manas bowled. It's too late in the day though. Flew past Carey's shoulder.
He throws the ball from hand to hand, delivers here to Shafiq, well wide of the off stump. It's turned enough, but Shafiq able to shoulder arms nice and early. So 3 balls to go. He should be in no rush here, Labuschagne.
It doesn't need to be a magic delivery. He does bowl the occasional long off for a full toss. What does Abdullah Shafiq do then? Can he resist the temptation?
The crowd involved. Labuschagne to the crease. Over the wicket. Bowls to Shafiq. Or was there an edge through there? Was that a bottom edge? It wasn't gloved by Carey. We're behind the batsman and the wicketkeeper. There were a couple of noises there. We get a replay here. Was it a bottom edge into the gloves of Carey? I think it might have been. First impression. They'll go through the technology on television in the fullness of time. Either way, it wasn't gloved. 2 balls left. Labuschagne bowls to Shafiq. Flights it up. Edge, and that's put down at slip. Steve Smith to his left. Down to the rope for 4. That looked like it was straight in and straight out. Shafiq to 27. Labuschagne into the attack for 1 over and nearly gets the prized wicket of Abdullah Shafiq. Unclear whether the previous ball was an edge.
Oh,
that definitely was. Unless that's turned 2 feet. I don't think it has out of the rough. It was given off the bat. It is 4 runs, and that was a drop catch to the left of Stephen Smith. Last ball of the day, Bharat. Can Labuschagne do it again on off stump? Well forward in defence. Well, fascinating moments to finish the 4th day. The bails are knocked off with Pakistan. None for 73. Shafiq walks off on 27. Imam Al-Haq on 42. They're 278 runs away from their victory target, Bharat Sundaresan. But behind the wicket as we are here from our commentary position, that looked as though they did have a late chance, possibly 2.
Yeah, the 3rd time that a ball has gone past Steve Smith's left hand at first slip. We saw a couple in the first innings, one of Swepson, one of Lyon. This time of Manas Labuschagne. Pat Cummins has pulled off a few masterstrokes in this test. That would have been the ultimate one. And Manas deserved the wicket. He dragged him wide. It was a beautiful piece of bowling. It dipped on Abdullah Shafiq, tempted him into the cover drive, got the outside edge. Should have been taken by Steve Smith. That was the wicket Australia was seeking late in the day, but all the Pakistani openers leave unbeaten.
Khawaja has an arm around Steve Smith. They know they need Smith tomorrow in the cordon. There will be chances that come his way. The applause you can hear is for the Pakistani opening pair, none for 73, making their way off the field and up the steps to the dressing room. Azhar Ali leading the applause in no small part because he didn't have to bat. He'll get a chance tomorrow. And Pakistan will get the chance tomorrow to have a dart at 351. They needed to be at stumps without any major damage, and they are. The score, none for 73. They're 278 away. Imam 42, Shafiq 27. But Shafiq should have been gone for 23. It was a tough chance to Smith's left. It was driven hard at, put out one hand, but it didn't stick.
It didn't stick, and he's been bothered about his position at slip to the seamers and even to the spinners. And it's been the same manner of drop each time, where he's just gone the wrong way, his weight's gone to the right hand side, and he's had to just stick his left hand out, and it just missed his left hand on all 3 occasions. And you could see the look on Steve Smith's face.
Oh, he knows. He absolutely knows that was a chance that goes begging just before the close of play. It's the penultimate day of the match and the series. We come back to do it one more time. They've talked about this being a 15-day test match. Well, it goes to day 15, day 5 here at Lahore. We still don't have one team in the ascendancy. Australia required 10 wickets, Pakistan 278 runs, and with each over in that final stretch, it looks more and more likely that we'll get a result either way. Thank you for your company on SEN Test Cricket throughout this day at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Our coverage, of course, for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, 25% off Kumo tyres. On behalf of myself, Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, Geoff Lemon, Peter Lalor, Simon Kadich and the great Waqar Younis. Good night from us. We come back tomorrow. Anything is possible. Pakistan.